Welcome back, compadres. All right. Do we have, let's see, Supervisors Chavez, Lee, Simidian, and Vice President Ellenberg.
Recording in progress.
Nancy, we will call this meeting back to order or resumed after our 30-minute lunch break. And we pick up, as I said, with item number 12, Directing Administration, and Oakland, et cetera, et cetera. And Supervisor Simidian and Supervisors Lee, I'll let you speak first on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we are at item number 12. This is a referral by Supervisor Lee and me, and I say thank you to Supervisor Lee for joining me in this effort. It is a necessary one, difficult though it may be. The recommended actions, I think, are pretty clearly stated in items A through H. I know board members have had a chance to look, so I think what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is just ask Supervisor Lee if he's amenable to offer a second, then take public comment before speaking to the item in the interest of time.
Sounds good, thank you. Supervisor Lee, anything to add?
Yes, I would like to go ahead and second the motion with a small amendment on the item 12G. Talked about forwarding this issue to the Office of Attorney General, State of California investigation. And I would like to just go ahead and add that maybe we could also look at that at the federal level as well to get more expertise from the Justice Department. So I just want to add that as an amendment, if that would be okay to my maker of the motion.
Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lee and Mr. Chair. Yes, that's agreeable. That's paragraph G, and we would add the U.S. Department of Justice and the Attorney General for the United States to the recommendation under item G. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we're going to turn, let's see, U.S. Department General and AG. Okay, with that, we are going to turn to the public for speakers. We're going to give each member of the public, we'll give 1 minute to speak. If we have the sheriff on, we'll give her 3 minutes to speak. And we will start with that. Nancy.
Our first speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Considering I have 38 years of experience going in and out of this jail, okay, and I've been there, Lori Smith's entire tenure, I am formally asking that she be fired immediately, she be removed from office, and her pension stripped from her. This is a criminal that is running these jails. You have failed in your responsibility to protect us as the public. We have been beaten, we have been murdered, we have been savagely thrown across the floors. The gang members kicked that dude and these guards watched it for 6 minutes. They watched him being beaten. He was stripped naked and there was blood all over the floor. And I was in the jail at the time that it happened. And I have to sit there and I have to live with that. You guys do not even understand. You don't get it. You're responsible for this, 100% responsible. And now you want to make the federal government and bring this in to show that you are inadequate to run these jails. And yet you want to keep AOT in place. Terminate AOT.
Our next speaker is Jose Valle. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Jose?
Hi, my name is Jose Valle. I'm with Silicon Valley Debug and in support of the Care First Jail Last Coalition. And I'm speaking on item number 12, Although we acknowledge the need for transparency and oversight, it is not so much of an issue of what actions will be made after the referral is met. It is an issue of incarceration. Incarceration that we as Santa Clara County taxpayers are paying for, in addition to the many lawsuits, trials, in both criminal and civil court, inhumane conditions of those positive with COVID-19, solitary confinement, and the staff who are not fit to care for those with mental health needs, as well as the entire jail population. While the board and county council have expressed concerns of costs and years spent on the debate of whether or not a new jail would solve all of our problems, there is no comparison to the cost, decades, and trauma of incarceration has damage on our incarcerated loved ones, families, and our coalition who are committed to this population. In closing, the Care First Jail Lab.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, thank you for this item. I know the issues of Sheriff Smith. She hasn't been that great on open public policy ideas. I think the surveillance and technology ordinance ideas can be of much help to her in deciding how to be more open in her practices in the future. With that said, I seriously wonder if this also is an issue about the issues around the VTA shooting and perhaps the Gilroy shooting as well, where the sheriff's department could have had a better understandable role in how to work with this situation. I don't, as much as she can be blamed for things, I think we really have to look at ourselves and how we practice local government and its bureaucracy. We have to develop those practices more than just continually blaming 23 years of a tired chair. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ladoris Cordell. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. In 2016, I chaired the Blue Ribbon Commission on Jail Operations that submitted 100 recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, the top 2 of which were independent oversight and a change in leadership of the jails. 5 years later, nothing has changed. Inmates have suffered traumatic injuries, costing the county multi-million-dollar settlements. Inmate-on-inmate violence continues, and the sheriff's resistance to transparency remains unrelenting. The one thing that has changed is that under the leadership of Laurie Smith, the operation of the jails has gotten worse. I join with Mayor Liccardo and call for the immediate resignation of Sheriff Smith. None of us, the correctional officers, the incarcerated, many of whom are presumed to be innocent, the community and our county leaders should not have to put up with the sheriff's ineptitude that borders on criminal indifference. I ask the community and county leaders to join me in demanding that Sheriff Laurie Smith resign now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Cavagnonis. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Nancy Cavagnonis and I live in Supervisor Wasserman's district. I am a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, here today in support of the Care First Jails Last Coalition. I would urge the Board of Supervisors to view Supervisor Simity and a Supervisor Lee's referral as a further sign that no new jail should be built. Instead, those funds, in addition to all the money that has been spent on lawsuits, legal proceedings, and more, should be redirected towards funding community programs that make our community stronger, healthier, and functional. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raj Jayadev. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Raj. I'm with Debug and the Care First Jail Last Coalition, calling in to voice support for this referral. The resistance of the sheriff to be transparent or cooperate with independent oversight has left us stuck as a county, but it is also indicative of the lack of accountability that is inherent to jails. This county has tried almost everything at its disposal after the killing of Michael Tyree to quote unquote fix the jails. A Blue Ribbon Commission spending nearly $500 million and has been on the receiving end of litigation. And despite all of that we still have this level of brutality imposed on people who are under the care of the county, evidence is that the safest solution is about finding another care and treatment model instead of jail, especially for those with mental health needs. This call for transparency and accountability to jail is the right step, But ultimately, we will find ourselves in the cycle again, learning of a new name of someone killed in this jail, calling for answers. And the only way out of that cycle is for people to get treatment and care outside of a lethal jail system.
Our next speaker is Aubrey Connor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Bray Connor. I'm the Directing Attorney of Health at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We are in support of item 12, directing for there to be more transparency and accountability of the actions that the sheriff and the jails are taking. For us as a legal organization, it has even been challenging for us to find out what is happening with the consent decree that is supposed to benefit our clients, BIPOC individuals with mental health needs within the jails. This is not, to be clear, this is not a step that we feel will help us to reimagine what life looks like without jails, but it is an important next step because we currently have a jail in place. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Brown. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Tina Brown and I am a system impacted family member and advocate with Silicon Valley Debug. I appreciate that these recommendations have been made as it is long overdue, but I want to bring forth the fact that many still suffer daily inside the county jails, and the suffering for those inside will continue because incarceration is not the answer. The question I asked today is, how much more money are you expecting the taxpayers in this county to spend with regards to jail issues before you realize that continuing to do what we have in the past is not working, nor is it cost effective? The recommendations made only validate the need for alternatives to incarceration instead of building a new jail. It also validates those inside should be viewed as community members and that they need to be treated with care instead of harm and trauma that comes from a carceral setting. Just imagine for 1 second what you would be subjected to inside our county jails today because of one mistake you presumably made. If it's not good enough for you, it most certainly isn't good enough for anyone else either. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Lauren Renaud. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Renaud. I'm with Showing Up for Racial Justice and the Care First Jails Last Coalition. I support the call for transparency and oversight. Our community absolutely deserves to know about the atrocities happening in our jail. I also think it's important to be clear, this is not about one bad apple. Oversight alone or replacing the sheriff, as the mayor has called for, will not solve all the problems with our incarceration approach. The massive costs that have been incurred through these lawsuits could have been much better spent being directly invested in communities and our residences. And similarly, the money that could be spent building a new jail could be spent better on housing or non-carceral, non-locked mental health services, or really anything other than locking people away from their communities and taking parents away from their kids. Two things can be true at the same time. Sheriff Smith has led a particularly heinous system that has benefited from insufficient oversight, and a higher level of oversight would not change the fact that jail is just not a place where people get better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tessa Woodmansee. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak. Tessa, can you close the mute?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Thank you, sweetie. Tessa Woodmansee. Well, I really am enjoying listening to the conversation, which is music to my ears, because this is the change that we need in terms of our climate crisis. Our global heating is a care economy. It's what Stuart Scott, who was warning from the sciences, said when he looked at what are the issues that need to be changed. And he said, it's all about economics, and we need to have a caring economy and caring about each other, not about money. And this has to change. So, that's how we, when we say that if we deal with climate change, we will solve all of our problems. And we do need to care for each other. And part of that is to growing food and creating a livable planet, because we don't have that now. And we are very much at risk. And so we need to have And though I say the most loving thing you can do is to grow food in front of your house. And that's what we all need to do to care for each other and all the other earthlings. We need to have a warlike footing and change.
Our next speaker is caller with the number ending in 318. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
I am Melody Masaniai, resident, voter, and small business owner in D2. We are on the eve of Michael Tyree's murder by jail guards 6 years ago, Andy Hogan's fateful and bloody transport to Maine Jail 3 years ago, and the detrimental life-changing incident that Juan suffered 2 years ago. Thank you, Supervisor Simidian, for keeping top of mind reform of the Sheriff's Office and for keeping your shoulder to the stone until done we are. I support a unanimous vote on all recommended actions in item 12. Sheriff Smith, in her press conference this morning, invited the FBI to investigate her office. So do I. This is Melody Masaniai, and I am complete.
Our next speaker is Leslie Zeiger. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, I'm Leslie Zeiger, a resident of Supervisor Simidian's district, a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I'm here today in support of the Care First Jail Last Coalition. Thank you to Supervisors Lee and Simidian for demanding accountability, transparency, and information sharing from the sheriff. I'd also like to urge all of you, the Board of Supervisors, to commit to decreasing funding to the Sheriff's Department's dysfunctional, punitive correctional system and invest in community-based rehabilitative alternatives to addressing harm in Santa Clara County. Board members, you can start by definitively stopping construction of the Maine Jail South replacement and directing those funds to bolster behavioral health services, affordable housing, and other true community safety solutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Molly M. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, my name is Molly McLeod, and I'm in Supervisor Ellenberg's district, and I am an impacted family member and surger in support of the Care First Jail Last Coalition. Speaking on item 12, I am supportive of the referral by Supervisor Simidian and Lee. However, more than that, I'd say we need to go to the root causes, which are racism, classism, ableism. When I consider the Olmsted decision that said that people with disabilities, including those with mental health needs, are to live in the community, there is no explanation for having the extraordinarily high, I believe about 2/3 of the population, including those not convicted of any crime, to be locked up, and that's just wrong and unconscionable.
Our next speaker is Melanie Rowland. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Melanie Rowland, and I am an attorney from the Law Foundation here in support of the Care First proposition. I have served doing hearings on the 8A facility, and one of our attorneys was able to do a public act records request indicating that nearly half of our jail population has a serious mental health disability. I have been on the 8A unit and have seen individuals with mental health disabilities that have been brutalized by guards who have been sprayed with clear out solution, who have had their water turned off in their cells and have been forced to use their toilet water in order to clear out their eyes. I would strongly encourage board members to spend a day on 8A in order to see mental health and how it currently exists in the jail in order to listen to inmates to come up with solutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ola Abios, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Olamide Abiose, and I'm a member of Abolish Stanford, and I'm here in support of the Care First, Jail Last Coalition. I'm also in support of Agenda Item 12, but although we acknowledge the need for transparency and oversight, it is not so much an issue of what actions will be made after the referral is met. This is fundamentally an issue of incarceration. So to put it plainly, this is not simply an issue of an abusive and corrupt sheriff's department. This is fundamental to the design of policing in prisons. I would encourage Supervisors Lee and Simidian to see this referral as indication of the sign that no new jail should be built. Incarceration that we as Santa Clara County taxpayers are paying for, in addition to the many lawsuits, trials in both criminal and civil court, inhumane conditions of those positive with COVID-19 solitary confinement, and the staff who are not fit to care for those with mental health needs, as well as the entire jail population. In closing, the Care First, Jail Last Coalition sees supporting.
Our next speaker is Vic Ohakian. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you have 1 minute to speak.
This is Vic Ohakian. Though I'm involved with a number of mental health and suicide prevention organizations, I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I'm here to support the jail oversight reports, requested actions A through H, and in particular, item A, having the county council's report of February 10th, 2020 released to the public so we can see the situations around Mr. Hogan. I recommend that you add an item I, and that is the suicide prevention report of the jails produced in 2016 and the action items in it to see if those items have been satisfied or met, or what the status of them is. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Armeline. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Will Armeline. I'm the Director of the Human Rights Institute at San Jose State University and the Criminal Justice Chair for NAACP of San Jose and Silicon Valley. I'm also a resident of D3 in San Jose. I'm really just calling in, first of all, broad support of Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Lee's referral and recommendations on item 12, namely in their efforts to increase transparency and accountability for the Sheriff's Department. We were involved in the original reports on the jail, as folks recall, and we are frankly shocked, along with other members of the public and the board, at the continued brutality of this department, and we would like to see change however possible. We absolutely also see this as another reason to support the Care First, Jail Last campaign and coalition in non-carceral alternatives to avoid this kind of brutality in our county. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Mckenzie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Tim Mckenzie. I am a postdoc at Stanford. I am a resident of Mountain View and a member of Stanford Solidarity Network and Silicon Valley DSA. And I just wanted to call in and express my great support for this recommendation. I think transparency and oversight into the sheriff's office and how we're treating prisoners is people who are housed in prison is really important. And I also really just want to echo the calls that have been made earlier about looking for non-carceral solutions, not building a new jail like has been looked for, looking for ways to invest our taxpayer dollars into things that nourish our community. Like I know the mobile crisis response team that the county has started, that's a great preventative thing that can stop things further upstream. And we should be looking for things to actually take care of our fellow neighbors and not go to the point where we're incarcerating people. Look for non-carceral solutions. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Cherise Domingo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Cherise Domingo with Silicon Valley Debug and the Care First Jail Last Coalition.
Almost 6 years ago, on August 26, 2015, was when Michael Tyree was killed by 3 correctional guards in our jail under the watch of Sheriff Smith. Our loved ones inside and our families have since then called for accountability in the form of shutting down the jails. While I fully support the referral to call for a release of records and transparency, it is still such a small request to a modern day plantation manager who, since the death of Michael Tyree, has not learned any lesson and refused any oversight or transparency, let alone accountability. In addition to the weight of the board being put on asking for these records, we should continue on the path of shutting down the jails and finding alternatives to incarceration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is caller ending in 221. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak. Caller 221.
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to make the point that we have to separate the issues of incarceration and the abuses that have gone, on within the sheriff's department from building a new jail, because they're 2 separate issues. In fact, part of the many of the recommendations in the Blue Ribbon Commission that came out was that we needed the Santa Clara County needed a new facility, so a lot of those structural abuses would not occur. In other words, the current jail is outdated. There is no real provisions for mental care and in other such alternative treatments and counseling. So, you can keep the jail as a dungeon, but that's not going to help unless you think all of a sudden we don't need jails. The truth is you're going to need to have some type of jail structure. Keeping the present one as a dungeon.
Our next speaker is Melissa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak. Melissa, can you please unmute yourself? We will come back to Melissa. Our next speaker is Reverend Jethro Moore. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'd just like to say county sheriffs are elected officials with unchecked power, subject to almost no oversight by any state or county authority. The sheriff faces no time limits and answers only to voters who rarely know anything about them. They're usually run for re-election unopposed. The sheriff is in progressive counties where most of us live, often do not reflect the values or represent the diverse populations of the constituents. Sheriffs have enormous discretion and contribute significantly to the mass incarceration of people of color and systems to perpetuate intergenerational cycles of violence and jail abuses occur behind these closed doors, often from public view. I support item 12. I believe it's time. I have been calling for this for more than 5 years. This problem only continues to grow and infest itself in other ways. Nobody else should die or suffer any more brutal mistreatment in our jail system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pelican Junkie at sbcglobal.net. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Well, you guys sure do a good job of confusing all of your constituents with all of the meetings and when people can talk in the public and when they can't be heard, and then they get only 1 minute to speak. Well, I'm calling in to talk to you about your recall. Every single one of you supervisors, you're hearing our comments today, but you're not acting on any of them. The majority of the people that call through and speak to you and tell you what they want done, you don't do. So you're not working for the people as you were elected to do. The people are going to recall your positions and you will find other things to do. The people are very displeased with everything you're doing. Mandated vaccines, ridiculous. It's against the Constitution. Good day.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you, everyone. Scott Largent,
I've heard a lot of the speakers talk about the care first, jail last. There is no adequate care when you're mentally ill or homeless here in Santa Clara County. Putting people into a jail that need to be in an actual dignified psych ward, getting the proper medical attention and care is a big piece of the puzzle that's missing. A lot of people get taken to our psych ward right now. They're released in 2 or 3 hours, and they basically are then out in traffic yelling and screaming. To protect them and keep them out of that environment, a lot of them were ending up in the Santa Clara County Jail. Something like this you start to pull your hair out. You don't want people incarcerated or getting hurt in there, but you also don't want them out in traffic going completely nuts. This is an absolute failure of our system. Your staff from behavioral health are constantly on these calls saying, we need more people. Change this.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board and Supervisors. I'm calling in support of the Care First proposition and the referral of Supervisors Lee and Samidian. The time for real accountability and transparency is now, as well as the humanization of our policies and our institutions, including a changing in the guard at the jails and in our sheriff's office. And I mean that literally. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Uday Kapoor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. I support Supervisor Simitian and Lee's call for more transparency, but I also support what San Jose Mercury is saying, that Sheriff Laurie Smith's incompetence, indifference, defiance continues to cost Santa Clara County taxpayers tens of millions of dollars and endangers jail inmates' lives. I think she needs to be removed from the office, either through the courts or by the voters next year. So this I mean, truly mean that. Thank you.
Next speaker is B'nai Vahar. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is B'nai Vahar. I'm a community organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. I know too well what the jail has been doing, or Laurie Smith's been doing. My husband was incarcerated there back in 2013 to 2016. And we were so happy when he went to prison because the conditions there were better. I commend Dr. Samidian and Mr. Lee for the asking for transparency and accountability from the sheriff, because that's what we need. That's what we all need. You know, my husband did time there and we did time. My children did time with him. And to see those conditions that he went through brought forth two consent decrees and a hunger strike. So thank you so much for this. And I'm in support of the CARES First, Jail Last alternatives to jail, not jail. I thank you for your time. You all have a good day. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Terry Sater White. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Terry, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm just speaking on behalf of all the community here, and that this shutdowns and forced vaccines are completely uncalled for, knowing, especially for kids, the risk for ages 5 to 17 is 0.3 million, and the risk of hospitalization due to myocarditis from vaccine is 50 per million for the same demographic. To mandate this is on the edge level of insanity and hard to come to grips in the matter of public policy. A study out of Forbes magazine in the UK, a fully vaccinated may transmit Delta just as easily as a new variant shows signs of vaccine evasion, early UK research suggests. I'm just pleading with all of you that I know people will recall, many of you. We can't be forced to live this way. Many people are fleeing California, and I, for one, have 1 foot out the door. And
our next speaker is Melissa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
And Nancy, if I may, I apologize to the speaker.
This is item number 12. We're talking about review of the sheriff here. Just if any speakers can stick to that subject, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and I am an impacted family member. I am also here with Debug in support of the Care First Jail Last Coalition. I am speaking on agenda item number 12. Although we acknowledge a need for transparency and oversight, it is not so much of an issue of what actions will be made after the referral is met. It is an issue of incarceration that we as Santa Clara County taxpayers are paying for, in addition to the many lawsuits, trials in both criminal and civil court, inhumane conditions of those positive with COVID-19, solitary confinement, and the staff who are not fit to care for those with mental health needs, as well as the entire jail population. While the board and county council have expressed concerns of costs and years spent on the debate of whether or not a new jail would solve all of our problems, there is no comparison to the costs, decades, and trauma incarceration has damaged on our incarcerated loved ones, families, and our coalition who are committed to this population. In closing, the Care First Jail Last Coalition sees supporting Sumedian and Auto Lee's referral as.
Our next speaker is Megan Mailot. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Megan?
Yes. Yes, hello. This meeting should be in person. I say no to vax mandates. It's a crime against humanity. I know firsthand the harm they can cause. A family member has had 3 months of vertigo and debilitating headaches. There is now proof of poison called graphene oxide in the shots.
And Megan, I'm going to interrupt. This item you're talking about, number 12, has nothing to do with the shots. If you could please conclude your comments, please.
Okay, well, shall I come back on later?
We did the shots earlier today. This is regarding the Sheriff's Department. We're on item number 12.
Okay, I just heard somebody speak about the shots, so I raised my hand.
Understood.
Yeah.
It was a mistake. I thank you. Next speaker, Nancy.
Our next speaker is Carol Brouillette. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Carol, if you can please unmute yourself. Carol, you may begin. I see you have unmuted yourself.
Go ahead, Carol.
She seems to be having some technical difficulties. I can come back to her.
Great.
Next speaker is Blanca. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I just want to express how frustrating it is, how unclear your agenda is. And I do want to also express my opposition to the vaccine mandates. And I know that it is not the item, but you are not very clear about it. And I had a story to share about my sister who is not being coerced to take the vaccine. And she already felt dehumanized before as the victim of mental and physical abuse. And it is so sad that you don't get to hear her story and the many others that are feeling coerced. So I apologize if I am offending your beautiful time, but I did want to say that I oppose your mandates and that we will not stand for this abuse against our freedoms.
Our next speaker is Susie Sutherland. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I meant to chime in earlier this morning, but received some conflicting information. I am 100% against these vaccine mandates. They are unfounded. They're not based in science. And these vaccines have already shown to have failed. Are we going to be chasing boosters every 3 months? It's ridiculous. Stop using our children as shields for adults. And if you fall in line with San Francisco and San Mateo County for these ridiculous vaccine passports, I will salute you with Heil Hitler. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And before we proceed, and I appreciate the information from Supervisor Chavez, item 13, the one after this one, will be when we receive a report from our public health officer relating to the current status of COVID-19. And that's the appropriate time for anyone else wishing to speak about the vaccines. And the person I cut off, I invite you to come back on item number 13
and speak again. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kate. I am unmuting you. And Kate is using an older version of Zoom and will not be allowed to give public comment. Carrie, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, is this the time to talk about vaccine mandates, or is that the next one? Because I'm just
That's
catching.
the next one. That's the next
Okay,
one.
all right, I'll wait for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you very much. I'll turn back now to Supervisors Smidian and Lee, who brought this forward to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think what I would say is this: the referral lays out over the course of 8 pages a very disturbing pattern of behavior, and particularly in one instance, the case of Andrew Hogan raises questions about the apparent lack of accountability and the potential, candidly, for undue political influence. We might draw more meaningful conclusions about what has or hasn't happened if we had more transparency, but as the referral indicates, we struggle here because the sheriff has repeatedly declined over the course of more than a year now to enter into an information sharing agreement with our Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring, OCLEM. That agreement, of course, is necessary to make any semblance of oversight feasible. We've had the same kind of resistance to information sharing and transparency in dealings with our management audit firm, the folks at Harvey Rose, and with our board, and with the press, and before the criminal grand jury, and of course, most recently with the absence of any information forthcoming about the horrific incident in the jail where an inmate was tossed in with 31 folks who beat him to a pulp, which we didn't learn about for 6 months thereafter. We struggle as well because the sheriff often reminds us that we have to respect the fact that she's an independent elected official, and also that there are limitations to our authority under Government Code Section 25303. But there's a bit of a catch-22 there, because that same government code refers to the fact that it is indeed our responsibility to provide oversight. And I'm just going to read the very short sentence fragment. It says, "The Board of Supervisors shall supervise the official conduct of all county officers," and then so on and so forth. And yet that same code section also indicates that there are real limitations on our authority as a board, given the sheriff's status as an independently elected official. So the question is, how do we ensure that that oversight takes place? And the referral that we have before us today from Supervisor Lee and me suggests that the only available recourse at this point, after years of trying unsuccessfully, is to refer these matters to the California Attorney General's office, and now with the amendment to the United States Department of Justice, also to our own county civil grand jury, also to the Fair Political Practices Commission, and perhaps most importantly, to release information contained in the 19-page report that's referenced in regard to Mr. Hogan's case, as well as the 38 videotapes that total something like 4.5 hours of video available on the particular incident. Board members, of course, the 5 of us, have all had the opportunity to review those materials. The public has not. I believe that a fuller understanding of what is and isn't happening, what consequences there have or have not been, can only be achieved through the release of these documents and tapes. The fact that the case is now settled for $10 million plus, and there is no longer active litigation, means there is no reason to keep the information confidential. That's the reason for the referral, requesting specifically those two items. I will indicate again that careful reading will ensure folks that that is redacted to the minimal degree necessary to comply with state law. And because people do have privacy rights and they may have employment rights as well. And of course, we want to respect that. The last thing I want to say is this. This is not something that I've undertaken lightly. Really can't remember a time when I've ever felt I had no other option but to take a step of this consequence, notwithstanding the fact that some folks who've testified today think it is far too little. But I just don't see that we've been left with any other choice. You have one incident and it's a tragedy. You have a second and you can perhaps suggest that it's a coincidence. You have a third incident and you just have to acknowledge that there's a pattern that calls out for attention and action. That is particularly true when you do your level best to implement 623 recommendations from a Blue Ribbon Task Force and a dozen other organizations and spend $370 million in one-time funds and $78 million annually. And yet here we are with incident after incident after incident. The second incident was 3 years after the Tyree murder should have put an end to this kind of situation in our jails. And then the third incident just a year after that. So I would respectfully ask for an aye vote. I want to just make two observations in closing, at least these initial remarks. Happy to respond to questions if there are any. The first is I want to be very clear that we've taken every pain to make sure we don't paint with a broad brush here. I know that the job of a correctional officer, for example, is a hard one. And in some of these circumstances, it's beyond hard. It's really extraordinary what we ask folks to do. That being said, just as there are folks who have acted with extraordinary diligence and courage and professionalism, there are those who have not. And those individuals and their leadership need to be held accountable in this system. Individual behavior, of course, is not organizational behavior. So I want to make sure we're careful and narrow in our scope on this referral. I believe the language of the recommended actions does just that. And the last thing I'll say is that it should not go unsaid that, I think it was a year ago when our board adopted an equity pledge that said we were going to be mindful of how our various policies and practices and institutions affected a diverse community. 80% of the folks who are incarcerated in our jail are communities of color, 80%. And we can't deny or dismiss the fact that if we don't wrestle this problem to the ground, there's going to be a disproportionate impact on those particular communities. I would respectfully ask for an aye vote, and let's let the process work itself out with the other appropriate agencies and with the information before the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And it was my omission that I want to correct, Nancy, with your help. I've got Walter Wilson, who's the chair of Oakland, who was waiting to speak, and I did not recognize him previously. Nancy,
Okay.
can you let him speak, please?
Absolutely. Walter, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I think that was my fault for getting my hand up late, but thank you very much. I'm actually the chair of the Community Correction Law Enforcement Monitoring Oversight Committee working with OIR, with the Janakos group. But I just want to say a couple of quick things here. One is that we support this memo, but we think that it could have been done better by conferring with us and finding out the work that we're doing, because there's work that we are doing right now that's moving rapidly towards addressing the transparency issues that we've gone into the jails. We've had unfettered access to the prisoners and to the employees and other people there. And we think this could have made this memo a little better in terms of how it's done. And I think the other thing is we kind of have our hands tied in that our committee, we can't look at confidential information. And we recommend that we put together an ad hoc committee from this group that can have an opportunity to view that information so that we can do proper oversight of the jails and the sheriff and the whole system. And am I still talking?
No, you're finished, Walter. Thank you very much. I
Okay.
appreciate that input. And we'll go back now to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, President Submittee. Well, sir, thank you, President Wasserman. I just want to also thank Supervisor Submittian for putting together this referral and providing me the opportunity to support these efforts. 5 years ago, I served on the Blue Ribbon Commission chaired by Judge Ladores Cordell, who spoke earlier, on improving the custodial operations, which was established in response to the tragic death of Michael Tyree. The commission provided a set of 623 recommendations from 15 separate entities, which were consolidated into 80. As of now, only 10 of the 80 summarized recommendations have been fully implemented. Since then, our county has spent $78 million annually and $370 million in one-time funds to improve the conditions in the jail, ensure compliance with the 2 federal consent decrees. In my recent visit at Elmwood Correctional Facilities, I was very horrified. Not only was it very old, the living condition was frankly poor. It was visibly filthy, paint peeling in so many places. I had a chance to stand at that adjacent room where that one inmate was brutally beaten by more than 2 dozens of inmates. Many of these places have blind spots and no cameras. Since I joined this board recently, back in December, there have been multiple COVID outbreaks throughout the jail, and I get to see some of these confidential memos when they come through. It's heartbreaking, and this is inhumane. Given the significant financial investments that have been made to improve the jail systems, but frankly little results to show for, while spending tens of millions of dollars to settle lawsuits from death and injuries of those under our care, and frankly, many of those who actually needed mental health treatment. Change is long overdue. The issue is over the lack of oversight, accountability, and transparency in our sheriff's office and our county jail. Since this referral that came out last week, I just received some positive news that Sheriff Smith stated 3 hours ago that she has finally signed the agreement to allow the oversight of the Office of the Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring, OCLEM, to proceed. I want to close by thanking the Office of Correction Law Enforcement Monitoring, led by Mike Giannacco, for the difficult work that they have done so far. I look forward to our September's report on our jail reform recommendation audit update and the type of work that must be continued. Let's not let these tragedies happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. I do have some comments that I want to make, but I want to just first issue, if not a correction, at least a caveat. Supervisor Lee, what I just heard from the press conference was that the sheriff signed an agreement, some agreement, not necessarily the current version that has been offered by Mike Giannacco. So what I would like, while I'm making my comments, is if Mike Giannacco can look into that and determine whether, in fact, it is the document that we have, that he has been engaged with her office in trying to sign it. And if that's the case, terrific, but it's not clear to me that it is. So thank you, both Supervisors Lee and Simidian, for introducing the referral and for making efforts to bring to the public's attention the series of many times horrific, at times disappointing circumstances that have occurred under Sheriff Smith's watch. I fully support the requests made by the referral, and I'm interested to see what comes of providing information to the Attorney General and the civil grand jury. But I want to take a moment to center the implications of the actions taken by the sheriff. The lives of the people who love Michael Tyree, Andrew Hogan, and Martin Nunez have been forever changed by the actions of the sheriff. I want to offer my deepest condolences to those families and their loved ones in this moment where personal trauma is being once again brought to a highly public platform. I also want to give brief mention to those who aren't named in this referral, but who have also experienced direct or indirect violence while incarcerated in the county jail, or who have faced other forms of abuse at the hands of law enforcement. This referral is a stark reminder of our responsibility as a board to ensure that all residents of Santa Clara County, especially those who are in county custody, are entitled to and gently offered care and support rather than harsh violence and dehumanization. And as a board, there are options available to us to address the abuses detailed in the documents named in the referral. Significantly, we must acknowledge that while the sheriff is currently responsible for much of the structure and organization of the sheriff's office, it was not she herself who directly committed the acts of violence against Tyree, Hogan, Nunez, or others. The way in which the department is structured and the county's reliance upon the sheriff's office as the central overseer of jail functions leaves wide open further opportunities for people to be harmed while in our custody. The sheriff's office is not statutorily required to operate our county jails, and in fact, such was not the case prior to 2010. I believe that now is the time to take affirmative steps to restructure who operates the county's jails, who is granted regular access to individuals in our custody, and who provides services and programming within and outside of the jail so that people are met with the resources they need to return safely home to their loved ones. I look forward to working with my colleagues and county administration, as well as the partners in the reentry network, to identify pathways to restructuring the county's criminal legal system in a manner that prioritizes the well-being of any county resident who comes into contact with our system. I'll also emphasize that this restructuring requires the critical input of the community, groups that work closely with people who are incarcerated, formerly incarcerated community members, their families, and other members of the community to ensure that we are creating a system that works for everyone in the county and truly promotes both public safety and justice.
Thank you for that. And I saw Michael pop on. Michael, are you still there? Do you have any comments to add? Michael Giannaco. Yes.
Yes, President Wasserman. In response to Supervisor Ellenberg's question and Supervisor Lee's comments, my understanding, well, let me put it this way. I have not seen a signed agreement. I have not signed an agreement. The agreement that the sheriff is referencing, I'm not aware what it is. I believe there is some language where we were trying to get something, but I have not signed the agreement. With regard to this referral, for example, one of the pieces of the referral is for us to do a report on the Hogan matter. And while because of our agreement with County Council, we have been able to access the materials referenced in the referral, we made a request of the Sheriff's Office for additional material that would be essential to any complete review. We've made that request 3 times, and to date, the only thing we've received are 2 one-page policies, and that's the only information that we have on the Hogan matter that comes from the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the makers of the motion and the seconders of the motion about a couple of issues. And one of them was one of the speakers, Vic Ojakian, raised the issue of the suicide prevention body of work that's moving forward and a request to get an update on that. And I'm interested, Supervisor Simitian, if that's something that you're willing to attach to the proposal that you've made.
Happy to incorporate that with the consent of the seconder.
Thank you.
Yes, happy to support as well.
Thank you. And I think it might be a subset of other work, but I just want to make sure it doesn't get left behind. The second issue that I want to raise is that just to make sure I understood this from Supervisor Lee, your verbal addition, I thought I heard was the Department of Justice. And I just wanted to confirm confirm that.
Yeah, we talked about the Attorney General's office of the state of California. I basically said that, well, we want more expertise to help us look at these issues. The Department of Justice, the U.S. Department of Justice, federal government would be able to provide some of the assistance as well. We should not leave them out.
So, so I'm just just to better understand that, would that be a formal letter to them asking for their an additional investigation or an inquiry into something very specific?
I think we can initiate by a letter. Again, this was the staff to draft it, but I certainly think however we're communicating with the Attorney General's office in the state of California, we could do the same with the Department of Justice and as well.
What I was just interested in better understanding is, I appreciate the point that their jurisdiction is probably very broad. I just was really interested if there was something specific. But what you would, just to say this back, you would be making the same recommendation as made to the state's Attorney General.
Correct.
Thank you. And then another question that I had is that the list is actually very robust in terms of investigation and who would be looking at what. And one question that I had, and this is one of the reasons I was interested, Supervisor Lee, in your request for the Department of Justice, they do seem to be one organization that looks at or is beginning to look more at equity relative to policy making. I would say more so than most levels of government. So I would just want to make sure that if, to Supervisor Simitian's point, we're going to be using the equity pledge framework, then I think the Department of Justice is interesting for a different set of reasons, including how race is considered in terms of public policy. So I would just want there to be flexibility in that regard.
Supervisor Simitian and Lee, you're okay with that?
Yes, I believe that is consistent with the earlier direction, and I believe that, as I understand the request from Supervisor Chavez, that is in addition to, not in lieu of, anything that has been suggested.
That's correct.
All right.
And then the last area I was interested in was that I know that we had an investigation, at least my recollection is that we'd had an investigation also from the FBI at one point here. And although I can't remember if that was formal or not, and I don't know if anybody here knows the answer to that, and or if the addition of the FBI was considered by Supervisor Simitian and Lee.
I think the referral to the U.S. Department of Justice covers that territory, rather than to another law enforcement agency per se. I'd like to leave that provision as is, without specifically referencing a particular law enforcement agency.
And I'm not sure if Sheriff Smith is prepared to answer this question or not, but I think one of my, and I just don't know if the FBI does investigate, at a local level. For some reason, I'm thinking that they had done that in the past and was looking for some clarity.
Thank you. So I don't.
Mr.
Simitian.
So, yeah, I mean, the FBI operates under the auspices, I believe, of the Department of Justice. Maybe Mr. Williams can help clarify that, but I think hierarchically, if we go to the Department of Justice, they will engage with the FBI as needed and appropriate.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. What I was just trying to understand is if we'd already had an investigation from the FBI, and I'm not getting a response on that question, but I appreciate your response. Thank you. The last thing I would really just like to say is that I think as we pursue these different inquiries and investigations, one of the issues that I just want to make sure that we are mindful of is that I think that the role that our entire organization plays in the jails is one that we also need to make sure is included in any examination of of how we move forward. I think the point, Supervisor Ellenberg, that you raised about, I actually don't know that we can statutorily run the jails. I would like to ask Mr. Williams to weigh in on that. But what it did make me think about is the collaborative nature in which we work with the jails, particularly as it relates to providing medical services and fleets and facility services and all of those others, and budgeting. I would want to make sure that all investigations are inclusive of all of our roles in terms of what can be improved just as we move forward. Just from a transparency perspective, I think that's really critical.
Thank you. And with all that's been brought up and added on, I see that we have Sheriff Smith here. And Sheriff, I'll give you up to 5 minutes to respond to or make comment however you wish to this item that has now changed a bit. Nancy, can you start a timer for Sheriff Smith?
Video. Thank you, President Wasserman. Oh, it will not let us start the video. It says the host has to allow us.
Okay, Nancy, can you allow that and start the timer at 5 minutes?
Yes, we were working on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate the 5 minutes. I know you said 3 earlier. And President Wasserman, I have such great respect for you. I will try to tailor my time to 5. First of all, I held a press conference this morning. And at the press conference, I announced that I am full support of all of the investigations as proposed. In fact, I also made the comment that since Supervisor Simitian was alleging civil rights and constitutional violations, that comes under the purview of the FBI, and that's what I suggested this morning. Supervisor Chavez is right. When at the death of Tyree, I met with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI and asked them to review our incident, which they did. But now this is a separate matter, so I think that we need to request them again. I fully support all of those investigations, and I hope that they can be concluded quickly. There continues to be a lot of speculation and certainly inferences about from Simitian's memo, and I think we've got to know the true facts. I do have one thing that I do not recommend, and I do not recommend the release of the confidential information or the information on the Hogan case without considering the desires of the family. The victim and their families have been traumatized very much, and their concerns should be of the highest order for the board. And during the press conference, the attorney for both Tyree and Hogan made some presentations. And Supervisor Simitian had apparently sent this attorney, Paula Canny, a waiver asking that the family sign. The family has not signed. I would urge the board to really, really consider the feelings of the families and the victims themselves before releasing this. If he sent a waiver and they didn't sign it, why in the world can you go forward and just make a recommendation that the board do that? I think each board member should talk with the attorney for Mr. Hogan to see what their feelings are. I care very, very much about victims and not creating any more problems. Also, in the press conference that I did, and I realize I only have 2 minutes here, in the press conference, I discussed many of the accusations made by Supervisor Simitian, and in particular, 2 of them. Of the $450 million, and I just got the financial information yesterday at 3:30, so we've been working around the clock to make sense of it, but of the $450 million, $21 million appears to be from the sheriff's office. The rest is FAF, which is 162.5 million. Custody health, which I clearly support, 68 million. So it was made to sound like the sheriff's office had squandered 450 million. That is absolutely incorrect. And I know that the board has that information and has seen that. Paula Canny, the attorney, made a real plea also for additional treatment beds and the need for those with mental health not to be in custody. I wholeheartedly concur. We need to do a better job. We have 60 inmates in custody right now who are sitting in custody, most often on a very low misdemeanor, waiting for a treatment bed. Also during the press conference, and I believe it's on some of the news channels, I talked about each of the allegations that Sumitian had made, and especially when we talk about progress on the consent decree. I hope that County Council does a very thorough examination of progress, because we've made considerable progress. And Dawn Spector was on the phone call at the press conference this morning. We have the reports, we know what we've done. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I was hoping I could have more, knowing it was about the sheriff's office.
Thank you. All right, we've got a motion by Supervisor Sumitian. We have a second by Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Chavez, is your hand raised anew?
I just wanted to ask if I almost said supervisor, if James Williams could just weigh in on the statutory issue.
Sure.
And
James, are you there?
that Supervisor Ellenberg raised.
Yep.
Regarding the question about the operational structure, organizational structure of the jails, we did a memo. There's a public memo from, I believe it's 2016, regarding the options available to the board, and we can certainly recirculate that, but it was also made available publicly. Nothing has changed in the law since then around what options are available for the structure of the jails.
But James, if you could just highlight that, the reason I just want clarification on that is that I don't want anybody listening to misunderstand the opportunity. And I don't think Supervisor Ellenberg was trying to do that. And, you know, it's complicated, I think. So I just want, James, if you could.
It's extremely complicated, and there is, there are issues around the provision of peace officers for certain roles, and very limited options with respect to that.
Which limit our options.
Correct.
Thank you.
That concludes your questions, Supervisor Chavez. Vice President Ellenberg, then Supervisor Sumitian.
Thank you. My understanding, and James, I appreciate your reference to the memo, but maybe just for the record, you could help us with a little clarity. There's a division of responsibility or a potential division of responsibility in our county, and I understand that few counties work this way, between a director of or chief of corrections and a sheriff. And at one time, the chief of corrections oversaw most of the operations in the jail, and that there are in fact very many of the operations that can be removed from the control of the sheriff. I understand, of course, the presence of armed peace officers have to remain under the control of the sheriff, but I believe that we could choose contractually to change that. And in fact, we currently have an agreement that expires next year that allocates or assigns a great deal of responsibility to the sheriff, leaving the Department of Corrections currently with very, very few areas of responsibility, including laundry and food services. But that doesn't at all have to remain the structure, correct?
So I think this is probably a lengthier conversation, and it has come before the board on several occasions. You're correct that there can be different allocations of responsibility between Department of Correction and the Sheriff's Office, and that is unique to only 3 counties in California. The prior to 2010, there was a agreement, a contract with the sheriff to provide for peace officers for certain peace officer oversight and roles with respect to the Department of Correction, and the remaining staff were under the oversight of the Chief of Correction. But that agreement had to be an agreement with the sheriff. And so there was a change that occurred after 2010. That we do have an ordinance code that codifies the current structure that's been extended on one-year bases. But the available options for the board in proceeding with different options require consultation and cooperation from the sheriff, or in possible limited context, perhaps from certain chiefs of police. But those available options are pretty circumscribed by state law. And my suggestion is if there's an interest in further conversation on that, we can absolutely recirculate our prior memo on that and have a detailed conversation. But it is very complicated, and there's a lot of constraints imposed by state law.
Thanks so much. I have actually recently read the memo and just want to ask one further question now. Is it correct, is my memory correct, that our jail was at one time overseen by the probation department?
That's correct, and that was struck down by the courts.
Got it. Okay, thanks so much. There's certainly a great deal more conversation to be had on next steps and what our options are.
Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to both clarify and correct a little bit here. And first and foremost, in terms of the motion before us, which I have offered and Supervisor Lee has seconded, it is the motion that is contained in our published agenda with, to my recollection, only two changes. One, incorporating the assurance that as we pursue discussions with either the DOJ or the state attorney general's office, that we incorporate reference to and consideration of equity issues in the course of that process. And the other, of course, is the earlier amendment from Supervisor Lee, which was incorporated as a friendly amendment, which specifically calls out a referral to the Department of Justice. Those are the only two changes to the document before us. We have, I think, understandably wandered into a larger discussion about our systems. And I think there are a couple of things that it's important to point out, and it's the reason, frankly, for this memo. We have a system where responsibility for the jail rests with the sheriff. And with the exception, as Supervisor Ellenberg started to indicate, of laundry, food, warehousing, and administrative booking. The rest of it belongs to the sheriff. The irony in this discussion is that the sheriff sought out that role and responsibility for the jail back in 2010 and was successful in large measure because, as was also referenced, you need the authority for the use of sworn officers with the ability to carry a weapon to come from the sheriff. And that puts the sheriff, whoever he or she might be at any given time, in a position where effectively they can say, we're not going to give you that authority. And the only way that you can run a jail is with that authority. And therefore, we want that authority, meaning the sheriff's office. That's the history here. And so all that has followed is a function of the push by the sheriff back in 2010 to take control of the jails. I suspect all of us are open to looking at other models, but I think that hard reality is one we need to be mindful of, consistent with the advice we have received previously from Mr. Williams. The last thing I will say, and I don't want to get into a back and forth with the sheriff or her team, but there's a lot I could take exception to. The only thing I want to just establish for the record is there was a statement that I had alleged certain things. And I think the statement's inaccurate on its face. I would encourage folks to go back who care about the facts, to go back and read the document and see that raising these issues of concern and asking folks to take a look at them in the absence of transparency is very different from alleging a fact, which frankly can't be alleged because we can't get access to the information. We need to know what is happening, where, when, and how. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. There's some things that shouldn't stand, and that was one of them. Thank you. I ask for an aye vote again.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, I just wanted to add that also earlier Supervisor Simidian and Lee were open to adding the suicide prevention review, and I just wanted to affirm that.
Thank you for correcting my memory. That is absolutely right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also just want to say that I think it's really important as we proceed that we do our very best to be as clear as possible, and I think Supervisor Simidian said this earlier, is not painting everybody with a broad brush. And Sheriff Smith, I know that among your ranks, you have men and women who've been committed to our community for a very, very long time and are doing a great job. So I want to also just acknowledge that. And then the last thing I just wanted to just say once more is that, you know, two other areas that have a really significant impact on how the jails run that I hope aren't left out as these investigations move forward is just better understanding our role relative to medical, and that includes mental health services and medical services that are provided in the jail. And as a reminder, Supervisor Simidian and I included that as part of the oversight role for OCLAM, exactly because that was an integral part of how the jails run. And I, for one, think that's just very important that we understand that as we move forward. So thank you for accepting that amendment.
All right, I'd like to take this to a vote, but I see hands up by Supervisor Lee and then Ellenberg, and then Smitty. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I apologize. Omit to add this one point. Earlier, Mr. Wilson from the CCLAM has asked regarding a potential recommendation on the type of ad hoc committee. There's more details obviously need to be fleshed out. So I would ask if staff would be able to follow up with Mr. Wilson regarding his recommendation, and then maybe come back to us on a memo to see what this suggestion might be able to work out, and we could discuss that in the future meeting. Thank you.
All right, that ends it, and I'll turn to Nancy for a vote, then we'll move on to item 13.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
President Wasserman?
Yes. All right, that moves us on to item number 13. Receive report from Public Health Officer and Administration relating to the current status of COVID-19. And we can talk in there as well about the third shot. And I will look for Dr. Cody, and speakers in the meantime, you can line up in the queue. We'll hear from the doctor first, then speakers, then board members. Looks like a PowerPoint ready to start. Take it away. Anybody from the Public Health Department?
We need a bit of a minute here. Hold on.
All righty.
Well, we'll get started here.
Yeah, somebody verbally, Dr. Smith.
We're having a bit of a connection problem, so I'll try to give an introduction. The first slide you have before you is the current epidemic slide, which shows our positivity in various locations. This is a slide you've seen before. I think the important thing to recognize here is at the far right, you see that our case rates are going up significantly. And I'll also point out that in the red, the language you see there points out that our actual case rate is higher than we are getting reports from CalReady. That's because Kaiser is having a hard time transmitting its positivity rates or positivity cases to CalReady. Therefore, we get about 20% fewer cases reported than actually we expect. So therefore, this is a little deflated compared to what we really are seeing in the community.
And Dr. Smith, if I may, Dr. Smith, just when you say the 20%.
Good afternoon, board. It's good to be back after a little break. Apologies for being a little bit late. So as Jeff was saying, well, we are now in the fourth wave of the pandemic, as you can see here. And since we last met, much has changed. When we last met, our case rate was around 1.5 per 100,000, and we're now up to greater than 15. Our positivity rate when we last met was hovering around 0.5, and now it's above 3. So much has changed, not just here, but across the region, the state, and the country. So this wave that we're in now really marks, I would say, a new chapter in the pandemic, primarily because it's mostly Delta. And we'll talk more about that. Next slide. So this shows you our case rates among those who are vaccinated and those who aren't. And you can see pretty clearly that the case rate is higher for unvaccinated residents. I do want to just say that the data there on the far right in the red, those numbers are unstable. And this is due to an issue that Northern California Kaiser is having reporting their data into CalReady. So just ignore those a little bit. But what I really want you to notice is the difference between what that green line looks like and what the yellow line looks like, the yellow being cases among people who have been vaccinated, and the green line among those who have not. And that's really, really the bottom line. And then of course, the question is, those cases among those who have not been vaccinated, what do we know about that? And is this increase being driven by eligible adults who have not yet been vaccinated, or by young children who are not yet eligible to be vaccinated? And in the next slide, we have a little bit of an answer to that question. This shows the vaccination rates by vaccination status broken out by age. And what you can see there is that the case rate for the young ones, less than 11 years, less than 12, is the purple line on the bottom. And it's significantly lower than that for those 12 years and above, which is the top line in blue. So the bottom line is that it's those who are 12 plus who are eligible but not yet vaccinated who are primarily driving that increase in rates among the unvaccinated. So the next slide shows the hospitalizations. So these are COVID positive patients who are in the hospital. And you've seen these data before. You see our significant rise over the winter. Then we got to relatively low rates. We're pretty quiet all summer. And then the number of COVID positive patients in the hospital has been increasing. So now we're about where we looked during last summer's surge. I do want to just note that these data show the number of COVID positive patients, but it doesn't really distinguish between those who are hospitalized for COVID versus those who are hospitalized for another reason who turn out to be COVID positive. But nevertheless, the trend is important. And you can see that we're still gradually increasing. And the bottom line is when we think about our risks from COVID, the ultimate outcome that we wish to prevent, of course, is death from COVID. And in the slide around deaths, which is the next one, you can see that deaths really decreased beginning in April, and we've had relatively few, and that to date has continued. So we're going to obviously keep a very close eye on this. There, of course, is a lag between when we get a sample and then when that death is reported. And so we're going to keep a close eye to make sure that we truly understand the full impact of the Delta variant. And the next slide, these are slides just to really share some data from California, both from California data as well as data that came from the New York Times, that really just drive home the point that the risk of hospitalization and indeed the risk of death is so much greater for those who are not vaccinated. And so even while breakthrough infections among the vaccinated may have become more common, it's still pretty clear that the absolute and relative benefit of vaccination is great and is increasing. So on the left part of the slide, you can see for California data, COVID case rates by vaccination status, unvaccinated on the left and vaccinated on the right. Just notice that there's a large difference. I just wanted to add a caveat in that these are data, I believe, since the vaccination campaign begun, and obviously when we first started vaccinating, not that many people were vaccinated. So that unvaccinated rate may be a little bit artificially high. And then on the right, you can see the COVID hospitalization and death rates by status in California. And again, these are New York Times data that we're comparing these statistics in different states, and they're significantly different for the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. So how are we doing with vaccinations here in our county? Well, we're doing extraordinarily well. I'm sorry that Dr. Fensterscheib is not here to present these data. He always presented them with great enthusiasm. We are now over 80% of those currently eligible 12 and up have completed their vaccinations, over 80%. And almost 86% have gotten started and have at least one dose. So that is still an incredible accomplishment. And in the next slide, you can see that while our vaccinations peaked in April and declined, what's interesting and hopeful, I think, is that they've remained pretty steady. And so you can see there that July onwards, pretty steady, the number who are coming in for a first vaccine as well as to complete a vaccination. And so in the county, we're still averaging around 2,700 vaccine doses each day. The next slide zooms in a little bit just to show over the last several weeks. And you can see on that blue line that there is a gradual slight uptick in the number of residents receiving their first dose. Also good news. The next slide shows you just a snapshot of where we are with variants in Santa Clara County and in the state. And so this is just a pie. And I think what you will notice is there's a lot of orange, and that's the Delta. So these are among cases that where the isolate was sequenced. And these are the proportion among the cases that had a variant of interest or variant of concern, you can see that the overwhelming majority are Delta, both in our county and across the state. I also just want to note that there's a pretty long lag between when we have these data, when the cases are reported, and when we have the data about what the variant are, usually about a month. The next slide shows our vaccine providers in the county, and over the last couple of months, it's continued that retail pharmacies have been the primary provider of vaccine in the county since late May, with other systems contributing some, but much less. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Kamal for a quick update on testing.
All righty, thank you, Dr. Cody. So our testing rate has gone up quite appropriately over the last few months. As you can see, we are now in the neighborhood of just over 10,000 tests per day, average over the last 7 days. Our positivity rate has also increased to just about 3%. Still not as high as we saw in the winter or even the summer, but certainly keeping a close eye on that. Next slide. So currently, in terms of our testing capacity, we do have enough capacity to address the needs of our county. We haven't had to turn anyone away. We have same-day appointments available still, and are averaging less than 100% utilization at most locations, and trying to increase access even further in anticipation of increasing demand as more things open, including schools. Our short-term strategy, it focuses on emergency testing in high-risk scenarios, and we also have a long-term strategy to help schools and other organizations set up their robust testing programs so that they can ensure a safe working and education environment. And we continue to prioritize our high-risk communities and are enhancing our sequencing so we could keep a better eye on the variants. All righty, thank you.
So now a little bit more update regarding vaccination. Just an overview of some upcoming changes to vaccine eligibility, and just to really highlight that this changes rapidly. For example, just since we finalized the slide, there's been an announcement that there likely will be an announcement for expanded eligibility for a third shot. We expect to hear that will be a recommendation for most people, regardless of age, 8 months after their last shot. We anticipate this would probably be rolled out in phases so that the most vulnerable are recommended for the third shot first, followed by others, much in the way that the vaccine was originally rolled out. And as many of you know, recently, just this past week, those who are severely immunocompromised have been approved for a third dose. This is a very small proportion of the population, likely just 2 to 3%. So not a lot of people, but that has been approved. And in our county system, we've already been vaccinating this cohort with a third shot. So in the future, we are anticipating expanded authorization for COVID vaccines for those under 12. So we anticipate that the Pfizer vaccine will get an expansion of their EUA for kids ages 5 to 12. We hear that's probably likely to come in September. And we know there are ongoing trials for younger kids and for the Moderna vaccine that are in progress. Furthermore, the Pfizer vaccine, we anticipate full FDA approval. So not just the emergency use authorization, but full approval of the vaccine expected as soon as Labor Day, we hope. So now I will turn it over to Brian Darrow for an update on vaccine outreach.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Cody. So I'll share just a brief update on vaccine outreach and our mobile vaccination program. First, our door-to-door residential outreach program continues. So one big update on that, though, in addition to the vaccine education and appointment scheduling work that our teams have been doing for many, many months, we've now started to include outreach for both the CalFresh program and our emergency rental assistance program. So those are two new resources that we are in conversation with folks at the doors about. And that is per the board's direction at our last meeting. Our business outreach team continues its work as well. Our team connects with roughly 300 businesses a week to provide vaccine education and COVID-related resources. Our efforts also include a really robust paid advertising campaign, which our PIO team will share more detail about in a minute. We have focused some effort on outreach to Medi-Cal recipients, partnering with SSA, and that's a text and robocall and email campaign, because we know that population is a little less vaccinated than the overall community. So that effort's been underway. Also earlier this month, we opened the Story Road Public Health offices as a service center where residents can come in and receive rapid COVID testing, and that has been a very busy resource lately. Residents can also receive vaccine appointment scheduling, and on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, there's a vaccine clinic that is being held at that site. We're also collaborating with schools on back-to-school messaging to encourage vaccinations, and we continue to offer various incentives to encourage vaccination. We had our raffle program over the summer for 6 weeks that was very successful. About 4,000 folks entered every week into that program. And then finally, we have a lot of ongoing efforts to reach individuals who are overdue for their second doses. That involves phone calls, robocalls, email reminders, and I think it's been quite successful because we have a much lower rate of overdue second doses in our county than nationally. Next slide, please. Real quick, our mobile vaccination clinics continue. Since the last board meeting, we've held 194 clinic days, including 90 clinics at schools, 30 at work sites, 12 at long-term care facilities or shelters, and 62 clinics at various community settings. Several of those events have been at during evening hours at different events. You can see some of those listed here. And just so the board knows, we are seeing a steady demand for first doses. It's certainly far less than at the height of the vaccine campaign, but with the Delta variant news and the surge, we have seen a bit of an uptick, and it's been fairly steady these last few weeks. Next slide. And finally, we just wanted to share some stats from our mobile clinics that have been hosted at schools. You can see that we've held events at 49 different K through 12 school campuses to date, representing 15 different school districts that you can see there. And requests for these events do continue to come in. There's a lot of interest. We have 13 more events, for example, this month. And with that, I will turn it over to Betty Yoon, Carolyn Lay, and Travis Trent.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Betty Yoon co-presenting with Carolyn Lay and Travis Trin. Together, we are the PIO marketing team. Next slide, please. Today, we'll be presenting the strategies and outcomes of our COVID-19 paid advertising campaign. These are the goals that informed our campaign, drove our outcomes, and continue to shape our strategies today. The county plans advertisements on a quarterly schedule, and today's presentation focuses on the period of April 1st through June 30th.
The strategies of this campaign are the following. All ad placements are based on priority and secondary zip codes, which were determined by high case rates and low vaccination rates, out of home, direct mail, local print publications, radio, television and streaming services, and finally, geofence retargeting.
We've developed a map to help you visualize our campaign. Our first layer, as you can see, shows the map of the county shaded in gray. Our second layer shows our priority and secondary zip codes, with the pink layer or the pink shaded areas as priority and the gray as secondary. Our third layer indicates all the areas that have buses running with our creatives on the exterior. And our fourth layer contains all our out-of-home units, which are billboards. And you can see that's what they look like on the top left. Transit shelters, gas station TV, supermarkets, and convenience stores. Our out-of-home efforts encompass the entire county, but you can see they are specifically concentrated in these priority and secondary areas. The language breakdown of our creatives are roughly 70% Spanish, 15% Vietnamese, and 15% English, with some creatives in Chinese and Tagalog.
Layer 5 showcases the reach of our geofencing, TV, and radio campaigns that are countywide. So no matter where you're at, what you're watching, or what you're listening to, you'll get our ads. The next layer is our direct mail, which delivered postcards to every residence in these zip codes twice with 2 different creatives. That amounts to almost 160,000 residences. And the next layer is Alianza. It's a local print publication in Spanish that caters to the Latinx community and is primarily delivered in East San Jose. And this layer here demonstrates that every area in our county received our 3 core strategies. The final layer highlights which areas received 5 or more strategies. These coincide with our primary and secondary zip codes. Altogether, this is a visualization of what our campaign looks like across Santa Clara County. I'll pass it back to Betty.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Travis. For your reference, these outcome slides reflect our partners, which include mainstream media and local ethnic media, and outcomes of our specific campaigns, tailoring messaging and creatives for cultural competency and language accessibility. As you can see from our metrics, the county's COVID-19 advertising campaign surpassed all industry standards for outreach, impressions, and conversions, which means a county resident on average saw 3 ads before going to a county COVID website. In industry speak, this means we have a 16% conversion rate, whereas the industry standard is 2.4% conversion rate. We close out with some of our community members and county staff who generously agreed to be featured in this campaign because together we really are SEC strong.
Thank you.
So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have from any of the presenters.
Mike, you're on mute. President, El Presidente.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If it's all right with the supervisors, I'm going to turn to the public waiting queue. We currently have 36 individuals waiting to speak on this item regarding COVID. Nancy, if you'll start us off.
Sure. Our first speaker is Carol Bruyette. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, I'm appalled by what I just witnessed because I feel that this is a global media blitz, the largest global propaganda effort in history. And it's an attack not on our health as much as democracy everywhere. When you look at the reality of the PCR tests, which are based on completely upon fraud, there has been a concerted effort to fabricate fear throughout the population to force people into getting vaccinations. These vaccinations have caused more death, more injury than any other vaccines in human history. That you should inflict them on children is a crime against humanity, especially as they're part of an experiment. The trials haven't been completed. You should be ashamed of yourself. You must stop this horrible campaign and look at the science, which they've ignored.
Our next speaker is Melissa Smith. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Melissa Smith here. I'm asking you to please hold your meetings in person. Please do not allow employers in Santa Clara County to mandate vaccines. Please stop the coercion, the intimidation, and the threats. Please recognize that people have been injured by the vaccine, like my friend's 16-year-old daughter who got her first seizure ever a few days after her first dose of the vaccine. Please rescind your mandate and do not require proof of vaccination in public spaces. Be consistent. Why do you allow indoor dining that is masks off indoors, but require our children to be masked 7 hours indoors at school? Children come home with wet, smelly, bacteria-laden masks that they have touched numerous times each day with dirty hands. Is that really going to help prevent the spread of COVID? Thank you.
Go ahead, Nancy.
1 moment here. Our next speaker is Penny Bylowski. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
There is this. The core job of our public servants, which includes the Board of Supervisors, is to protect the God-given rights of every man, woman, and child. These rights are not privileges granted by you nor taken away by you. We must act to protect our rights and not support these vaccine mandates, especially with a vaccine that comes with risks already well documented in the VAERS database, especially when there is no long-term safety data, especially when the makers of these vaccines have complete protection from any damage their product has. There is no recourse if you get injured from their products. You can watch Vaxxed 2 for free on the Children's Health Defense website for more info on this, especially when the makers of these vaccines already have an extensive history of creating products that harm us. Look up their rap sheets and you will see. My body, my choice. This is my God-given right, no exceptions. Protect me.
Our next speaker is Georgine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. I have one question for y'all. Can you tell us under oath where your authority comes from to order any man or woman to inject a non-FDA licensed gene-altering chemical into our body that could potentially kill us, as it did to a friend of mine? The answer is you have no authority and we do not consent. Jesus Christ is my only authority. God created man, man created government. You are subservient to we the people. All law is contract, and unless you can show us the contract we signed, knowingly, willingly, and intentionally agreeing to give up our God-given rights to life, liberty, etc., your opinions have no merit. No contract, no lawful authority. A forced contract is fraud and unlawful. You are 5 supervisors. We are almost 2 million, and we will work to remove you for abusing your oaths and privileges. I pray that you'll repent and seek the Lord's forgiveness. He's waiting and he wants to save you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zeb Fellman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute.
Zeb Feldman, ASEMA OE3. Good afternoon, supervisors. ASEMA is a pro-vaccine union, as you've heard earlier today. The county openly acknowledges that they have no idea how many staff will retire, resign, or be fired as a result of this vaccine mandate. They acknowledge that they didn't bother, nor do they intend to survey our employees. Will it be 1, 5, or 15% of county staff? With cases surging, can the county spare 10% of its healthcare staff who could instead be tested on a daily basis? A vaccine mandate may very well be the only option to maintain public health. However, that's no excuse for the willful ignorance on the impact of this mandate. How can our departments prepare, and where will the county need to devote its rapid hiring resources without knowing these basic informations? We need to make decisions with our eyes open. Our county's on a cliff. Please don't let us fall or fail. Halt implementation by 2 weeks so we can meet and confer with SEMA and labor relations in good faith. Thank you for your kind attention.
Our next speaker is David Sussman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute.
After his second Pfizer shot, Jacob Kleineck died in his sleep 2 days later. He was 13. After her second Moderna shot, Northwestern student Simone Scott developed severe myocarditis, needed a heart transplant, and died on June 11th. She was 19. Northwestern has a vaccine mandate in place. After her first AstraZeneca shot, Camilla Canepa developed severe headaches and a massive blood clot in the space between the eye sockets and brain. After 2 emergency surgeries for severe brain bleeding, she died on June 10th. She was 18. After her Pfizer shot, 12-year-old Maddie DeGarry has been to the ER 9 times and describes the pain so awful it feels like her heart is being ripped out through her neck. After his Pfizer shot, 19-year-old Grayson Fulmer, an elite Ohio State athlete, reports feeling like he's having a heart attack 24/7. If you go through with your vaccine mandate for county employees, if you require proof of vaccination for indoor spaces, you will create many, many more stories right here in Santa Clara County, just like this, of healthy people whose lives are destroyed by the COVID shot.
Next speaker is Julie Gentry. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute.
The vaccine comes with real risk, and those who have made the informed decision not to get the shot should not be coerced into it or fear being terminated. The memorandum states that we can request a medical exemption. Did you know that since SB 276 and 714 was put into law, doctors are afraid to write medical exemptions in the state of California? If they write 5 or more exemptions, they will be scrutinized by the medical board, and all exemptions they have written risk being revoked. Kaiser patients have been told that Kaiser doctors will no longer write medical exemptions. What is an employee to do if they have a medical condition that would put them in harm's way if they are forced to get the shot? Will the county be liable for any loss or injuries? True, we can go through the process of requesting a religious exemption, but what about those employees who this does not apply to? Personally, I've lost an aunt and uncle to these shots. There's something to them. I've heard many other stories and seen others who have been injured and have died from them. In response to Ms. Cody's presentation, I would ask, is the positivity rate in the unvaccinated due to the new regulations requiring unvaccinated get tested daily?
Next speaker is Lori J. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Lori, and I do not consent to being unlawfully excluded from society through the use of vaccine passports. These COVID vaccines are experimental and dangerous. VAERS has reported 12,000 deaths and 400,000 adverse events. In the past, I have had serious reactions to vaccines, and I'm not willing to risk my life on another one. I also support the current effort to recall every member of the Board of Supervisors and the firing of Dr. Cody, because clearly none of you listen to your constituents. Take a look at what's about to happen to Gavin Newsom and know that you're next. Thanks.
Next speaker is Walter Wilson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello again, I'm Walter Wilson. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Smith and Dr. Cody and the EOC team at the county for saving so many lives and keeping so many of us safe. I think the work that you're doing is stellar, and I, for one, and people in my community appreciate that. I was looking at the advertising that they just put up here, Betty and her team, who I know. Hi, Betty. Now, the single one of those pictures was of an African-American person, not one. And so that's problematic, especially with our disparities. And it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. And I'm curious about, the ad spend and how much of that money is actually being spent in the African-American, African ancestry community, if any, because you didn't have a single picture. So the likelihood of it is probably nil. And I'd like to know more about that. And I think the board needs to take a look at that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Smith. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you have 1 minute to speak.
This vaccine is only in emergency approval status. First, it was 2 shots. Now we're suggesting 3. Seems we are guessing with how many vaccines one will need and how often. These are things that we learned during the safety studies, and we are still needing 1 to 2 years of safety studies before the vaccine can receive full FDA approval. Only about 8 months into the vaccine and 18 months into the virus, and we are still continuously learning things, and things are changing. People seem to be the guinea pigs in all of this. To mandate a vaccine where we are still learning about the virus and the vaccine is insane. Vaccine was granted emergency approval. To mandate an unapproved vaccine is unethical. Medical decisions should be something that should be made between the person and their medical professional. A friend was given the vaccine, the first shot, and nearly died from anaphylactic. The doctor suggested that she not take the second one as it could kill her. She would be eliminated from her employment and activities, along with her daughter, who is unable to receive vaccines also.
Our next speaker is Silvana Casal. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I would like everyone's attention. I'm not sure where all the supervisors are. I can't see you. I see Mike and Cindy. I am Dr. Casali. I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist. I specialize in child mental health and special needs. I have graduate degrees from Boston College and the University of Miami. I can read the research. This is titled Unintended Consequences. Is it intentional to silence your people in Santa Clara County? We are definitely being limited. 1 minute is not enough. We would like you to show up in person. Our children need to show up in person. So where are you? Mike Wasserman, I have attempted to meet with you many times. I've spoken to Christine, your staff director. I wait to hear back from her. We need to meet with you. Children with special needs cannot wear a face shield with a drape. It puts a target on them for bullying. Please reevaluate your decisions and lobby for child freedoms. They are drowning and they are dying.
Our next speaker is Matthew. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute.
President Wasserman, members of the board. Regarding experimental medical treatments, Article 1 of the Nuremberg Code reads that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Without the intervention of any element of force or fraud or deceit, duress, overreaching, or any form of coercion, end quote, is the county mandate for employees to be COVID vaccinated or else lose their job consistent with the above principles. These are not my words. They're those of the greatest generation. They left for us the Nuremberg Code as a guide for preventing mistakes of the past. Article 1 further outlines that every subject be allowed to make an informed and enlightened decision. So rather than forcing treatments, would not your role be better served in an educational capacity, not a propaganda campaign, but help enlighten the public of all the risks, not just the benefits? Let's unite in an effort to preserve freedom, the freedom to make informed medical decisions of our own free will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, I'm noticing that these cases is what we're basing all these rules on. I want to know where you're getting your direct authority to do what you're doing. I would like you to provide us all with the COVID-19 isolation documentation. There's also doctors. The protocol is no treatment for COVID. So I think it was Dr. Cody at the beginning talking about that. Oh, the unvaccinated are going in and they're getting sick in the hospital. Well, why don't you give them some damn treatment before they get there? You people make me sick listening to this presentation. It was pure propaganda and we're being censored. Nobody's looking at any other side, but trying to push the vaccine. I'm pretty sure you're all invested or somebody has bought you off. You guys are a shame to this county and to this country.
Next speaker is Suzanne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Suzanne, if you can unmute yourself, please. Okay, I will come back to her. Next speaker is Jennifer. Jennifer, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jennifer. My husband and I grew up in Silicon Valley. I was born at Stanford Hospital. He was born at El Camino. We are healthy, educated people, and we are being forced out of our community. My husband is not going to be able to work if he cannot go into the office. I'm not sure how we are supposed to exist in this community if you all do implement a vaccine mandate. How do we go grocery shopping? How do I take care of my 84-year-old father? I do not consent to be pushed out of society. And and not to mention, according to Dr. Cody, over 40% of those eligible to receive the COVID vaccine in this valley already have. By every definition, we have hit herd immunity. What is to be gained by forcing healthy, law-abiding citizens to have something done to their bodies that they don't consent to?
Our next speaker is Blanca, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
As part of the Latino community, not the Latinx, because I haven't heard of any real Latino being called the Latinx, I want to share with you the story of my sister who's currently at work as a first responder in a Santa Clara County hospital. The day that she went to get the vaccine, her eyes filled with tears. The vaccine administrator assured her it wouldn't hurt. My sister explained she wasn't crying for fear of pain. She felt upset, dehumanized, her dignity violated, a feeling too familiar to her as a former victim of physical and mental abuse. She was being coerced to take the experimental vaccine or face termination when she has natural immunity. The lady responded that she understood and that many before her had expressed similar feelings. Today, I ask you that you should empower doctors to evaluate our own risk trade-off and let us make the decision and do not take away our dignity with these mandates. Thank you.
Our next speaker is MA. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Public health has nothing to do with health. It is tied with eugenics and has kept a low profile for the past decades until now. It explains why you don't care that these shots have permanently injured and killed thousands of people. This is your end game. Otherwise, this would have stopped. For your safety, for the good of the community, are nothing but overused slogans to silence people. You've brainwashed people by spewing your lies and misinformation endlessly. You play psychological games and instill fear. You don't want people to do research. You want them to blindly obey. You fooled people into thinking masks are effective and do no harm, to believe healthy people are carriers of disease and don't have functioning immune systems. And the only way their vaccines work, or if others take it, then these aren't vaccines. With all your fear tactics and manipulated statistics, you purposely turn people against each other so you can keep in lockstep with your agenda. We have God-given individual rights and freedoms. They come from God, certainly not from you. You are immoral without ethics. You need to resign so we can have honest supervisors who might actually care about health. We know what you truly are, so you will keep forcing your agenda and more people will die.
Our next speaker is Jane Kearney. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Supervisors, what if you are getting bad information? The risk of death and illness are great due to the shameful repression of cheap, effective prevention and treatment, most especially with the use of ivermectin. Advocating shots with less informed consent of the benefits and risks than you find on an aspirin bottle with no long-term studies, and strikingly suspicious dismissal of natural immunity deemed absurd by virologists, and coercion by an unprecedented PSYOPs campaign paid for by taxpayers is beyond irresponsible. Which agency or company will take responsibility for the death of Armani Lentini, a healthy San Jose 27-year-old who bled out after taking the shots? Luc Montagnier, French virologist, recipient of the 2008 Nobel Prize in Medicine, said, sadly, the vaccines don't stop the virus. They, quote, feed the virus, called the vaccine program an unacceptable mistake, said mass vaccines are, quote, a scientific as well as medical error, and that the history books will show that because it is the vaccination that is creating the variants. Please, for the sake of humanity, please do your homework. flccc.net, flccc.net. Please look up Dr. Peter McCullough. Please.
Our next speaker is April. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak.
So I'd just like to point out that during your slides, you showed the rise in cases, but there's no rise in deaths. And even though most of those cases are clearly unvaccinated people, the dirty, we have to consider the fact that we're getting a handle on this thing. We may be seeing rises in cases, but we're handling it. And if you want to force vaccines on people, the number of deaths are going to keep rising. The number of deaths in a 6-month period associated with this vaccine is over 6,000, according to CDC, a number which was greatly reduced from 12,000 reported deaths. It causes heart issues, vertigo, seizures, Bell's palsy, and a number of strange and severe rashes. Taking a vaccine should always be an informed choice. Medical freedom is a human right. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Lisa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak. Lisa, can you unmute yourself, please? We will come back to her. Next speaker is Danielle. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak.
For 18 months, we've been told to hide away, shut down, and assume everyone around us is a disease-carrying vessel. If our public health officials and our board of supervisors can't understand how dangerous this is to the physical and psychological well-being of our communities, then they need to resign immediately. The virus needs to run its course, and to do so, humans need to build immunity. The vaccine is not going to save us, which you know, and that is why I find the perpetual fear-mongering campaign you continuously push out disgusting. Not only are the vaccines failing, I mean, we're already talking about boosters, but they are harming people. It is extremely negligent to ignore the growing concern and to shut voices down by saying these are rare cases and that the benefits outweigh the risks. You don't know that. And if you claim to do, you are lying. Every individual will have a different set of risks based on that individual. How about we focus on supporting our immune systems? Prolonged mask wearing harms. Why are there mandates? And the vaccinated can still catch and transmit the virus. So calling for the discrimination of the unvaccinated is completely uncalled for. You've done nothing but effectively prolong this nightmare and created hate and division in our communities. I'm a supporter of the recall taking place against all 5 of you, and I strongly suggest everyone getting involved.
Our next speaker is Thomas. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Dr. Thomas Habermann. I have a few questions. Why are we being coerced to take the so-called vaccine that is neither safe nor effective, while there are safe and effective alternative treatments for COVID-19? Why are you disregarding natural immunity, which works much better than the COVID shot? Why are you not following science? Why do you think discrimination and apartheid is a good idea? Why are you not providing the science that shows that your mandates work? I'm already discriminated against and are not able to go to my company's place of work. This results in a reduction in opportunities for me and in an income reduction. Why is there no open public discourse in COVID-19 with medical experts from all sides of the opinion spectrum? It would be great if one of you or the health officer could answer those questions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. There is no need for this coercion to take the COVID-19 jab to continue. There's also no need to continue wearing masks. These discriminatory mandates need to stop. It is unethical to coerce and segregate people like myself who either have a medical or religious reason not to take the COVID-19 injection or wear the mask. Because of these mandates, I am on a leave of absence from my place of work. This is not going back to normal for anybody, those taking the shots and those not taking the shots. What happened to my body, my choice? In order for normality to come back, stop these mandates.
Our next speaker is Da. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. My name is Barbara of 95125. Our nation's guests at the southern border are coming in huddled in cages and being escorted throughout our country. Yet I, as a healthy mom who worked for Apple, lost my job due to lockdowns. I now earn part-time $19 an hour. I am also for the recall of all of you. And I hope that everybody stands up and listens and uses their voice. Numbers are being manipulated to force fear and lockdowns. I urge you to allow our county to fully reopen and stop this BS all the way across. My child is finally allowed to go back to school, but I'm not allowed to meet his teacher, be on his campus, see the propaganda in his classroom, and he has to sit there for 7.5 hours a day with a mask on, even when outside by himself. This is not excusable. Parents are not tolerating this. No parent volunteers are allowed, no parent oversight. I believe we can safely move through this. We can go to Walmart, but I cannot meet my child's teacher. We are being devastated by this.
Our next speaker is Anne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, great. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I was born and raised here in the Bay Area, and I've never taken any part in local politics, but honestly, I'm at the end of my rope. I'm just disgusted by what I've been experiencing and seeing all around me. I want you to know that health is not found in a vaccine. It's a way of life. It's the choices you make every day. Health is created by your daily habits, having a well-balanced diet, exercise, lowering your stress, going outside, spending time with family and friends. I didn't hear any message of that in this past year and a half. Not one. It's all about get the jab, get the jab, get the jab, or else, or else, or else. And it's just fear mongering and propaganda. And we know that 80%, if not more, of the deaths from COVID were from obese people. So it seems like we should focus more on health and well-being and getting outside than it is on getting the jab. Thank you for your time. No coercion.
Our next speaker is Rob Willett. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yeah, hi, I'm a disabled veteran. I am obese. I am a man with asthma, and I had COVID, and I survived. My wife currently has COVID, and she's going to survive. My daughter had COVID. She survived. I know more people who died from the vaccine than have died from COVID. So if Bill Gates and the head of Pfizer refuses to get the vaccine, what does that tell you? Why are those guys who are pushing it not receiving it? And this is near and dear because freedom, I fought for my country. I'm 100% disabled vet because of that. And what this is not freedom. This is the same thing as the Nuremberg trials you're doing to us. And honestly, please make the right decision. Get informed. Why are they censoring other doctors who say they can be treated with hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, zinc, and other things? Please do the right thing with all due respect. My body, my choice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pelican Junkie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Well, that last caller was really nice to you guys. He said, with all due respect. Well, I have no respect for not any one of you. You are pushing something that has been proven not to be helpful, but to be very, very harmful. I'm a God-loving person, and I know that this is a depopulation plan. You're pushing a poison that will do nothing but destroy lives. It's already destroyed lives. It's on your hands. It's in your heart to destroy people. Well, I pray for you that if you don't repent and be sorry for the sin that you invoke on the rest of us, that God will have his wrath on you and you will suffer a very, very worst offense. Then you can implode on these people. My language is tough, but you will pay.
Next speaker is Leon King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Okay. All right. So imposing a medical intervention upon a population as a condition to participate in society is illegal, immoral, unethical, and unthinkable. No health emergency can suspend the U.S. Constitution or California law. Also realize the very concept of a vaccine passport is predicated upon the idea that healthy people who are unvaccinated can perpetuate a pandemic which is scientifically unfounded and even laughable. But what is not laughable is the amount of harm these vaccines have done. As of today, Open Bears reports over 12,000 people have died after taking these injections, which far exceeds the total number of deaths from all their vaccines since 1990 combined. In addition to Open Bears, I've recently learned the government has 11 or 12 other mechanisms for reporting COVID vaccine injuries, and for some reason, only the VAERS reporting system is made available to the public. Why are those other reporting systems hidden from us? Even more alarming, a whistleblower has recently testified that 45,000 people have died within 3 days after getting the jab, and more whistleblowers are coming forward. Your discussion should no longer focus on vaccine mandates, but rather about stripping these vaccines from their EUA status. We the people can fix this problem by going to recallsantaclara.com. Thank you.
Our next speaker is caller with the phone number 80 ending in 810. Please unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to speak. Caller with the number ending in 810. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I personally know 6 people affected by these COVID injections. Soon after the second shot, there's paralysis, ICU hospitalization due to severe respiratory distress, brain swelling, brain inflammation, heart inflammation, and death. Lives change forever without legal recourse for those injured and disabled. These injections are not harmless. It's up to the individual, not the board, to decide whether or not to have this inoculation, especially since these products are in phase 3 trials. The CDC has stated the SARS-CoV-2 virus has not been isolated. The Santa Clara County Health Department claims to have such information on the website. I asked Dr. Cody to provide any and all evidence she has proving isolation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. I oppose vaccine mandates and vaccine passports. If the County Board of Supervisors enact unlawful mandates upon the public, I fully support the recall of every supervisor who takes part and the removal of Dr. Cody. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mary. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. I'm just so very encouraged by all of the intelligent and informed speakers that have come before me. It is just imperative that we do not impose any more ridiculous mandates in Santa Clara County or in California. There have been so many negative side effects. Everyone has their stories. I personally know 4 friends, one who has had seizures, another who has had vertigo, another who has had incessant nosebleeds after receiving these vaccines. It is unconscionable to enforce these on people just to go about their daily lives, just to show up to work, just to go to school, just to go grocery shopping. I hope you people are listening. I hope this board is listening, and I hope you take this to heart, because we are in the process of recalling one person who took his power too far, and we are happy to come for you next. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, for the last 18 months, all we've been hearing from you is COVID doom and gloom, surges, spikes, upticks, and variants. Oh my. The reality is we are in a really good place in this county. Looking at the data on the New York Times website, we are the largest county in California with the best numbers. We are the largest county with the following based on population: lowest COVID cases, lowest hospitalizations, and lowest deaths. Our vaccination rates are the second highest in the state. The test positivity rate has leveled off for over a week. No large county is doing better than us. Our numbers are better than the state and the Fed. We should be proud of all the hard work and sacrifice to get here as a county. So please stop with the fear mongering. Data from around the world shows us that we cannot vaccinate our way out of this pandemic. The COVID vaccines do not provide immunity or stop person-to-person transmission. This virus will continue to circulate in our community no matter if you are vaccinated or not. Now we have to figure out how to live with this virus. I oppose vaccine mandates and vaccine passports. Thank you.
Our next speaker is caller with the number ending in 994. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, thank you. I want to actually commend the Board of Supervisors and county health officials for their dedicated efforts through the COVID-19 emergency. You did not have an easy job. It is easy to manage a crisis when you have a clear roadmap, but you do not have such a map. The guide had to be created on the spot after careful consideration of all the best medical and scientific research, which is being updated almost daily. The county has been successful because of the difficult decisions you, Board of Supervisors, have made. I was impressed with the vaccine, the way it was managed at large sites like Santa Clara County, the fairgrounds, and Levi Stadium. Your job was not made easy by local and national efforts to minimize the risk and politicize the response. Things were not perfect, but you had to adjust quickly based on new information. We've been very successful because of the difficult decisions that you've taken, and I hope that you continue to make these decisions based on the science and not quackery. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Megan Melott. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for the second chance today. No to vax passports, which will cause a two-tiered society. We are not getting the truth here. Our children should not be pawns in these politically driven decisions. The COVID vaccines are a crime against humanity. Doctors in the UK and US are now speaking out about the poisons in these vaccines on their own platforms. Regular people also reporting on VAERS website about regrets due to growing health issues such as MS, Guillain-Barré, and blood clotting. I know personally a family member who has had vertigo and severe headaches for 3 months. I know of a Another person that received it and died overnight. Children are at 0.008 who have died from COVID. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, supervisors and Dr. Cody. I'm born and raised in Silicon Valley and am disappointed in what's happening to California. In April, my close aunt died after the COVID injection. Within days of the second shot, my aunt suffered 4 heart attacks, ended up on life support, and died in front of her twin sister. I'm a single mom with 2 kids. One of them is type 1 diabetic who is dependent upon insulin. I'm facing a work mandate. Based on my aunt's reaction and death, we have concerns about how this injection will affect my family. If I do not get the unlicensed and experimental COVID medical injection, I may be fired. I'm the sole provider of my family and pay for health insurance for my family. Since the county is attempting to force us to participate in a phase 3 drug trial, what liability will the county take on since the vaccine manufacturers are immune from liability? The vaccine does not protect people from getting COVID or spreading it. I do not consent to vaccine passports and mandates. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angela O. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello,
Angela, you may
Supervisor.
begin. Oh, my apologies.
Hello. Please stop the vaccine mandates and vaccine passports. It's an overreach. I believe in science, but there are valid concerns that are not being addressed. The coercive tactics being used to force a single method of treatment are unethical, dangerous, and are not based on science. This is not just my opinion. Many prominent professors and researchers with outstanding publication histories and conflict of interest-free credentials have spoken out based on the science of alternative treatments, natural immunity, etc., as well as vaccine risks, and have been censored as a result, including Dr. Robert W. Malone, inventor of the mRNA technology platform, which this vaccine is based on. There is a huge cause for concern today, but it's not with the people who are currently opting out of the COVID vaccine. It's with the censorship of qualified medical professionals and lack of access to proven alternative treatments. We all deserve better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patty. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Please stop the mandate vaccine for all people, and please stop the vaccine passport in our county or anywhere else. First, mandating vaccine is extremely dangerous if someone already has extreme allergies, unique health complications, and are not eligible for the vaccine. We need to respect everyone's right to choose medical treatment independently. This is our God-given rights. Secondly, I oppose vaccine passport, as this will lead to segregation and discrimination in our community. Also, vaccine passport mandating us to share and disclose our health information to mere strangers should concern all of us. The use of vaccine passport will discriminate, especially people of color. This will create a 2-tier society and will further oppress this group, and this is unacceptable. Please stop the mandate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christy Connors. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, hello. Thank you for your time, supervisors and Dr. Cody. Just want to point out a few things. Back in July, Santa Clara County revised their official COVID death toll down by 22%. We now are at a point where the death rate of the overall population, if you have tested positive in Santa Clara County, the chances of dying from COVID are about 1%, slightly over that. This is pretty much on par with the seasonal flu. Obviously, people with higher risk factors have a higher chance of dying, and people with lower risk factors have less of that. And I want to also bring everyone's attention to Supervisor Otto. On Friday, July 16th, I received communication from him that in his general newsletter, that if we all want to see our children return to the classroom safely in the fall, that we need to get 80 to 85+% vaccination rate. We're there. So why are we continuing to push the vaccine coercion If the vaccine works, let it work. Let's see the results. Leave it alone. Let's see where it goes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Fife. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi. Yeah, I would like to say that it is pretty much illegal against the U.S. Constitution and the California State Constitution to mandate any sort of vaccine, and is against the Nuremberg Code. And also it holds you guys up and every business who participates up to an incredible amount of litigation, especially when this is a non-FDA approved vaccine. You don't have to be anti-vax to be anti this, namely because it's my body, it's my choice, and it's not your jobs to force people to take medications or vaccines or anything. It's your job to inform, and unfortunately you're not doing it very well because you're skewing data to say what you want to say to fit your agenda. So start telling the truth and let us make our own personal decisions. If the unvaccinated are the ones who are really at risk, let us take on that risk. That is our right as Americans, and it is our rights given by God, and you really don't have any say in that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is HG. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi. Forcing the vaccines on county employees, doctors, and nurses is completely illegal. It is in violation of Business and Professions Code 650, 21 United States Code Section 360 BBB1, and the US and California constitutions, as well as almost every basic human right. If you continue to violate the law, to ignore it blatantly, and to force your own employees to play Russian roulette with their lives while you sit hiding behind a computer out of public view, you deserve to be recalled. Do you know what will happen if the dozens of nurses I've spoken to in the last week quit their jobs? Do you realize you won't have any working hospitals? Also, do you realize that mandating the vaccine doesn't protect anyone, given how many vaccinated people are now spreading the virus and creating an atmosphere in which mutations can be created and spread? I'm tired of going to memorial services for young people like Armani Lentini. Please stop this now. Please recall the board.
Our next speaker is caller with the phone number ending in 666. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Caller with number ending in 666. You may speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Board of Supervisors, my name is Janice Gillies. I'm an employee of Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office. I am deeply saddened and angered by the attack on our liberty as Americans and employees of Santa Clara County by all individuals in authority who have any responsibility in supporting and enforcing a COVID-19 vaccine mandate to Santa Clara County employees. This is forcing a medical procedure through coercion and duress, threatened loss of employment, without informed consent, and taking away an individual's right to their own healthcare decisions. This is medical dictatorship under false pretense of being necessary to protect those we serve, while taking away the rights to personal protection decisions of the very people who protect and serve you and everyone in this county. The lie that science supports these vaccines as safe completely disregards.
Our next speaker is Joseph Netmeyer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to say that I find it very ironic that people that push the idea of my body, my choice would try to strip that away from people and coerce them into having to choose to take a vaccine or lose their job. Mandation of a vaccine is extremely disheartening. As a freedom-loving American, I believe that we should always side with freedom and liberties. Putting a mandate onto people is the antithesis of freedom. It is sad that this is being pushed upon people. I also like to note the information was stated that you have a rise in COVID cases. You're testing people that are going in. You did admit that there are people that are going in for other reasons, but then are being tested as positive for COVID. I would please like you to break that apart and show the actual cases, that who's in there for real COVID and who is in there for other cases. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alice Cow. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. So first of all, I noticed 3 out of 5 Board of Supervisors is not even there. And one came back and one have, who knows whether he's even there. So just for that reason that we should definitely recall all 5 Board of Supervisors because they don't care, okay? So it's hilarious that our public health official is quoting data from New York Times rather than objective facts from scientific community. It puts also pathetic that you literally need to force people to take the vaccine that you claim that over 80% of population have already been vaccinated. Moreover, it requires extraordinary marketing campaign to coerce people to take the jab. So, for those of you, how can you sleep at night to knowing that there are injuries? How do you sleep at night? Recall all 5 supervisors.
Our next speaker is Susie Sutherland. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Susie, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go right ahead, please. Hello, Susie.
Hello. Anyways, this is Susie Sutherland, and I have 3 kids in the Los Gatos School District. We have to understand that you cannot jab your way to wellness. The vaccines have already been proven ineffective in the fact that the Delta variant is going around the current vaccines that people have received since January. It's obscene to me that you guys are going to consider vaccine passports, and I'm sure that you guys are maybe getting some sort of kickbacks or rewards for doing such horrific things. May I see your papers was done way back in the 1930s. Now it will be echoed once again. I have to let you know that there are hundreds of thousands of citizens who will not abide by these mandates. You will see the uprisings that you're currently seeing in France and all over the world. Stop this madness.
Our next speaker is Johnny Murphy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Johnny Murphy, can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, I will.
Yes, my name's Joni,
Perfect.
and thank you for letting me speak. I am outraged at these mandated vaccines, and they must end. They're unlawful. They're against the Bill of Rights, our Constitution. They're against the Nuremberg Code, on and on. And you know as well as I know that there's no public education about what we can do to build our natural immune system on these billboards that you're plastering and all over the bus stations. Why aren't you preaching wellness? You know that a vaccine will not actually make a person immune. As you can see, the Delta variant is rising and 80% have been vaccinated in this county. That says it right there. Again, why are you pushing the vaccines when you already have your answer? They do not work. Build your immune system is the answer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Mckenzie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, Supervisors. Tim Mckenzie, postdoc at Stanford, and though my graduate degree wasn't in immunology, I do feel like I have a little bit of understanding about it, and I just want to thank you for the great work you've done. Over 80% vaccinated is excellent, and I'd love to see it continue. I'll echo what was mentioned earlier from a fellow county resident about not seeing any Black people in the outreach. That may be an oversight. But just want to thank you a lot and mention that I am fully in support of vaccine mandates. It's maybe your body, your decision, but in a public health crisis, when your decisions impact other people, it's important that the social good is taken into account. And vaccination is American. George Washington, during the Revolutionary War, inoculated his soldiers in a mass campaign. So I want to thank you, as you're hearing from a lot of people who are against it. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Jim. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A lot's been said today about the data behind this entire pandemic. We're seeing charts from Dr. Cody about the rise in cases and over time, the fall and the rise again. All of these data, including the data on vax and unvaxxed individuals, is underpinned by one very specific disclaimer. None of that data can discriminate between the number of people who are actually infected, who will actually develop illness, and who will actually become sick, hospitalized, or die from the disease. That is an unknown. There's a lot we don't know, and that's an important thing to keep in mind. We're talking as though we know what the solution is, and we don't. What's left? Well, we don't know how many people will develop complications in 1, 5, or 10 years from the vaccine, not from the illness, because there is no time to determine that. We think we know what the risks of death are, but we don't, because other than the protocol of not treating sick people who ultimately die, we have not given therapy a chance. I reject mandates. I reject this thing called a vaccine, which
Our next speaker is Jamie Week. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, everyone. I am a 38-year-old single mom, and my main concern right now is if something were to happen to me from this vaccine, because if it is mandated, I will have to get it to keep my job and support my family. Who's going to take care of my child? I mean, it's for women, my age group, this is a huge concern. Also, why are we masking kids outside during recess in Santa Clara County when the CDC has not approved that? It's not mandated by them. It's not asked. I mean, there's already been science showing that masks outside, also masks inside, do nothing to protect you. So is there a reason why that we're asking kids to do that outside? Because I've tried to work out with a mask on and it is really hard and I feel dizzy. It's just not right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello. So I've been listening in, and there's been about 2 people that are actually in favor of mandates. And I should just like it to be on record that one of those people got about 2 minutes to speak. So moving forward, as many of them have said before, mandates should not take place. There should not be any forced mandates in regards to any COVID policies. All the data that you continue to cite is conflicting with the sites that you say you're citing them from, such as the CDC and the WHO, who have already indicated that the PCR tests are not effective, who admitted that asymptomatic transmission doesn't take place. You do not have the authority to force these types of decisions on people. It is not within your authority to do so. You should not be doing this. And if you're saying follow the science, then actually listen to other people that have a different perspective that aren't being censored. When you censor opposing opinions, you are not in the United States. You're in a communist country. No mandates, period.
Our next speaker is Melissa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute.
Sorry, Nancy, you couldn't hear me because I had muted myself. Let's cut off the attendees at those that have registered already.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Melissa, I have unmuted you. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, so it's very refreshing to hear that I'm not alone about mask mandates and forced vaccinations. I also am a county worker, and I would hate to have a vaccine in order to keep my job, but I'm prepared to lose my job because my health means more to me. We don't know what can happen in another 10 years inside my body. And yeah, I'm not afraid. Let me make that choice. If I feel like, I want to be around in public and I can die, then that's my choice. My daughter worked at the mall before the malls shut down and after, and we're all fine. Most of my immediate family is okay and we're not vaccinated, and people should have a choice. that shouldn't be anyone else's choice. It's sad to see the kids in school having to wear a mask, especially in elementary. They have so much to go through, and then to have to show up with a mask on is just sad. If parents are that afraid.
Our next speaker is Amy Smith. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Amy, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, yes, thank you very much. I wanted to let you know I am extremely appalled at the discussion of mandates. This is our body, it is our choice. It should be something that we make between our doctors and ourselves. I am a healthcare worker. My child is unable to receive vaccines, and I am fully prepared to resign from my job or lose my job and also homeschool my child. This would be of a great disservice, obviously, to her education in public school and also in the health community, losing somebody that would be very valuable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Veronica Gonzalez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I just wanted to say that trying to force everyone to get a vaccine or have a vaccine passport and having to show proof of vaccination reeks of the memory of Nazi Germany. We are not a communist country. Why are you trying to do things that communists do? We are a free country and we are to remain that way, and we have to fight for it, and we will fight for it. If you people won't fight for us, we will get you out, and we will not allow this to happen to us or our children and our future generations. We are a free country and we're going to remain that way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adriana. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. And she has dropped off the queue. Next speaker is Helen Blaine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Helen, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will come back to Helen. Next speaker is Lisa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to say, just like everybody else, first of all, I want to say thank God for all these people that are standing up and speaking up. I kind of feel like the other speaker who said that we should be there in person talking to you guys, because we don't even know if any of you are really listening. Are you honestly taking what we're saying seriously? Why do we need these shots? If everybody is vaccinated, 86% are vaccinated, why is it that you're worried about us? Don't I have a right to choose as well as somebody else? You think that somebody else's life is more important than mine or my kids or my family? I think that, you know, you guys should honestly let us stand before you, give you data, let you guys know that we are actually serious about this. We don't need to be vaccinated. I don't get sick. I've had COVID already. My immune system is better than the people that you're giving vaccinations to. I don't understand this. This doesn't make any sense.
Next speaker is Brandy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Brandy, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm deeply concerned that the Board of Supervisors are not listening to the very people who elected them. This is not the first time that this board has forced the county to take a different type of poison under the pretense of an emergency situation. You are all violating our civil and constitutional rights. Since this county receives federal COVID funding, you are required to follow all laws, including federal laws. Stop using the excuse that your hands are tied and that you must hurt us by passing this mandate. If you choose to oppress the residents of Santa Clara County, you all will be recalled. I pray that this board will experience continued internal suffering if you continue to hurt and abuse others. The data shows that the COVID-19 vaccines does not make you immune from.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adriana. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to condemn the pending vaccine mandates on the county's residents. This is beyond appalling and egregious misuse of power and control of its citizens. Mandating vaccines for general participation in society or for employment is criminal, unethical, immoral, amoral, despicable, and unconstitutional. These mandates do nothing than perpetuate fear of our fellow man. I will not go into the science. I do, however, have a few of the many questions that I demand answers. 1, if vaccines don't work as expected, why are we mandating them? 2, why are we imposing all these health mandates for a virus that has a 99% survival rate? And 3, with over 12,000 deaths reported on VAERS and still counting, how many deaths will it take to shut down this vaccine? Common sense appears to be lacking. I want to underscore that propaganda of fear is the real pandemic. A recall of your positions is in order.
And going back to Helen Blaine, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Helen, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will move on to the next speaker, John Braun. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Cool. Hi there. My name is John. I live in District 2, which is Cindy's district. Hi, Cindy. You've taken a lot of flack here. So I wanted to thank all of our wonderful supervisors for taking such strong measures against COVID-19 during these unprecedented times. You're doing a tough job, but we need to go farther. Please make the injections mandatory to enter any building in the county with the threat of jail time in order to stop the spread of COVID-19. We need to use force to increase the shockingly low vaccination rate for Black people. See, I run a new pharma investment firm here, so that would be basically forcing citizens to buy the injection, which makes me lots of money or go to jail. So it's great. Also, the COVID-19 test kits that Cindy brought in, my friends in FDA devices division told me that they have a huge false positive rate, but more cases are great for my business, so thank you. I will drop off a campaign contribution check later out of the $622,000 I've made, and I'll get you some soft money too. So thank you. Keep this going as long as you can. I'd really love a second ski house in time for the season to start. I have one in Tahoe, but I'd like one in Vail. So vote for mandatory injections. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Aisha. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Aisha, can you unmute yourself, please? That concludes our public comment.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate that. Again, a whole lot of work, and I appreciate you being on top of it so well. Board members, questions that you may have of our public health officials. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And thank you for all of the speakers who came forward. I have a few requests and then a few questions. One thing that I would like to request is if the staff could resend the list of vendors that we've been using for communication. You've done that already, but I think it would be good for the board to get a chance to review. Second, I'd be very interested in getting weekly updates on doors and phones, and in particular, the folks that we're communicating with both on doors and on phones. My understanding is that for people who've received one shot, that we have some partners that are being very aggressive and reaching back out to make sure that folks know that they can get a second vaccine, that it's not been too long and all of that. I do really want to understand the strategies that we're using there. Is there any problem with that with staff?
Dr. Smith, Dr. Cody?
We'll get you that information. I can tell you just for the public's interest that we do have multiple ethnic groups represented in both the provider and the advertisements. And it just happened to be that the presentation today happened not to have any African Americans, but we do have those presentations that exist.
I realize that, and I recognize that Emmanuel Baptist and African American Community Services agencies are partners also. But what I'm really asking for is, for example, like with CHP, I know that we have some organizations that are going back out to try to get that second shot to increase the number of folks. So if we could just see that, and frankly, I'm also really interested in how the doors are going with these new additional offerings that we have for folks. So,
Yeah,
how many people are on doors, how many people are on phones? It's really very exciting work.
We'll be happy to provide that. Brian and Betty will get that together for the board.
Great, thank you. And then at the next meeting, I'd be very interested from Dr. Kamal to learn a little bit more about the treatment, and in particular about how we're addressing hospital care and what, if any, actions we're taking before someone needs to be hospitalized. I recognize that wasn't part of today's presentation, but I would really like that for the next one.
Will do.
Thank you. And then the next issue is something that I don't know if this needs to come back also, so I'm very open, and that is to better understand the logistics that we're addressing relative to boosters, booster shots, on top of being able to vaccinate children, and then still continuing to do the door-to-door vaccination and all of that. And I know that's a lot of moving pieces. I think it would be helpful for the board to understand the logistics of all of those different processes, where they're integrated and where they're not. And that's both with vaccines, but also with testing, just given that I know we don't have all of those large sites up, and just wondering how we're preparing for that. Is that something that we should wait to the next presentation to get a download on?
Yes, part of you also had a referral that you acted on in consent that was from Supervisors Committee, and that includes part of what you're asking for. But I understand it to mean, how are we going to do ongoing everything?
Yeah.
And, how are we going to deal with the booster mandate if it becomes a booster mandate for everybody? So we'll come back with a full set of plans, realizing that every 2 or 3 days, the regulations change.
Yeah, I recognize that. And really what I'm trying to understand is, I know we're working specifically with partnerships for children with their pediatricians, but wondering if this means we're going to have to open up some big sites again to be able to support the booster effort, or whether or not the healthcare systems caught up enough that doesn't need to happen now that we have all these partners that have more capacity. That's really the area that I want to better understand.
I don't want to announce today new sites opening up, but let me just say that we're in the process of negotiations for reopening some sites and expanding some sites. But we'll make the report back to the board so you have specifics.
Right, and also so that we can just see how it's coordinated and overlapping or not.
Right.
That would be great. And then what the questions I wanted to get answered today, and that is, I am very interested in perhaps us being clear about what the mandates are or aren't on masks in our county, and what the mandates are or aren't for vaccine, both wearing our hat as an employer, but also just what's known in our county.
Dr. Smith.
I can go ahead and answer those questions. So, sure. So first, with respect to masking, in Santa Clara County, as well as almost the entire Bay Area and Los Angeles County and Sacramento County and many other parts of the state, there is a requirement, regardless of vaccination status, for people to wear masks when indoors. With respect to vaccinations, there is no health order requirement with a mandate, period, from the county. And from the state level, there are several health orders from the state health officer with respect to vaccinations that affect different kinds of workplaces. And some of the orders are different. So there are some orders that are a vaccine or testing requirement that affect certain work sites, and others that are just a vaccination mandate. So for healthcare workers, there's a state health officer order that is a vaccine mandate, and that would apply to, for example, all the hospitals in Santa Clara County, both public and private. Meanwhile, there is a, if you are not vaccinated, you must be tested weekly mandate from the state health officer in other settings, such as for teachers and school staff, and for those who are working in congregate settings, such as jails, prisons, or shelters. Again, these are state health officer orders. The county, as an employer for our own workforce, has a vaccine mandate with respect to all of our employees, as well as any contractors who come to work on site at the county. So hopefully that provides some clarity, but that's the current kind of layers of regulation.
So James, on the wearing our hat as an employer, a number of our employees brought forward some questions about what's the process and procedure for addressing religious exemptions or medical exemptions. Can you take a moment to talk about that?
Sure. So as an employer, the county follows a reasonable accommodation process with respect to either medical disability or religious exemption requests. There are specific forms that were prepared and are available on the EOD website for employees to access if they have a request for an exemption based on a deeply held religious belief or based on a medical or disability condition that precludes them from being vaccinated. They can fill those out and submit those to EOD. And then those will be processed in accordance with the reasonable accommodation process. It is an interactive process. And that's this structure that we follow for other accommodation requests in accordance with applicable state and federal laws.
So on that front, we've had a number of our employee organizations come forward and talk about a lack of conversation or meet and conferring on the process to be utilized. Is that something that we are in the process of remedying, or have we made a decision, or by we, I mean you, not just you, James, but Dr. Smith made a decision about how we're going to proceed without further engagement with our bargaining units?
I think, Supervisor, there is a bit of confusion about the issue of meet and confer. So let me try to explain. This is an administrative policy, so we're obliged to meet and discuss the impacts of the new policy upon members, which we have done and will continue to do. That's not a time-limited event. We're more than happy to meet with the unions and talk about impacts, but our typical discussion about meet and confer is a different type of meet and confer called meet and confer to agreement or imposition. That's not what's going on here. This is an administrative policy, so this is not an issue of meet and confer to agreement or imposition. And I think there is some confusion about from some of the union members and union staff about the nature of the process. So we're continuing to meet with them. I just met with SEMA yesterday, and we'll meet with all of the unions on an ongoing basis, but we'll only meet about the effects or impacts that policy has upon members. We're not meeting to agree about what the policy should be or shouldn't be.
So what I would really appreciate is, given that, and I really appreciate the distinction, Dr. Smith. I think what I would best want to understand is what is the process outside of an individual employee process of going online and filling out the form and then processing the form. What are the implications, and what occurs if for some reason these aren't accepted by the management, and or if someone doesn't fit into either of these buckets? I wouldn't know why they wouldn't. I think I just want to make sure that those processes were fully and robustly discussed with our bargaining units, because any conflict there is, then we're going to have to deal with that on the other end. So I'd really like the process to be clear and shared. And if that process is also online, not just the forms, but the process is online on the, did you say on the ESA website?
The EOD website, and we've also put out emails and packages of information about the process and the forms. But as you point out, Supervisor, people hear things in different ways from different types of communication. So we will continue the process of communicating with both the members, our employees, and the unions. And as James pointed out, the process is basically analogous to the reasonable accommodation process. So once an employee requests an exemption for those two reasons, it's evaluated. And if it's not granted, then there is an iterative process about how to make accommodations. And obviously the union has the ability to be involved in any disciplinary process that might occur. We're not interested in disciplining employees. We're interested in protecting their colleagues and themselves. And so we will work with them to try to find as many ways as we possibly can to get them protected and protect their colleagues. And as James pointed out, with any reasonable accommodation, there's a panoply of potential solutions that can be worked out with the employee and management.
That would be helpful. I think what's hard for at least for me to understand is what the decision tree is, and where, how that's been communicated. And I do think, especially given that you've done communicating already, if the board could just be copied on that, so as people ask us, we both know where to send them, but also can more deeply understand how all of these issues are being addressed. That would be appreciated.
I'm happy to do that.
Thanks, Dr. Smith. One last issue that I just want to raise, and that is a concern. I have another set of issues just relative to this topic, but just on specific on how we're managing our own employees. I want to make sure that we're not conflating or confusing our telework policy with our working from home policies or reasonable accommodation if somebody needs to quarantine for a few days. And so one request I would make is that, again, in our next board meeting, if you could walk through the process by which we're handling folks who are exposed or need to quarantine, and then also how we're handling our telework policy. I think those two issues are particularly important as we're frankly not entirely clear about the implications of this new variant and its contagion. So I want to make sure that again, as a board, we understand that.
Right. We're trying really hard to separate those three issues. And so I think it would be very useful for us to go over it at the next board meeting, that the vaccine mandate is different than the quarantine mandate is different than the teleworking options. So yes, we'll go over that.
Great. Thank you. And I may come back, Supervisor Wasserman, if no other colleagues ask my other questions. Thank you.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. And Supervisor Chavez, you actually hit a couple of mine. So I'll be briefer and maybe just go a little bit deeper on them. But first, I want to just start by thanking the staff and really recognizing the accomplishment of meeting our goal of 80% vaccination by August. It really is a credit to our residents and our county responders and our community partners. To go back to your question, Supervisor Chavez, and Dr. Smith's comments about the different types of meet and confer. I appreciate that distinction as well, but what I want to make sure is, even if we're in a position right now where we're not negotiating whether or not to impose a vaccine mandate, we should, I would like to think that we are discussing time of implementation, and when you're hearing concerns about impact, that those are taken into consideration with how the policy is developed and rolls out. And I know, and I know that you know this as well, that when we really engage directly with our employees and their representatives before new policies are put into place, we can become aware of anticipated questions and potential gaps in that would-be policy. And that's certainly a practice I think that we should be tapping into regularly. Feedback and iteration is exactly the heart of what our county as a learning organization has committed to doing. And I think that in the spirit of transparency and collaboration, we should always welcome opportunities to sit down and discuss a policy's impact and proactively address gaps or issues prior to implementation. So I would like to ask administration to engage with our bargaining units in this way and report back to us by the August 31st board meeting during the CEO report on what that engagement looked like, and whether you were able to incorporate feedback from our labor partners in creating a policy that actually really works and is welcomed and is easier to implement than had we gone ahead without trying to smooth out potential wrinkles.
Okay.
Dr. Smith?
I'm sorry, I hesitated. Would you like that in open session or in closed session?
As you think is appropriate.
Okay, that's good. I only ask not because we have anything to hide, obviously, but because labor relations issues are usually done in closed session before being announced. We'll work on it. I'll work with county council. We'll come up with some approach to make sure the board's informed.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I also, again, since my colleague mentioned the telework policy, I just want to make some quick comments about that as well. For the public, the Board of Supervisors directed administration to create a telework policy that would result in 25% of our workforce being able to telecommute for at least a portion of their working hours. That we voted unanimously to adopt the Cut the Commute pledge to reach that goal. And while the emphasis in that pledge was on the environmental impact of 22,000 employees commuting to work in their cars, I want to be clear that I see teleworking as a complete and fundamental shift in the way that we work. For my entire term, I have advocated ardently for children and families, and telecommuting gives parents the flexibility they need to show up for their kids. Mothers and fathers need to be available for sick children and dentist appointments and parent-teacher conferences and drop-offs and pickups. And since vaccinations are not currently approved for children, parents need to be available and flexible for whatever this current school year has in store, including possible home quarantines. And telecommuting, of course, allows for flexible time and location of work. We saw clearly during the pandemic that our workforce can deliver results remotely. 37% of employee hours were conducted from their homes, And in my team's investigations, nearly all departments continue to operate at full scale. Our employees have shown that they can do this, and I think we need to facilitate and encourage that option going forward. It is about saving the environment for future generations of kids and improving the quality of life for the current generations. And while again, Cut the Commute Pledge was meant to be implemented as we emerge from the pandemic, it's not clear to me that we're going to have a line in the sand at which point we can say the pandemic is over. So I'm going to share a few questions, and I'm happy to have them answered in an off-agenda report. First, with regard to COVID, I'm interested to know whether we have a formal policy for handling positive COVID cases in the workforce. I'd like to know how teleworking for positive cases or close contacts among county workers is built into our COVID prevention plan that was developed to meet the Cal OSHA requirements as an employer. And as administration moves forward in implementing the Cut the Commute Pledge after the pandemic has subsided, I want to just make some comments and ask some questions related to culture, policy, and practice. First, I think that it's critical that the top leadership of the county, including the board, the CEO, and the deputy county executives, embrace some degree of teleworking to demonstrate our commitment to changing the way we do work. The culture is set by leadership. And if our employees see a lack of commitment from the top, they will be, I believe, less inclined or more intimidated to ask for teleworking agreements. Dr. Smith, do you think you might commit to teleworking for some portion of your time?
You had a lot of questions passed into one.
Just that last one. I'm looking for an off-agenda report, but I didn't think you would need an off-agenda to just indicate whether you would be willing to model teleworking for any portion of your work schedule.
For me personally, you're talking about?
I am talking about you and only you for this single question.
I already work from distances many times, so I think I already comply.
Outstanding, thank you. And second, I believe that the countywide telework.
I just need to flag something. Kind of a more generalized discussion related to telework is not really within the scope of this item.
Got it. Okay. So James, thank you.
This item is the COVID response.
Yeah.
So thank you for that caveat. So would you rather I stop here or continue to ask for what I'm looking for in an off-agenda report? I can add it into the executive committee's report, and then I can go refocus on some COVID specific questions.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to focus on COVID related items for this item.
Not a problem. I'll come back to it. Thank you. So let me ask a couple of questions then about schools. Top of mind for many residents right now are concerns about returning to school campuses. For many students and their families, this is really a first emergence. And I'm hearing from two camps of constituents, those that worry that the state requirements for schools are overly restrictive for kids, and those that feel the current requirements are too lax, particularly now with the Delta variant in play. And while these are state rather than county requirements, what are the mechanisms of enforcement if a public or private school does not follow the state school operations requirement? And would a parent submit a concern through our web portal, or should they be directed to CDPH or CDE?
I think if a parent or a community member has a concern about whether a school is complying with the state's requirements, and to be clear, there are no county regulations specific to schools at all. That seems to continue to be an item of confusion, that there have been no county school regulations for quite a long time. But if parents or others have concerns about schools, I would suggest that they first raise those with the district administration, since school districts are independently governed and operated. If they have concerns, they should raise those with the California Department of Education, which has oversight responsibilities related to school districts.
Okay.
But the county does not have a regulatory role over school districts.
So is the indoor masking that is required in our county, does that apply to schools, or is there another state rule that is also requiring indoor masking for schools?
The state has in its school regulations a requirement that there be indoor masking in schools. But it is also true that the county's general indoor masking requirement applies equally to school settings. It's not specific in any way to schools, but school buildings are obviously included within that much broader category.
Okay, thanks. Slide 4 in the presentation showed that the case rates for unvaccinated kids 0 to 11 compared to unvaccinated adults and youth over 12. I'm hoping someone can provide some additional context on the rates and trends that we're observing for kids in our county, including in comparison to prior phases of the pandemic, other communities, and specifically what, if anything, we're seeing about severe cases or hospitalizations among kids.
Just this is Dr. Cody, real briefly. Our highest case rates right now are among young adults, 25 to 29 and 30 to 34. We have the 0 to 17s as a age group where we watch those trends, and they're a little up, but certainly not the ones that are out leading the pack. It's the young adults that are leading the pack in terms of case rates. In terms of hospitalizations, we have just a very small handful of pediatric COVID cases in the hospital. We're of course watching that very closely, but so far it's few in number. The slide that I showed on vaccination rates, really there was the one take-home point that I wanted you to see the data about the difference between case rates among people who had completed their vaccination series as compared to people who had not been vaccinated, and then to make clear that in the unvaccinated, it's not the 12 and unders that are driving that. It's the adults that are driving that.
Thank you so much. I think that's really important and helpful clarification. James, my remaining question is really about the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan funding, and certainly that relates to COVID. Is that appropriate to ask in this item, or should I hold that again for the executive's report?
My understanding is there's going to be a specific item related to that at the next board meeting.
Right, but I particularly want to offer some direction prior to that meeting.
I think that would be best later on in the agenda today during the executive's report.
All right, I will do it then. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee. Supervisor, we'll go to Supervisor.
Yes, thank you. Let me get off my camera so you can see me. All right, thank you very much, President Wasserman. Now, first of all, since we are just starting school, and we know that the children under 12 years old are not eligible for the vaccines, I would like to ask the administration to explore reporting the cases in schools with information, especially relating to outbreaks. Looking at the COVID data of various counties of different schools, I really would like to see that, like for example, San Francisco, LA County, Orange County, they already are collecting and displaying on the dashboard these data of COVID about in schools. So I would like to see if we would be able to do something similar. That might include the type of weekly reporting of cases and deaths, any type of information regarding schools outbreak.
We're looking into the option ourselves. There are a number of logistical problems in the sense that the data that the state provides us doesn't have the school links, and so therefore information has to be collected by the schools themselves. And as you know, each school and school district has their own way of collecting the data. So we're trying to figure out how we can standardize and get accurate data. But we're working on it. I don't expect it'll be solved in 2 weeks, but we'll be persistent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Yeah, if you could let us know, that's great. I have a list of items that we thought might be something that's worth looking into. Additionally, what I added to what I was just saying, like there's the total cases and deaths for in-school transmissions among students and staff, cumulative and total school sites open and sites with at least one case, number of students and teachers who are fully vaccinated, if that's actually data that we could get. Also regarding breakthrough infections, the number of tests being performed and the positive rates. I mean, I think everybody understands why this is such an important thing, due to the fact that especially kids under 12, they just can't get vaccinated. Masking is all they have as the defense, and I want to, of course, make sure that the school environment is safe for our children, especially in light of the fact that we're hearing that outbreak, like in Oakland, for example, that just happened recently.
Supervisor Lee, if I may ask you a question?
Sure.
Thank you on what you said. Are you asking the county to keep track of those school records, or are you asking the school districts and assembly members and senators to keep track of their school districts and make it public?
No, I'm trying to see if there's a way our county could work with, say, our county board of education to collect some of these data regarding our schools, because of the fact that there are such data being displayed in some of the other counties that I mentioned, like LA, San Francisco, and Orange County. So however way they are doing it, I'm hoping that we could be able to get some transparency on these data in different schools, so that we could be able to be better informed and make our kids safer, and give the parents the trust that when they send the kids to school, that they know that the kids are going to be protected, and to get these data as early as possible.
Maybe I'll try to interject. A lot of the information that you're talking about requires the schools to be collecting data. And I noticed that Dr. Dewan is online, and maybe she can give us an update of what the potential is to get the data. I know that we can't, as a county, reach down into the school districts and find the data, but we certainly could report it if it was available.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other questions is regarding some other programs out there. I've told people that I'm not shy of copying good ideas if we can implement it here in the county as well. I've heard that recently that Contra Costa has launched a program so that residents can receive $100 for every person they convince to get fully vaccinated. Any residents who are age 14 older, or organizations like sports team, community groups, faith-based groups, and businesses are eligible to receive these $100 payment for each person that complete the vaccination series and schedule appointment by using this promotional link. Is this something that you think we can consider as well?
Rather than giving you an answer off the top of my head, I'd like to get back to you with an off-agenda report.
That would be great. Okay. The other questions I've been proposed and asked is regarding the testing sites for our county employees at the county buildings. I've been told that we are going to have some actual testing site in various county buildings, which is great. And generally, the idea is that those are for unvaccinated staff members. So the question I have is, for those who are vaccinated, for employees that are vaccinated, which is the majority of us, can we also use those testing sites as well?
Let me make sure I understand. You're saying for the vaccinated employees, which sites are available?
Right.
Right now, it's the main public sites. It's not the special sites for the unvaccinated employees. So that means Emmanuel Baptist and the fairgrounds are available to vaccinated employees who are concerned.
Okay. So the county buildings, these special sites are only specifically designed for the unvaccinated employees only at this point, correct?
Right. And obviously that's something that might change with time depending upon the need and the issues involved. The employees who are unvaccinated getting testing on a regular basis would be only for those employees who qualify under one of the exemptions. And at this point, we can't say with great accuracy how many that's going to be and how much testing that's going to require. So we're reserving those spaces because we want to have the capacity to get people safe as much as possible in the work site. For people who are vaccinated already, who are concerned about maybe an exposure or some other issue, at this point, we would like them to behave just like the general public, and they could go to SCC free test and schedule a appointment just like the general public would.
Right, thank you. When it comes to this issue of vaccine hesitation, one of the concerns I've heard quite a bit is regarding the fact that the vaccines are only under the emergency use authorization and have not been fully approved by the FDA. And as we have been hearing from the news, the expectation is that the full authorization is expected to come down sometime in September. And there's been polling that says that once that's been approved, more people will likely want to get vaccinated to get that final approval. Do we have some type of a plan to blast that information to make it available so that as soon as this approval comes through for those who are unvaccinated, that they would know this information so that we can accommodate for the additional individuals who might be willing to sign up at that time?
Yes, we'll be doing it through our typical channels, social media, press releases, PSAs, all of our community advocates and the people on the ground going door to door, plus all of our partners in the community clinics and all of our own clinics. So yes, we will make that all very public.
Great, thank you. As school has just started a week, I talked to my daughters. I have three, two in high schools and one in elementary school. So far, the news is that the kids and the students and the teachers and the administrators, everybody has been very religiously loyal in terms of wearing the masks. And I think that's only a welcome news to hear. Now, of course, for the kids who are under 12 who can get the vaccine, as the news has been talking about, probably sometime late September is when we might be able to get the EUA, the emergency use authorization, to the younger children. Do we have any type of plans to try to get the vaccines to elementary schools when that authorization becomes available?
Yes, we've been doing, as you saw from Brian's presentation, vaccinations at schools. Once it becomes available for the elementary schools, we'll be going to those schools directly, plus setting up sites as much as possible throughout the community. We're finding from our survey polling that most parents of children in that age group prefer going to their own physician, since there's certainly an adequate amount of vaccine available in the community. We expect that will probably be a major source of vaccination for those kids. Also, we're presuming that the retail pharmacies will take up a significant amount of the work because they're already seeing a rise in their utilization. But we will definitely have county-run outreach for vaccination for the young children.
Right, and certainly if the parents were to bring them to their own physician, I think that's great. But of course, we also have parents who might not be able to take time off from work to do it. So making it available at the school sites itself certainly could save a lot of time and make it far more available and easy for the parents as well. Obviously, they need to be consented. There's no question about that. But I think making it available as easily as available for the parents who choose to get their kids vaccinated, I think that's really, really important. So thank you very much for this. Yeah. Mhm. And that's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Smith. And again, I just want to say, Dr. Cody, thank you for your great work and that presentation. Great job on the numbers. You know, we're finally over 80% fully vaccinated. It's really great news. But at the same time, we're also seeing, like, say, 80 hospitalization last Friday. So clearly, the time is not as great as it was previously. I still remember asking the question at the end of June that whether we need to mask indoor, and at the time the numbers were so low we didn't need to, but clearly the number has shown that we have to at this point. So thank you for your hard work of making that happen, and just let you know that we are fully supportive of your amazing efforts and continuing this great work. Thank you very much for protecting.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you.
We'll keep cracking the whip here. Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I just wanted to see if we could take a moment to discuss a little more fully what the future looks like with respect to the issue of booster shots, as they are colloquially referred to, for folks who have been receiving their COVID vaccines. The referral that we acted on unanimously on the consent calendar calls for a real report back on this in 4 weeks. But I just want to ask Dr. Smith and Dr. Cody, whoever is most appropriate, to be sure that we have a real discussion there that is predicated on the notion that we need to have a plan. This referral went in obviously a week ago. It had been in the works sometime prior to that. For the past many months, I have been asking about booster shots at these meetings, and I think the answer was always understandably too soon to know. We're going to have to see how this thing develops. That being said, we're now getting pretty clear indication, and the county has, to its credit, I think, already acted on folks who are immunocompromised. In other parts of the world, third doses for the 2-shot vaccine. The booster has been, I'm told, made available for folks who are 50 and above. We're getting news reports that literally at any moment we may be looking at a recommended guidance for boosters for folks 8 months after their shots. And so I want to make sure that we don't start the discussion in 4 weeks, Dr. Smith, but that somebody has really been able to come back to us and say, as daunting as this effort has been, we may now be asking ourselves, how do we get back to all those same people and say, time for a booster? Thoughts?
Yes, we've already started actually a few weeks ago working on the build up of the the logistics again to be able to do third shots. As you pointed out, Supervisor, we've already started third shots for the immunosuppressed, and we're doing that in all of our vaccine locations. And we will definitely come back to you with a fully vetted plan. Much of it is in place right now, but I hesitate to mention it because we don't have completed contracts, and I don't want to get out in front of the other side of the contract by making a commitment for them before they've seen the contract and signed it. But we have no reason to believe that the locations that we've used in the past will be resistant to reopening. I just don't want to jump the gun on the contracting process. So when we come back in response to your referral and Supervisor Chavez's question, we'll have all of that vetted out.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. One of the things I think is going to be important for our county to confront an issue that's a tough one, but that, again, I'll use the phrase, we need to wrestle it to the ground, is the issue of who is responsible for what and for whom, by which I mean, historically, we have viewed our county role prior to the pandemic as serving as a healthcare provider for people of modest means, given our safety net responsibilities. When we when the pandemic landed on us, we were forced to confront, in my view, the fact that we were the public health agency for the entire county, not just the folks who might typically be expected to be using the county as their healthcare provider. And that led to some hard conversations about whose responsibility was it to test, whose responsibility was it to provide vaccines, to what extent could private/nonprofit providers be expected or even required to provide certain services, to what extent were we going to be, as a county, responsible for those services. We had the conversation about no wrong door, which, while I'm sure it was imperfect, at least sort of finally allowed us to say, look, if you need a vaccine, show up someplace and you'll get a vaccine. So I'm going to ask you, are you anticipating that what you come to us with in a month will confront and address those issues?
We will confront and address those issues. The critical difference between now and back then with regard to vaccine, not testing, but with regard to vaccine, is now there is no longer a scarcity model of vaccines. So we're not in a situation now where we need to dispense vaccine dosages from the public health department to other providers. However, we do need to rely upon other providers to actually do vaccinations. So yes, we will address it and have a satisfactory report back to you.
Well, thank you. I really, we struggled as a communications matter, and again, thanks to you and the whole county team, but we struggled as a communications matter to help people say, this is how you get your vaccine if you're a Kaiser patient. This is how you get your vaccine if you're a Pam Sutter patient. This is how you get your vaccine if you're a Stanford patient. This is how you get your vaccine if you don't have a regular healthcare provider. And I take your point that was in a scarcity model. I hope that the assessment that that's not going to be the case going forward proves to be true, but I think the one thing we've learned is that there are no certainties in this exercise. And again, I think we have, as a matter of necessity, we have to be thinking about, all right, who's going to have responsibility for what? And the question I'm going to ask in very plain language when we meet again in 4 weeks, Dr. Smith, is, all right, suppose somebody says it's time for my booster shot and their provider says we're not doing that, or we can't make that available, or we don't have adequate supply. Then, what happens? Where do they go? I think that's going to be the hard question. If it turns out everybody says doors are open, you all come, then that won't be an issue. But I worry that may not be the case. And I'll just point out, we started giving vaccines in January or February, and really ramping up more in March and April, to be fair. But if we count 8 months from those dates, it means that we're going to be in the booster business here in just a couple of months, I think. Yes?
Yes, we are. First vaccine went out into an arm, I think December 17th. And so you're right, it didn't phase up for a few months because of scarcity. So we're right in the window where the minute the feds approve it for the general population, we're going to need to be doing significant number of vaccines. However, I will say, just as a bit of reassurance, there's no evidence at this point that the feds will make a decision that the third dose has to be within a particular window. It's just not sooner than 8 months.
Yeah, and again, I guess the question I'm gonna want to make sure we have good answers to for everybody who asks is, when that 8-9 month timeline rolls around, can they be assured that they can get the booster if they want it? And if so, how can that assurance be provided? And are our private and nonprofit healthcare partners on board and ready to go? Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, your hand's still raised. Do you have additional comments?
Yeah, thank you. I just had two. One leads off from what Supervisor Simidian said, and one request that I would make is that I think there would be a lot of value in having our medical partners actually present to the board on what they're able to do. I think Supervisor Simidian is remembering a very, a painful experience that I know you all are very well aware of, but one that I think none of us want to relive. And I think the other really interesting question to be asked is really from the federal level, what are the implications of that for the Walgreens and CVS's and those places now that have really picked up the slack in terms of being available for COVID vaccines? So I think we shouldn't be, Kaiser, Stanford, PAMP, they should come with the, I got the thumbs up from Supervisors Committee, but they should come and present. That would be my request, just so that we're not chasing all the answers down. And then the second thing I just wanted to make sure of is that I wanted to make sure I just was really clear that I personally want to make sure as we're looking at any new direction, support or mandates or communication with the public as much as possible, I'd really like us to align ourselves with the state. And I just want to say to my colleagues, part of my interest there is just not to add more confusion and therefore more tension to the community. So I just wanted to make sure I said that today. So thank you. And I too want to just share my my great gratitude to the staff and the community here. I will tell you, and I know Supervisor Ellenberg can share this with her leadership on CSAC, that when we talk about the work being done here, people are just very enthusiastic and very praiseworthy of all of you, our team and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any more hands raised, so I'm going to take that as an opportunity to say this report is received, along with all the comments and suggestions made during the report. With that, we move on to 14 was consent, 15, 16, 17, 18 were all consent. We move on to item number 19, receive report from County Executive. Haven't heard from you in a while, Jeff. Your turn.
Yes, I hesitate to say anything new since I've been talking quite a bit. Maybe I'll just take questions. I know that Supervisor Ellenberg had some questions.
It's almost like you have an MD and a JD. Hold on just a minute. Vice President, did you actually have questions or are you being prompted?
Oh, I actually had questions.
Fire away.
Thank you so much. I think I made the point sufficiently about the teleworking policy, which I'll be interested to see that report in September. And I know that we are receiving a report on the American Rescue Plan funding, but I want to just perhaps add a little bit of additional context and some requests before that report is finalized. I first want to thank Supervisors Chavez and Lee for listening to public comment at FGOC. My referral back at the May 4th meeting was to engage the community in decision making. I appreciate that they did take that on through the committee, and of course the next step is to move forward on allocations. As a rep on CSAC, I listened last week in our exec committee meeting to a significant number of my colleagues representing large counties report their plans for ARP allocations. CSAC leadership is encouraging counties to spend down ARP funds to limit the risk of Congress withdrawing funds to allocate to other federal purposes. And I would be very interested in seeing a proposal from administration. I want to share some of my own thoughts as well as observations gathered from other counties. First, on the topic of public health and COVID expenses, I know that staff is working on aggregating past and future COVID costs, but just want to make a note that Los Angeles County did not allocate any ARP funding to public health costs, presumably because they will be using other federal funding sources or state funding sources to cover those types of direct COVID expenses. LA County allocated 50% of their ARP funds to housing programs. That 50% is a whopping $975 million. Direct aid into the community was a focus for many counties. Many counties were launching NOFA application processes for large swaths of their ARP funds. For example, Sonoma County is allocating 80% of their ARP funds through a NOFA process. Los Angeles County is allocating 37% of their large allotment to nonprofits and small businesses. All the large counties that have announced plans have allocated significant portion toward external investment, including nonprofits, small businesses, and the arts. Hazard pay was included in San Diego, where the board put 6% of funds into a COVID pay for their workforce. My office has been in conversation with our labor partners regarding their request for this sort of bonus for workers, and I would strongly advocate for that to be considered. So with all of that context, I'll turn to you, Dr. Smith, with a question. In previous discussions, we had talked about a gap analysis looking at the best ways to use federal and state resources to address COVID-related needs. We're anticipating a report that lists all COVID expenses, but what it also needs in order to be complete, in my view, is a description or analysis of applicable funding sources. I want to make sure that we don't drop that line of work, because clearly we want to maximize all federal and state reimbursements. I, as one supervisor, am interested in seeing a majority of ARP funds going to equity and community investments, and looking to other sources for internal COVID costs. Dr. Smith, can you say anything now about the progress on the gap analysis work?
Yes, Supervisor, we certainly will have that as part of the report for you on the 31st. Our strategy about recommendations is that we make recommendations to the board for allocations to use other sources of funds first and save the ARPA funds for services that we, including the board, might think were important but aren't paid for by other sources. So yes, we will have that so-called gap analysis for you in that issue.
Thank you, and certainly keeping front and foremost in your minds as the team goes through it, that the ARPA language really does focus on equity, community investment, and looking at ways to really boost and rebuild our communities in ways that can effectively be done with one-time funds. So thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing that report in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. All righty, with that, we'll move on to County Council. James?
Yes, sorry, just grabbing my sheet.
Sure.
At the August 16, 2021 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to intervene in one litigation matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once intervention in the litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. Also at the August 16, 2021 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, The board approved the appointment of Tiffany Lanier to serve as the acting clerk of the board. And that concludes my report.
Congratulations, Tiffany. All right, everybody. That concludes number 20. 21 was held. 22 and 23 were consent. That brings us to item number 24. Consider recommendations from the Office of the County Exec relating to addressing chronic school absenteeism.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the board. This is Rosia Luna, Deputy County Executive. Joining me for this presentation are Dr. Marianne Dewan, County Superintendent of Schools at the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and Zelia Faria Costa, Director, Children, Youth, and Family Systems of Care with the Behavioral Health Services Department. In this presentation, oh, I think it's being loaded. There it goes. Thank you, Arcel. Can you expand that out, Arcel? So we're not seeing your, while she works on that. So in this presentation, we provide recommendations for your consideration to address chronic school absenteeism and school-based behavioral health services as students return to school this year. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, for your earlier comment and request. With that, I will now turn to my colleague, Dr. Dewan.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go to the next slide, please. So for today's report, we wanted to share some updates related to the study, analysis, and interviews that were held over the course of the summer to study chronic school absenteeism and the needs for training, mental health and behavioral health services, and more. I just want to take a moment to distinguish between truancy and chronic school absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism occurs when students miss more than 10% of the school year. And this is different than truancy because chronic absenteeism includes both excused and unexcused absences, where truancy refers to primarily unexcused absences. There are many reasons and causes for chronic absenteeism, and it can be a symptom of other underlying and encompassing needs of a youth and their family. Schools are skilled at addressing chronic absenteeism, yet there are some needs that simply cannot be met by schools alone. And we expect chronic absenteeism to be more significant in the coming year, as was identified in the surveys we conducted. Next slide. To identify the needs and to plan for them, the County Office of Education conducted a survey and an analysis of SARB. And our report reflects input from all districts, including Metro Ed and the County Office of Education. Celia?
Good afternoon, supervisors. During the month of July, the Behavioral Health Services Department staff also reached out to all the school districts with the goal of being able to update a comprehensive survey that was completed in the summer of 2020 by Resource Development Associates consultants. And the purpose was to really understand the need for immediate behavioral health resources and supports upon reopening of schools, and also longer term needs. The additional information that we gathered was gathered through email, phone calls to superintendents and student service directors, as well as surveys of contracted providers and ongoing meetings with the school district and contracted provider meetings. And with the exception of two school districts, we were able to gather information from all the other ones. For the two school districts that we were not able to connect with, we did collect information from the County Office of Education survey. Next slide.
Thank you. The main barriers and those for which schools lack the resources or expertise to effectively address alone or without the support of the county included housing instability, lack of transportation, mental health care needs, crisis and significant mental health and well-being needs, and the impacts of various traumas. Additionally, our report identified some schools that would need more support with items such as physical health screenings, food insecurity, and urgent crisis. Staff training needs were also identified, especially in light of COVID-19. Those included areas such as trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, and leveraging and understanding the available school-based mental and behavioral health services. Next slide.
So the tables presented here really show the information that was captured around resources and supports that exist at each school district. And as you can see, all school districts have access to behavioral health resources and supports at varying levels.
Zelia, excuse me for interrupting. Supervisor Chavez, did you have a question about something that's gone by already? Your hand up? Nope.
No, I can wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Zelia.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out that all the varying levels of support to the different school districts occur through either schooling services participation, behavioral health services provided through a non-SLS behavioral health program, or through a community-based organization funded by other sources, or they hire their own therapists and or social workers. The resources and supports range from mental health screening to crisis intervention, and from psychoeducation to individualized treatment. And I'm not going to go over each of these in detail because you already have the information, but I just wanted to remind everyone that the tier 1 to tier 3 supports are related to focusing on family engagement and psychoeducation at the tier 1 level. The tier 2 level are groups, workshops and skills training for the classrooms, and then tier 3 are the individualized supports for children and families. So the what we did find from our survey and the information that we gathered really helped us identify what the priority needs are for behavioral health. And for 7 of the 16 non-SLS school districts, there was a request for immediate behavioral health resources and supports. These school districts are really interested in being able to identify students' needs quickly around anxiety, depression, and high-risk behaviors around suicidal ideation, as well as trauma. And they're interested in acting quickly in preventative and trauma-informed ways. So the request for these types of supports can be covered by one or more of the fundamental psychoeducation trainings to all school districts that the department has made available, and those are in the box to the left. Priority needs also revolved around access to behavioral health services at existing school SLS districts, making sure that the linkages are made and students get the supports that they need at the time that they need it. For the non-SLS school districts, service coordination to maximize resources is a priority. And this is really ensuring that there is knowledge about services on the various campuses, the ability to make referrals to community resources and linkages to appropriate behavioral health services. Through information that was gathered to the County Office of Education, 2 school districts identified an increased need for more intensive services and crisis intervention on their campuses to address significant losses and challenges experienced by students and families, for which existing services may not be able to address. And then additionally, school districts are concerned with the potential increase of crisis situations on campuses within the first few months of children returning to school, and the capacity for a response on those campuses. So the transition to school after 17 months of distance learning will be a significant adjustment to all children, as everyone has been discussing today, because many of these children are experiencing anxiety, social anxiety, separation anxiety for the younger ones, as well as escalation of emotional distress and or other behaviors. Next slide.
So based on these data, we are recommending 4 main strategies for your consideration today. They include an increase in school-based behavioral health services by funding up to 7 new school link services coordinators for non-SLS school districts, increasing support to SLS districts by 10%, increasing support for crisis response to serve all districts by 10%, and providing more intensive supports for both Alum Rock and Campbell Unified School Districts who basically flagged for us that they really needed these services at the start of the year. And of course, these strategies advance an earlier referral by Supervisor Ellenberg to expand school-based behavioral health services countywide. Second, we recognize teachers and school personnel will also need additional supports and are recommending a continued partnership with the County Office of Ed to extend their reach and capacity to support all 33 school districts. Third, we recommend a one-year pilot to assess family navigation support to assist families interacting with SARB and Care Court by transferring a vacant position to the DA's office. And finally, given the disproportionately high absenteeism rates in children receiving child welfare services, the Social Services Agency and County Office of Ed are partnering to provide extra support to these children and families at the start of this year. Next slide, please.
So as we wrap up our recommendations, there are a few considerations and some next steps. The purpose of our report today was to identify and make recommendations about the urgent needs as we are reopening schools to in-person instruction this school year. As we approach this new school year, we must also expect that our understanding and analysis of chronic absenteeism is shifting. For example, with COVID-19 symptom screening being a really essential practice for the safe operation of schools, both staff and students will be encouraged to stay home when they're not feeling well. Additionally, policy and practice around formerly used punitive and legalistic measures for addressing school absences are no longer a part of the common practice and the landscape in schools. And we anticipate ongoing and continuous movement away from these types of punitive and legalistic measures that were used to address school absences with both children and their families. Also, as we continue to work together and we're implementing this plan, we will engage in some continuous analysis and look for and identify emerging needs as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a part of our operations of schools this year. And we will be reviewing some new district support, including both the state and federal funding that are being unveiled, and some of the parameters associated with that funding will be more known to us in the coming months, and we'll provide an update to the board. And we are also working on a longer-term action plan that would take us past these first few weeks of the school year.
Thank you, Dr. Dewan, and thank you to our presenters. We're happy to answer any questions that the board may have at this point.
Thank you, Rocio. Let's hear from the public first. We have three members that wish to speak on this item. Take it away, please, Nancy.
Yes, our first speaker is Steve Eckert. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you have 1 minute to speak.
Good afternoon. This is Steve Eckert, CEO, Alum Rock Counseling Center. This recommendation to address chronic absenteeism is a good start. The recommendation builds on existing services, so ramp-up time should be quicker. It's needed now more than ever. Chronic absenteeism was huge before COVID. About 25,000 kids a year were chronically absent, and COVID is probably more. However, while more districts may be served, not all schools are served in those districts, and not all families who need service in those districts get service. I also urge you to pay close attention to page 9 of the report, where it says more granular analysis is needed to understand the need for case management services. I strongly agree. The state plans an additional $700 million on children and youth behavioral health services, and I urge the county leadership to retain co-leadership and thank Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Steve.
Our next speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank all the Board of Supervisors as well as the respective city staff with regards to helping on the absenteeism. with specifically the COVID-19 emergency, there has been cases where the ratios cited as well as expanded and the retroactive processes has been placed by the Senate Bill 95 in order to take care of the COVID-19 sick leave in terms of absenteeism. Also, the SB 14, which has been updated on the July 14, 2021, which requires excused absence in terms of a youth mental and the behavioral health with regards to COVID-19, and as well as the preparing the school employees and a pupil training with regard, as well as there is a bill, AB 516, that has been provided for the excused under the cultural ceremonies and the events. So
Our next speaker is King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, I'm Kathleen King, and I'm CEO of Healthier Kids Foundation. We appreciate the referral focused on chronic absenteeism and the focus on mental health services. Before the pandemic, 1 in 11 of the...
Kathleen, you may want to back up a little from your microphone.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Okay. I'm going to skip a little then. Laura will talk about the pilot we did where we found 42% of the children had mental health needs. And at Luther Burbank, it was 51%. 6 months later, we're still working with 10% of the children we screened. The superintendent of Franklin McKinley School District 1, Cruz, told me that our pilot partnership and the UAP help from the county helped influence staff's overall understanding of the importance of the emotional wellness of students as well as their educational needs. The pandemic has opened the door to the need. Franklin McKinley is trying to hire 17 social workers with the help of Uplift to support their schools going forward. Let's please expand our resources to help our children. This opportunity could be the start of a lasting change in schools, and efforts around prevention have lasting consequences. Thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Laura Clendaniel. I am going to unmute you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Laura Clendaniel. I'm the Director of Operations at Healthier Kids Foundation, where we are highly supportive of the recommendation to address chronic school absenteeism, specifically with the efforts that focus on mental health services. During the 2021 school year, Healthier Kids Foundation piloted social emotional wellness checks in Franklin McKinley School District, where we found 42% of students to have unmet need. In the spring, we took the pilot to Luther Burbank School District, where 51% of their students had unmet needs. We have worked closely between the parents, school district, and providers to ensure that these students receive supportive services. We have plans to expand our pilot to 7 additional school districts, serving approximately 3,000 to 4,000 students throughout the county this year, but schools are limited in their capacity to support their students. Funding these important services are critical at this time. Our students deserve the opportunity to have their mental health cared for as a part of their overall wellness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That ends our public comment.
Thank you. I'll go now starting Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I just wanted to acknowledge something that I think that happened that is to me a sign of good public policy development. And that is that, I working with the small mighty committee was really looking at truancy and absenteeism. And Supervisor Ellenberg was really looking at mental health. And what you brought to us was a beautiful kind of amalgam of both sets of concerns and trying to address them with this more mental health framework. So I just wanted to say to the staff, I really appreciate where this landed. And I also wanted to say to Dr. Dewan, our staff really pitched something to you over the summer and said, hey, can you in 6 weeks do this incredible research project? And I just want to appreciate you for coming forward with such a thoughtful report. There are kind of 3 big areas that I want to concentrate on. I want to start by saying, I think this is a good start. And there are 2 additional areas that I am really interested in us taking a deeper dive into. One is that I want to make sure that we are mindful of how we develop new programming. And the thing I want to be clear about is that I think there are lots of folks who feel really strongly about not having something rooted in public safety, and for a bunch of different reasons that I think Dr. Dewan, you started to talk about, you know, kind of the changing trends. What I would also just acknowledge is that often I feel like when we get into the mental health approach, that a lot of what we're driven by is how it's funded, and then making sure we have clinicians. And I just have to say out loud, I don't know how we're going to hire enough social workers or clinicians. Like I think in many respects we're destined to put ourselves in a very difficult situation, absent thinking about other kinds of services, including, you know, case management and family advocacy and peer support. So what I'm very interested in seeing is, you know, this is the next phase of this actually coming back in September, not in 3 months, but really to look at where we're going to need to expand in partnership with the schools with different kinds of professionals, because I'm concerned that the approach it's putting a lot of eggs in a very specific basket. And, you know, and I want to also just acknowledge, Dr. Dewan, the point you raised about the distinction between chronic absenteeism and truancy. And in the areas that I specifically represent, both of those issues are incredibly prevalent, right? And so I want to be able to figure out how to address both of them. And I wonder if the committee, Dr. Dewan, or the folks that you worked with thought a little bit about that, and could just explain a little bit about maybe your thinking about both the foundational work, but also the next step work.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we would certainly see in terms of data trends is that some of the communities that have both high rates of chronic absenteeism and maybe higher truancy rates are the same community. And sometimes that is because of some of the other challenges that community may be facing with regard to mental health needs. It could also be physical health and wellness needs, lack of access to medical care, or reliance on certain types of medical care that you know, prevent the student from being at school. In addition, as part of our planning and in our longer report and some of our other work we're doing together on school-based behavioral health services, we recognize that this particular set of recommendations was just a starting point and a bridge into some longer-term coordination and collaboration. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge and agree on your point that we need to think more holistically and along a continuum of the types of additional staffing and supports that should be available on school campuses. We do know that students are 21 times more likely to get access to support and get it earlier when it is available on the school campus. And that could be things like student-led support groups. It could be things like counselors and social workers. And it can also be other types of positions that are available on the school campuses that help create that safety net for our students.
So I think that I'm just going to reflect back that I think from a mental health perspective and a medical perspective that those are true, really true. I also think that for a lot of communities, we're facing very specific economic challenges. Parent is going back to work, older child stays home and takes care of the family and then doesn't go to school. And that is the reason that I really want to see us expanding into this navigator case management, peer support programming, because I think that the need, especially again, I think the need is really broad, as not just based on your report, but based on the experience that both, well, really that the district attorney's office has had too, in terms of the cases that get really far down the path. And so for that reason, you know, Supervisor Ellenberg, I want to hear you before I make a motion, so I will wait. But I'm very interested in us moving more quickly into the navigation and case management body of work. I just think it's too urgent, and I fear that the children that are going to be most impacted by that are children that we could be attaching to a service for themselves and their family, a la the way we're approaching the work we're approaching with the CAN Center, where we're really trying to peel off those that are high need, but are not high need necessarily in that system, to get them the services they need. So we're functioning a lot more in a prevention manner than an intervention manner.
So you want to go to Vice President Ellenberg?
I'm sorry, Mike, I have one more issue that I want to raise. The last issue that I want to raise is that I am very excited about the idea of deepening our partnership with the schools. The one thing that I want to ask staff to consider with Dr. Dewan and the committee is that when this comes back to us, which I hope we're going to get a chance to bring it back sooner rather than later, like September, to look at these navigation areas, I am going to be very interested in hearing from our staff how and what kinds of opportunities do you see in a more codified partnership with the schools? And my point here is that we're going to be and have been investing, and I think we should, much more resources in prevention and early intervention. What that means to me is that the relationship that we have with the schools has to be much more sophisticated than it is today. And I think in the report it points out, for example, how much ARP funding the schools are getting. And Supervisor Ellenberg just pointed out a few minutes ago, she's very interested in how we're spending our ARP funding. And in my mind, that means that we have to be really watching what our partner organizations are doing. And I think that would help us leverage resources on both sides. So I think that is, at least we need to take a crack at that by September. I don't mean we're going to have agreements or any of that, Dr. Dewan. I'm really wanting to better understand what's in the realm of possibility, because I think longer term, if the county is going to have these a more serious investment strategy in partnership with the schools, it's got to be very transparent and very very evident that we're not spending dollars across each other, but that we really are having some shared agreements about where we're going to be investing. And I think that long term is going to bode well for us if we can learn how to leverage resources and not cross spend or miss opportunities to leverage. So and as Mike Wasserman always says, if someone else is supposed to be paying for it, what are we supposed to be paying for versus our partners? And I think those are really fair questions, and we should be able to answer them in the most transparent, open way that we can. But again, I just want to say I'm really enthusiastic. This was an incredible body of work in a really short amount of time, and addressed two really significant issues that two members of the board have been charging forward on. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
And my goal is to try and get a 45-minute break for everybody before our 6 starts. So that's why I'm just pushing a little.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Mike.
Yep, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thanks. I agree with Supervisor Chavez that there really has been some significant progress since the June report. And I as well appreciate how these issues of chronic absenteeism and behavioral health have come together in this response. Most of my questions will focus on the latter. I also just want to say at the outset that I agree with Supervisor Chavez that these are strong first steps, and that we do need to keep this work developing with input from school and provider partners across the continuum of services, wellness promotion, early identification of needs, and if needed, connection to treatment. Rocio, will the contract increases that are outlined in the plan for behavioral health providers require board action, or are these covered under the existing DOAs for the behavioral health contracts?
Zelia, can I answer that? I believe that they're still included in the DOA they currently have. Zelia, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thanks so much. Can we get an update at the next CFSC or off agenda to confirm when the amendments have been executed?
Happy to do that. Yes.
Thank you. Also, the table in the ledge file notes these as one-time investments. And while the general fund support to the County Office of Ed makes sense as a one-time investment, at least for now, is there room in the MHSA budgets to keep the provider contracts at the higher levels on an ongoing basis if we find that those service levels need to be maintained beyond the current school year?
So you want to answer?
Yes, so we're actually right now going through the process of the FY23 planning with the MHSA Stakeholder Leadership Committee. So we have also presented the ask for FY22, which would be the increase to these contracts. So it is in process right now, and I think there would be room to, if needed, to request for the next fiscal year, but I wouldn't be able to commit to that, today.
Sure, but it's encouraging that there is room and that potential is there, and I'm glad that it's in your mind. For the IFSP services to be expanded for Allen Rock and Campbell Union, will those supports be available to any student that meets clinical criteria for the program, or only for Medi-Cal enrollees?
The plan would be for any student. The program was built as a very robust program. So it would be a time-limited support for students who have higher intensive needs, to be able to stabilize them, provide the supports that they would need right away, and then to be able to link them to their providers if they have them, so that there is continuity of care to be able to continue to address their needs beyond the stabilization period.
Nice. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you. And what's the timeline for working out agreements with the additional school districts for SLS coordinators?
So that is in process now. We have reached out to them to initiate those conversations. We've started hearing back. And one particular school district is actually asking for additional time to be able to consider whether or not they are interested in co-investing. Because it is a commitment for the school district. And so they want to be able to have those internal conversations and then get back to us. Okay. So it's in process.
Okay, and that's certainly fair for them to consider that as well. And I do think it's important that the schools make investments as well. I'd like to see an update on this work come back as well to CFSC. And in particular, I'd like there to be a consideration for both current SLS districts and new coordinators that really demonstrates fairness and equity in how school district co-investments in SLS coordinators are applied across all districts. I have just a couple of questions now about the chronic absenteeism. When it comes to the school absentee issues, what planning is underway to identify and assure that potential new students for TK, kinder, and first grade who should have enrolled in those grades last year but didn't? What are our efforts to identify those students and get them connected to school? Does that make sense? They're not already in our system. They're the youngest ones, but making sure that they don't get lost even before they begin.
Are you speaking about the county system or the school districts?
I assume it's the school districts, or I mean the county office of ed, or the school district system, not the county organization.
Each of the school districts has strategies that they utilize to reach out to families and to help do recruitment and enrollment support. And also all of the young people who would have been connected to like state preschool program or transitional kindergarten, Head Start, and are aging up into those programs also receive outreach and support from the leaders of those programs to help those families know what their options are for enrollment in the different programs.
And Dr. Dewan, do you think it would be useful or possible to coordinate with families with young kids that are connected to county services like DFCS, social services, OSH, VHHP, First Five, et cetera, to review their client lists and follow up to ensure that kids are enrolled?
I think we could certainly take a look at that.
Okay, then I'd be interested to hear if that's something that really is feasible, because we have our own knowledge of families with very young children, and it would certainly make sense, to the extent possible, and given all the privacy rules, if we can cross-reference and make sure that we're not losing any kids before they even begin. So I'm happy to make a motion now to ask for updates at either CFSC or full Board of Supervisors, and Supervisor Chavez, if you have a preference, I'm happy to accede to that, for an update that would include plans and co-investment recommendations for additional SLS coordinators, additional detail on how the coordination function will connect students to treatment services when needed, including both the Medi-Cal and non-Medi-Cal students, a progress report on planning with local partners to utilize state school-based behavioral health resources approved in the state budget, and an update on trainings completed and still pending for each district's teachers and parents in response to needs identified in the survey. And I'm guessing Supervisor Chavez might want to make some additions to that.
Thank you. And as far as the two possible actions recommended in this staff report, approving the delegation of authority and the request for appropriation, are those in your?
Those are included and rolled into the motion. Thank you.
Those are in your motion. Okay, before I recognize our other speakers, is there a second for further discussion?
I'll second it. And I just want to add to Supervisor Ellenberg, I think Children's Family Seniors is great. And what I would like to have is at the September meeting, the report back that I requested also on case management and especially looking, case management, because I also want to not lose our eye on truancy. And then an additional, and Supervisor Ellenberg, I apologize if I got a little lost in your list. So if this was already said, no problem here. But I am very much looking at a framework for the kinds of partnerships we should be having with the schools. I think that's just really critical in terms of how we do funding. And frankly, I think today we're not worried about resources, but when we are, we're going to wish we had done this. So I want to make sure that the framework of that comes back to us for discussion at a deeper level at the committee.
Absolutely.
And then I'm happy to second.
Thank you.
So we have a second. So I'm going to turn to Dr. Smith first, then Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Simitian.
There was one thing that was being discussed by Supervisor Ellenberg that I wanted to bring up. I don't know if it's included in the motion, but just for some historical perspective, the concept of sharing client lists across school district and social services and other agencies has been something that the county council has been working on for many years, at least 15. And there are a number of impediments related to specific statutory requirements about information sharing. And I think we need to get back to you with another report from county council regarding the areas of contention and flexibility.
Sure, that would be fine. And I wasn't presuming that it was doable, just wanted to make sure that it was considered and perhaps implemented to the extent possible. But I would be interested in that report on the complexities. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. First of all, I would like to thank Rocio, Sherry, Zelia, Superintendent Dewan, and staff for putting together this very excellent comprehensive report. Here's a couple of comments and questions I have. So I noted that for the school districts that are participating in the SLS program, 4 school districts in my area don't have the county-sponsored SLS or PI behavior health services. And I understand that BHSD is looking to expand these services to 3 of the 4 school districts. So the one that's left out is the Orchard School District. That's not on the expansion list. So I would like to request the administration to look into including the Orchard school district in expansion plans, we know that the mental health need is definitely still there. My understanding is that the behavioral health providers are no longer providing SLPI behavioral health services at all the schools within the given school district and have reverted to providing services for specific schools only. And so I would like to ask if we could be trustee to explore the option for providers to continue serving all the schools within the school district and report back to the CSFC in the next quarterly report on the SLS implementation, if that's agreeable to Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez.
Supervisors? Supervisor Ellenberg gave a thumbs up. And Supervisor Chavez, you're fine as well?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Transportation. Poor transportation was mentioned as a high priority for the school districts in addressing chronic absenteeism. And I would like to request that we consider public transportation or school buses for students in elementary school through high school. And would like enough agenda item regarding the following information. For countywide information, how many students are at the elementary, middle, and high school levels? How many students live outside of the designated buzzing zones? And how many students are McKinley, Vento, or deemed housing insecure? Because at the end of the day, what we are trying to do is to achieve better student educational outcomes to reduce school chronic absenteeism as well as other negative outcomes.
Answer, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Supervisor Lee, I think that that's really important data. I don't know how long it would take to put that together. So could it be, I'm happy for you to request it, but could it be decoupled from the other material that we're looking for if that report would take longer to put together?
Sure. No, I don't want to slow down everything else. Absolutely. So
Thank you
if they
so
could
much.
put together, that's great. But if not, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
No problem with that then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it, Supervisor Lee?
Yep, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I wonder, Dr. Smith, if I could just ask you for a commitment to ensure that we have service providers who are familiar with all portions of the county. I was pleased and appreciative to see that there were District 5 schools that were referenced. They are lesser in number, but for the youngsters involved, the issue is no less important. And what I was a little anxious about was that I wasn't as clear that we had District 5 nonprofits or folks who frankly were headquartered elsewhere, which doesn't trouble me at all, but that who knew the territory, who were familiar with these communities. Can I get a commitment from staff that they'll report back to us on that?
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, colleagues, but I just continue to be concerned that because San Jose is the county seat, because it's where our county government center is, because it's where more than 1 million people are, that we too often are a little San Jose centric on services that truly do need to be countywide. So that's the reason for the question.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other hands raised. Supervisor Simidian, I didn't cut you off. Your hand is still raised.
Accidentally, Mr. Chairman.
All right, your hands are down. All hands are down. No more bets. Just kidding. That's my dad lives in Vegas. All right, so we've got a motion and we have a second. I'll ask Nancy to call for the question.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
President Westerman?
Yes. Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. And nice seeing you, Doctor. Where is she? There she is.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate everyone.
We now move on to our final item before our break when we return back regarding the lead study, which I'd like to start at 6 o'clock. And I'd like to give everybody as big a break as possible. We're on item 28 now. Under advisement back in June, consider recommendations related to community engagement mini grants. Office of the County Exec. And
Thank you, President Wasserman and members of the board. Rocio Luna, Deputy County Exec again. This item is actually a report back and a request for delegation of authority to the county executive to execute community engagement mini grants up to an amount of $2,000. Of course, we are also asking for an appropriation modification for a total of $100,000 one time. These grants would be for individuals, individual community members and groups who are in process, who are currently in process or are looking to launch projects that promote education, training, and dialogue across community groups with the express goal of reducing hate crimes or incidences of hate. If the board approves today's recommendations, a website will launch at the end of this month with grant applications available to the public in 5 languages. There are other members of the Division of Equity and Social Justice on with me today, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
thank you, Rocio. We've got one public speaker. We'll listen to that person first and turn to supervisors for discussion and a motion. Nancy, if you can please recognize our speaker.
Yes, our speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I'll be attending the meeting tonight. Thank you for this item. It's hopeful and to deal with our issues of hatred and how to work towards inclusiveness. Good luck in how people can come up with imaginative ideas. I wanted to quickly offer that from the previous item and all the work that you're doing on that item, I hope that doesn't get in the way of the needs of a second bus bridge along the Capitol Avenue corridor area. That light rail, it doesn't fully serve the needs of bus bridges for that area. There isn't bus transit connections in that area that there can be. And I just wanted to make that clear to yourselves at this time, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Blair. Do we have another speaker that came in?
We do, and it is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak. Urvish, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you very much again to all the Board of Supervisors. I wanted to specifically emphasize on the hate incident and the acts in the Santa Clara County. It's very important to implement the program based upon the type of a hate and as well as the type of acts that has been relevant to the types of funding. For example, I wanted to specifically mention about in case of any hate and act that is associated with the military or the martial law. In terms of a hate incidents and acts that belongs to within the specific services of armed forces or within the specific acts of a law enforcement, that is to be provided the granting based upon the program that is required to be established by the armed forces and as well as the law enforcement agency, and being also been referred to the justice tribunal system, so they be aware of the grants that is being provided to specific. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. President Wasserman, you are on mute.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. Now turn to Supervisor Lee for any comments or a motion.
Thank you, President Wasserman. So first of all, I would like to thank Rocio and the team over at Department of Equity, Social Justice for their thoughtful and well-prepared report relating to the community engagement mini grant agreements program here. Also appreciate you, Rocio and Katie, for answering some questions that my staff had around the application process, the timing around, and when these funds need to be used by. I'm interested in making sure that the application window and the completion of the work related to community engagement around hate crimes extended certainly to as long as longer than to allow people to use up the funds to the ending of the county's fiscal year instead of the calendar year of this year. Is there a reason why we can't extend this to June 30th, 2022 instead of the end of this year?
Rocio?
No reason. I think we can definitely do that. I think the window will be open until the funds are expended. So it may be a shorter time than the end of the fiscal year, but we certainly will expend it out.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
And then the other question I have is regarding the cap at 2,000. Is there a reason why it's $2,000 and not say $3,000 or something like that?
Kathy, do you want to take that question? It was basically based on trying to get as many people involved and as many disbursements as we could. So of course, the higher the ceiling, the less the number of people that can actually take advantage and apply.
Right.
So, that's why we thought the 2,000 was a good sort of happy medium.
Okay, good. All right, so moving, so first of all, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to move for approval as staff recommendation with a couple of minor changes. Through the chair, I would like to request that the application window and timeline to complete the scope to work through this mini grant program until the end of the county's fiscal year of June 30th, 2022, instead of the calendar year, to ensure there's more time for the interested party to apply and conduct the work around hate crimes. And second is I would like to increase the cap from 2,000, say, to $2,500.
Second.
To 2,500, seconded by Supervisor Chavez. Thank you for the motion. And the second, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. First, I just want to say I like this one. I like the fact that it has, I know it's going to be relatively high effort for staff, given the modest amounts of money, but I think it gives us the opportunity to really do some work at the community level, the ground level, at the street level, whatever level, and I'm delighted about that. If I missed it, I apologize, but so the first date that somebody can get an approval for a grant is when again?
Kathy, do you have an answer of how long it'll take to process an application as they come in? We're using it. Yeah.
Thank you. So the application process will begin targeting August 30th through at least 30 days to be able to collect a batch of them. And we're going to be going through an evaluation process for the applications. Our thinking is that after 30 days of collecting applications, we could start already setting up the system for them to be awarded a grant. And we are creating some innovative models too with the controller to be able to give the payment as soon as that happens so that they can uplift the work.
So they can start applying August 30th, you were saying?
That is our golden target date and hoping that we'll be able to deliver, yes.
And then I gather from that through the chair that if someone applied on the very first day that you hope you can take applications, which is August the 30th, that they are unlikely to hear back for 30 days because you want to have a collection period. Did I get that right?
Actually, there's a couple of things that will happen to those applications. They'll be in a 48-hour period. We'll be confirming that we have received their applications, and we'll be setting up Q&As, community sessions, to also provide answers for those who are interested in applying. And we'll have a tech support staff dedicated to help those who might be missing parts of their application. So all of that will be happening in that period of time. But yes, once we are finally ready for the award, it'll take about 30 days to be actually confirming the award.
Okay, forgive me. This is, these are modest amounts of money. They're designed, I believe, for sort of grassroots, perhaps less sophisticated folks in terms of their ability to access county processes. So again, if somebody just wants $200 to do a mini grant program, they can, we hope, ask on August the 30th, but it sounds like they may have to wait 30 days in order for that $200 to be released, even if you think it's the greatest proposal you ever saw. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is our timeline right now.
Okay. And then as you go forward, does that 30-day assessment time seem like that's likely to be sort of the norm? I want to be able to give folks in the community a realistic assessment, not have them jamming you for a response that's a turnaround that's unrealistic.
Yes, so our initial thought has been to do them in batches of 30 days each because we're not sure whether we're going to get a deluge of applicants or if we're going to have a smaller amount. So that has been the thought process, but we can have flexibility, of course, on how frequently we're reviewing those applications. And there is a process, of course, for the applicants to provide some tax forms and direct deposit information so we can actually start with providing the disbursement. So those are also built into that.
Okay, could I just close by asking that we be sure that board offices get an off-agenda report as soon as the go date is real and for certain. So if that time gets nailed down, I know right now it's a little bit of a moving target. You're looking at August the 30th, but when you say, if you get to the point where you can say, this is the day, that would help us out in the community, help you get a good batch of quality applications, I feel sure. Okay.
Yes.
Happy to get that to you. Mhm.
Thank you both. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You betcha. So we've got a motion from Lee, a second by Chavez. No further comments.
One comment, President Wasserman, real quick.
Sure.
I forgot to mention this is, in case if we really have a deluge of really good application and ran out of money really early on, is it possible, Rocio, for you to give us a report when that happens so that we would see if it makes sense based on the quality of the applications that we might allocate further funding on it? Because right now the 100,000 is kind of arbitrary number we came up with, but it seems like if the need is really out there, we can come do let us know to see maybe we could come up with additional funding. But right now I think let's leave it 100. Okay, thank you.
We're happy to provide that status. Yes.
I'm sure there's many more grant requests out there than we have dollars for, but I like that idea. All right, so motion and a second. No other. Supervisor Smitty, your hand is up.
Sorry, that's a leftover, sir.
All right, Nancy, will you please take us down the home stretch here?
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you. That concludes items until we're going to break now and then resume at 6 o'clock sharp. And we're going to be speaking about items 36, 37, 126, and 38. Will be all happening in that order. And then I'll tell you about the rest of the calendar for tonight. But I will see all of you at 6 p.m. and then we will address the second half regarding the lead studies, etc. Thank you much. Have a good break, staff. Thank you for all you've done, and hang in there.
Thanks, Mike.
Recording stopped.
emergency preparedness. I really think the Halo pad is something that I know she doesn't want to mention.
Hello, Ada. Phuong, are you in the Vietnamese room?
Ladies, just a reminder, you're not muted.
Thank you.
Just FYI, Supervisor, we are going to be doing a bit of testing with the interpreters that are entering the room.
You got it.
This is one of the deputy clerks, Colin Cooch. I was wondering if you can hear me on the Spanish language channel. Yes, I can hear Ada and I can hear Felipe. Thank you very much. I'll be leaving this room and going to test the Vietnamese room. Thank you. This is Colin Cooch, deputy clerk, trying to contact the Vietnamese channel, and I was wondering if anyone was there that could hear me and could respond. And Michi, can you hear
Good
me?
evening. This is Phương, Vietnamese interpreter. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me? This is Colin Cooch, deputy clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Michi, are you also in this audio channel? Yes, I can. And can you hear me? Thank you very much. The room is active and it's working. So I'm going to leave the room now, but you're both in and confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Colin, I just want to double check because it looks like Phuong is not actually assigned at the moment. I think she just popped into the main session to respond.
Oh.
Yes, there will be a an introduction to guide people to go to the channel. So I think I was supposed to read that first in Vietnamese.
Oh, perfect.
Before I
okay.
get into the interpretation, because when I get in there, the general audience cannot hear me. That's what I was advised. So I'm not sure if.
Okay,
it
perfect.
should
I
be
was
the
just
case.
checking. I was just checking because I'm just looking at the little symbols next to everyone's names.
Thank you.
That is correct. That announcement will be made shortly before the meeting starts. And Phuong, you will be providing, of course, the Vietnamese translation, and Rosario will be providing the Spanish translation. Did you want me to read it once before we do the actual announcement so that you hear it, or it's the same announcement from last week?
If it is the same announcement from last week, I can work on that. But just to be sure, can you read one more time?
Yes. The announcement will read, good evening. This is the clerk with announcements for agenda item numbers 36, 37, 38, and 126 relating to the Reed Hillview Airport. Simultaneous Spanish and Vietnamese translation are available. To access the audio feed for either language, click on the interpretation tab under the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen. From there, select Spanish or Vietnamese. Clicking on the same interpretation tab will return you to the English audio feed where you can select English or off. If you do not turn on interpretation, you will hear the entire meeting in English with consecutive translation of Spanish and Vietnamese comments or questions. American Sign Language translation will be visible throughout the meeting. If you would like to enable captioning, click the Live Transcript tab at the bottom of your Zoom screen. From there, you can select subtitles that will appear on the bottom of your screen. You can also select View Full Transcript for a live transcript that will appear on the right side of your screen.
Thank you.
Sure. And we'll read that again a few minutes before the meeting starts for the translation.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Zaran.
Hi, Sylvia. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I'm going to turn off my mic and my video now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Shall I test my screen, Sylvia?
Sure. No, not this one.
Which one do you want? Is the
Looks
screen
good.
Okay,
Yep, looks
excellent.
good.
Thank you.
Good evening, this is Dave Barry. Can anyone hear me?
Hi, Dave. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhonda, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Good evening. This is the clerk with announcements for agenda item numbers 36, 37, 38, and 126 relating to the Reed Hillview Airport. Simultaneous Spanish and Vietnamese translation are available. To access the audio feed for either language, click the interpretation tab under the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen. From there, select Spanish or Vietnamese. Clicking the same interpretation tab will return you to the English audio feed where you can select English or off. If you do not turn on interpretation, you will hear the entire meeting in English with consecutive translation of Spanish and Vietnamese comments or questions. American Sign Language translation will be visible throughout the meeting. If you would like to enable captioning, click the Live Transcript tab at the bottom of your Zoom screen. From there, you can select subtitles that will appear on the bottom of your screen. You can select View Full Transcript for a live transcript that will appear on the right side of your screen. These announcements will now be translated into Spanish and Vietnamese. Rosario, if you would provide the Spanish translation, please.
Buenas tardes. Esta es la reunión que se refiere a los puntos 36, 37, 38 y 126 de la agenda relacionados con el estudio de plomo en el aire del aeropuerto Reed Hillview. Tenemos interpretación simultánea disponible en español y en vietnamita. Para acceder al audio de idiomas, haga clic en la pestaña de interpretación en el icono de globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla de Zoom. Seleccione español o vietnamita. Al hacer clic en la misma pestaña de interpretación, regresará al audio en inglés, en donde puede seleccionar inglés o apagado. Si no activa la interpretación, escuchará toda la reunión en inglés con interpretación consecutiva en las preguntas en español y en vietnamita. También tenemos disponible interpretación de señas en inglés durante la reunión. Y si lo desea, también puede activar los subtítulos que se encuentran en la parte inferior de la pantalla, o también puede tener la vista completa de transcripción.
Phuan, if you could provide the Vietnamese translation, please.
Xin chào. Đây là mục 36, 37, 38 và 126 liên quan đến cuộc họp nghiên cứu về trì đối với hàng không sân bay Reed Hillview ở San Jose. Có cung cấp thông dịch bằng tiếng Tây Ban Nha và tiếng Việt đồng thời. Để truy cập nguồn dữ liệu âm thanh cho một hay hai ngôn ngữ nêu trên, hãy nhấp vào tab phiên dịch bên dưới với biểu tượng quả địa cầu ở cuối màn hình thu phóng của quý vị. Từ đó hãy chọn tiếng Tây Ban Nha, Spanish hoặc tiếng Việt. Hãy nhấp vào một thanh thông dịch Interpretation sẽ đưa bạn trở lại nguồn cấp dữ liệu âm thanh. Và nếu bạn bật tắt thì bạn sẽ nghe phần trình bày bằng tiếng Anh. Phần bình luận công khai từ những người nói tiếng Tây Ban Nha và tiếng Việt Nam sẽ được dịch trên nguồn cung cấp dữ liệu âm thanh tiếng Anh. Nếu bạn không bật thông dịch thì bạn sẽ thấy toàn bộ cuộc họp này bằng tiếng Anh với bản dịch liên tiếp các nhận xét tiếng Tây Ban Nha và tiếng Việt được dịch qua tiếng Anh. Nếu bạn bật phụ đề trực tiếp ở phía dưới màn hình đây thì bạn sẽ nhận được phần phụ đề được ghi ra bằng tiếng Anh. Bản dịch ngôn ngữ ký hiệu dành cho những người khuyết sẽ được hiển thị trong suốt buổi họp. Và những thông báo này cũng sẽ được dịch ra tiếng Ban Nha và tiếng Việt. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
This concludes announcements for the meeting.
Thank you, Nancy. And you're with us, is that correct, going into extra innings here?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much for that. Would you please just take a roll call just to establish?
Recording in progress.
Yes. Supervisor Lee,
Present.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
and President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you very much. Just to give you all an idea of how we're going to go through this agenda from here on out. We're going to open up right now and we're going to hear presentations on item 36, 37, 126, and item 38. We're going to hear these 4 remaining items together as one item. Dr. Smith will make opening remarks. Then Sylvia Gallegos will start the presentation on 36. Then Dr. Zauron and Lampier will make presentations on the airborne lead study. Then Sylvia, do we have Dr. Marion Hoyer expected to be here from the EPA?
I'll have her available as needed in terms of questions by board members.
Okay, thank you very much. And speaking of questions by board members, the sixth step in our agenda will be board members asking questions of Dr. Zauron and Dr. Lampier about airborne lead study. Then we'll have the aforementioned Sylvia Gallegos makes a presentation on the airborne lead study recommendations. She'll make a presentation on staff recommendations in item 37. And no presentation needed on 38. Then turns over the presentation to me on item 126. Then we're going to have public comment. And after public comment will be board deliberation and votes on 36, 37, 126, and 38. So here we go. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the public. Before you have quite a compendium of information, and I expect that we'll have a lot of public comment. So I thought I would take the beginning of the meeting to try to put it in context and simplify as much as possible. Basically, what you have before you is the fact that the county faces a very important and urgent dilemma related to Reed Hillview Airport operations. The fact of the matter is that the board has commissioned a study, which you'll hear about, which demonstrates that operations at Reed Hillview expose the surrounding community to high levels of lead that are demonstrated in children around the community with blood lead levels. Because of this, the operations of the airport must change. However, the FAA takes the stance that they are completely responsible for the operations of the airport, the utilization of fuel, the activities around the airport that are related to aviation, and all of the operations related to takeoff and landing and maintenance of aircraft. Therefore, based on statutory requirements in federal law, excuse me, the administration is taking the stance that the local agency and the owners of the airport do not have any ability to control this exposure to high lead levels in the community. Administratively, we think that's nonsense. And we are recommending, after you hear the recommendations of after you hear the report, that you ultimately take recommendations to take action under item 37. What we're suggesting is that no matter what we do, we will end up in conflict with the FAA, probably administratively and legally in the courts, certainly in public. We're recommending that you delegate to staff and county council the authority to move as expeditiously as possible to stop the exposure. And it will be a challenge that will take considerable fortitude. We recommend that you authorize us to move ahead with all legal activities necessary to stop the exposure, including closing the airport. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sylvia Gallegos, who will introduce the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive. And before I introduce the research author, I wanted to take a moment to set the table for everyone. Back in December 4th, 2018, the Roads and Airport Department presented a proposed airport's business plan update. In preparing that plan and in response to concerns about leaded emissions that were expressed at community meetings leading up to that board meeting, staff did present information about lead, top zip codes with elevated blood lead levels, and about lead emissions at Reed Hillview. At that December 2018 board meeting, the board asked staff to prepare a study, which is what's before you. So in February 11th, 2020, the board unanimously approved an agreement with Dr. Zaran. He's really one of two academics available in the entire United States who's done this work previously. We'd reached out to Dr. Marie Miranda, but she was on a sabbatical. And so then we reached out to Dr. Zaran, and we're happy to report that he agreed to undertake this study. Dr. Stoddard in County Public Health and the head of CDPH's Chief of Program and Evaluation and Research in the lead poisoning prevention branch reviewed the research methods in the agreement. Dr. Zaran, to give you a sense of the scope of his authorship, is a named author in more than 70 peer-reviewed studies in scientific journals. And in the last 10 years, he's published 19 studies on the topic of environmental lead exposure. Dr. Zaran is a professor of demography and an associate chair in the Department of Economics at Colorado State University, and he holds a joint appointment in the Department of Epidemiology at the Colorado School of Public Health, and he serves as the senior academic for our county airborne lead study. In 2017, as I alluded to before in this presentation, he had prepared a study that brought him to our attention. Dr. Zaran studied the effect of lead-based avgas on blood lead levels in over 1 million children with 448 nearby airports in Michigan. So I want to be clear in this presentation for the public that Dr. Zaran's work is narrowly focused on examining whether piston engine, general aviation aircraft operations at Reed Hillview contribute to blood lead levels in nearby children. Once we received an initial draft from him, one of our struggles was to understand what to make of the findings. People don't usually speak in micrograms per deciliter, so we reached out to the National Academy of Pediatrics, and we actually reached out to quite a number of people, and all roads led to Dr. Bruce Lanphier, who has graciously volunteered to assist us with this process. So Dr. Lanphier is a public health physician and is a pediatric epidemiologist specializing in environmental exposures, including lead. He is currently a professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University, which is in Vancouver, Canada, and a clinician scientist at the Children's Hospital Research Institute of the University of British Columbia. Dr. Lanfear's work focuses on the impact of fetal and early childhood exposure to environmental toxic chemicals, and he's published numerous studies relating to the effects of exposure to lead in childhood. So with that, we're going to turn over the presentation to Dr. Zaran, who will now be sharing his slides.
Thank you, Sylvia. My goodness. Can you all see?
Yes, we can see and hear you, Doctor.
Okay, excellent. So it is a genuine honor to be with you this evening and to share with you the many things learned in this study. In a meeting with Supervisor Wasserman many months ago, I made two promises. The first promise was that we would approach the work objectively and dispassionately, supplying the county with an impartial rendering of the facts. Toward this end, the report is technical and I believe achieves a proper emotional distance on a very difficult topic. One is hard pressed to find a single editorial remark in the report. The second promise was that we would stay clear of the policy deliberations before the county. We have actively avoided any involvement on this front. At no point do we make any recommendation from the results obtained. Policy questions, in my professional judgment, are best left to elected officials, administrators, and the various constituencies they represent. As you might imagine, we've gotten hundreds of questions and comments from the community upon release of the report by email and in various public forums. In addition to our prepared remarks this evening pertaining to the report, we have performed additional analyses to address these thoughtful questions from the community, including but not limited to analyses involving atmospheric lead at the airport, child residential proximity to historic land uses like the San Jose Speedway, subgroup analyses involving particularly susceptible children, analyses involving proximity to various other point locations at the airport, and the collection of water lead exposure risk data. Time permitting, we are happy to share results from these additional efforts. There is a famous Armenian proverb that says, measure 7 times, cut once. It's an admonition for carpenters, but applies equally to the carpentry of data science. Across the hundreds of tests rendered in this report, each analytic cut was measured many times to produce the broadest possible ensemble of evidence for your consideration. What follows is an abbreviated summary of those analytic cuts. Despite our best efforts, the report has been described to me as difficult. With that in mind, in this presentation, where possible, we have limited the use of technical language and expunged the presentation of statistical equations. Some of the technical language is inescapable, and my apologies in advance for that. All that said, the presentation will mostly involve graphics that summarize the many challenging and complicated programming, statistical, and econometric judgments made. I will speak a bit slower than normal to enable translation services provided at this event. While knowledge of the toxic effects of lead stretch back for many hundreds of years, the evidence amassed by modern science indicates that children exposed to lead suffer substantial long-lasting, and possibly irreversible negative health, behavioral, and cognitive outcomes. Numerous studies have linked elevated blood lead levels in children to cognitive and intellectual impairments, poor academic achievement, and higher risk of attention deficit and hyperactivity disorders, among other things. Impairments caused by lead exposure in early childhood ramify through the life course. In a recently published study appearing in the Journal of the American Medical Association, Rubin et al. Find that adult New Zealanders exposed to lead in childhood had measurable reductions in IQ and occupational status in midlife, with these negative effects of early childhood exposure appearing to amplify over the life course. Importantly, the relationship between child cognitive ability and blood lead is nonlinear. That is, the measured loss in cognitive ability is steeper at lower blood lead levels. Consider the following graphics. Graphic A is from a published study by Lanphier et al., illustrating the notion that the loss in intellectual ability is steeper at lower blood lead levels. On the horizontal axis, we have child blood lead level measured in micrograms per deciliter of blood. And on the vertical axis, we have child IQ, a widely used but imperfect indicator of certain kinds of cognitive ability. While it is always the case that more lead in a child's bloodstream is more detrimental to measured IQ, note how the addition of 1 microgram of lead in a child's bloodstream produces greater loss in measured ability at lower as opposed to higher blood lead levels. If you could see my cursor here, right? Let's imagine that we reduce blood lead levels by 0.5 microgram, going here from 20.5 to 20. If we follow this blue line to the nonlinear slope indicated, we can get an estimate of the expected loss in IQ. Now, if we were to move down 1 unit, we could see that there would be a modest increase in the IQ of the child. Now let's imagine the same increment at lower blood lead levels, decreasing by 0.5 microgram from this blue line to this red line. If we follow upward to the nonlinear slope, we could see that this modest reduction at lower blood lead levels produces a greater quantity of benefit in terms of the intellectual capabilities of a child. Now, the nonlinear relationship between IQ and blood lead is not uncommon in epidemiology. Consider the following graphic showing the relationship between smoking and the risk of an ischemic heart disease event. An increase in the number of cigarettes smoked per day increases the risk of a heart disease event. The effect of more is strictly worse than less. However, the size of the jump in risk is higher at the extensive margin as opposed to the intensive margin. That is, going from 0 cigarettes smoked to 1 produces a bigger increase in the risk than going from 20 to 21. The added quantity of 1 cigarette is the same in both scenarios, but produces a larger effect at lower versus high cigarette consumption. Returning to the problem of lead exposure, it is also important to note that the non-linear relationship between IQ and lead implies that the last mile of effort to minimize exposure to lead in children potentially carries greater benefit. Also note, the loss in ability from exposure to lead in early childhood appears to echo through a child's academic life. Consider graphic B from a published study by Miranda et al., linking child blood lead levels at age 2, to performance on standardized tests in 4th grade. Again, we see the signature non-linear effects of lead exposure. The loss in performance is steeper at lower blood lead levels as opposed to higher. Studies by scientists like Lamphere and Miranda have caused various health organizations to conclude that there is no safe level of lead in a child's body. I quote, "Even low levels of lead in blood have been shown to affect IQ, ability to pay attention, and academic achievement." The Federal Aviation Administration fact sheet is more detailed, stating, quote, "All forms of lead are toxic if inhaled or ingested. Lead can affect human health in several ways, including effects on the nervous system, red blood cells, and cardiovascular and immune systems. Infants and young children are especially sensitive to even low levels of lead, which may contribute to behavioral and learning problems and lower IQ. Children have increased sensitivity due to their developing nervous systems." Now, it might be tempting to assume that lead exposure in the United States is a rear view or legacy problem. After all, the blood lead levels of children in the United States have declined precipitously over the last 4 decades, coincident with a series of regulatory actions that expelled lead from paint, plumbing, food cans, and automotive gasoline. Most effective among these interventions was the phase out of tetraethyl lead from automotive gasoline. On this question, we estimate that a reduction of 1 gram of TEL per gallon in automotive gasoline produced a remarkable 35% reduction in child blood lead levels. While tetraethyl lead is no longer used as an additive in automotive gasoline, it remains a constituent in aviation gasoline used by an estimated 170,000 piston engine aircraft. These aircraft consume tens of millions of gallons of lead formulated gasoline annually, with lead emissions from this consumption accounting for about half to 2/3 of all lead emissions in the United States today. The deposition of lead from these aircraft may be an exposure risk to the estimated 16 million persons residing within 1 kilometer of an estimated 20,000 airports that service these aircraft. While many studies have linked aviation gasoline use to elevated atmospheric lead in the vicinity of airports, to date, only 2 studies have explicitly linked aviation gasoline use to the blood lead levels of children. In a study involving over 125,000 observations across 6 counties and 66 airports in North Carolina, Miranda et al. Reported a striking correlation between child blood lead levels and airport proximity, with children at 500 and 1,000 meters, about a half mile of an airport, at greatest risk of elevated blood lead levels. In other words, children close to airports were at great risk. In a study involving over 1 million children in 448 airports in Michigan, my colleagues and I found the child blood lead levels increased with proximity to airports, increased with aircraft traffic observed across a subset of airports, increased in the percentage of prevailing wind days drifting in the direction of a child's residence, and declined measurably among children sampled in the months after the tragic events of 9/11, caused by measured reductions in traffic subsequent to the tragedy. Mountain Data Group and affiliated scientists were asked to assess whether the blood lead levels of sampled children are statistically associated with exposure to lead from aviation-related sources, independently of other sources of lead. Specifically, we set out to test whether the blood lead levels of sampled children near Reed-Hillview and San Martin airports are correlated with child residential proximity, child residential direction or near angle to the airport, and the quantity of aircraft traffic. What follows is a presentation of results pertaining to Reed-Hillview Airport. Only 68 blood samples were taken from children proximate to San Martin Airport in the last 10 years, prohibiting credible statistical analysis. The small number of blood lead samples likely resulted from the relative sparsity of population around San Martin Airport. Next, I'll describe the various data sources deployed in the study, as well as the various measurement decisions made to capture exposure risk to lead-formulated avgas. Blood lead sample data are from the Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Branch of the California Department of Public Health. Blood lead samples are collected from children during visits to a healthcare provider. Laboratories send test outcome data to the Lead Poisoning Prevention Branch. We queried various databases for records with an indication of residence in Santa Clara County, a date of blood draw occurring in the last 10 years, a date of birth for the sampled person, and a reported blood lead value. Restricting to children 18 years of age, under the age of 18 at the time of blood draw, residing within 1.5 miles of the airport, and observed in this 10-year window, we arrived at 17,241 blood lead sample observations amenable to statistical analysis. The main outcome of interest is blood lead level, measured in micrograms per deciliter. Among children satisfying our inclusion criteria, the average blood lead level was 1.83 micrograms per deciliter. About 1.7 and 3.2% of sampled children present with blood lead levels more than 4.5 and 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, respectively. Allow me to address some confusion about this number of 1.7% of sampled children exceeding this threshold. The number that we report encompasses all children under the age of 18, regardless of residential distance to the airport. Journalists have noted that 1.5% of children countywide present with blood lead levels above this reference value. This countywide number of 1.5% pertains to children 0 to 5 years of age, not all children under the age of 18. Because blood lead levels are generally higher among preschool children, our inclusion of children 6 to 18 at the behest of the county substantially deflated the observed fraction. If we do an apples to apples comparison with the countywide number, that is restricting to children 0 to 5 years of age, we find that 2.9% of children within a half mile of Reed-Hillview exceed this threshold. That number is just shy of double the risk that obtains countywide. It's also important to keep in mind that even this bigger fraction of 2.9% can be misleading. It is unadjusted, not accounting for the other factors coincident with residential distance. For this reason, it is absolutely necessary to perform a broader analysis that accounts for all factors that might simultaneously govern place differences. Given that the bulk of lead emissions are released during departure phases of the landing takeoff cycle, we capture child proximity by calculating the distance from a child's residence at the date of draw to the northwest tip of Reed-Hillview Airport. Though not emphasized in the report, the northwest corner is also home to aircraft maintenance activities that also emit lead in large quantities. As with previous research, we analyze the residential distance effect both continuously and by division into 3 orbits of risk: less than half half mile to a mile, and 1 to 1.5 miles from the airport. Now, insofar as avgas exposure is a source of risk, children residing closer to the airport should present with higher blood lead levels. Moreover, as described in the report, children that reside in these different orbits of risk are statistically similar with respect to other observable factors that may govern blood lead outcomes. This figure illustrates the measurement logic. Over our 10-year window, we observe a total of 1,065 records at less than a half mile of the airport, as indicated in this yellow circle. About 6,500 children at a half mile to a mile, as indicated in orange, and just shy of 10,000 sampled children at 1 to 1.5 miles from the airport. Again, insofar as aviation gasoline exposure is an independent source of risk and other things held equal, sampled children in the nearest orbit to the airport should present with higher blood lead levels. Airport proximity by itself is an imperfect measure of aviation gasoline exposure. The fate and transport of lead emissions depend on the direction of prevailing winds. We assign each sampled child a near angle to the airport corresponding to the 4 cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west. In this radial plot, we summarize the behavior of wind at the airport over the last 10 years. Each wedge displays the percentage of wind days that emanate from a defined direction. Here we see that the winds originate overwhelmingly from the west-northwest. In total, we observe about 6,000 records residing north of the airport, about 1,100 records east, 3,500 south, and 6,600 west of the airport. Insofar as avgas exposure is the source of risk, then children residing east of the airport should present with higher blood lead levels. The volume of traffic varies meaningfully between airports and within an airport in time. Therefore, 2 children residing in the same home, but sampled at different moments in the calendar year, may present with different blood lead levels, coincident with the volume of traffic. To capture this risk, we collected daily data on departures and arrivals from the Federal Aviation Administration and monthly quantities of aviation gasoline sold at the airport. To give you an appreciation of the quantity of lead released, from January 2011 to December 2018, an 8-year time window, 2.3 million gallons of lead formulated gasoline was sold at the airport. At about 2 grams of lead per gallon, that's over 10,000 pounds of lead consumed. Based on an EPA estimate that 95% of lead consumed is emitted, over this 8-year period alone, about 5 metric tons of lead was emitted. Importantly, this number of 5 metric tons does not include aircraft landing at the airport that fueled elsewhere. In addition to child proximity to lead-emitting toxic release inventory facilities operating in the county, and child residents in neighborhoods with higher risk of exposure to lead-based paint, as measured by the fraction of housing stock built prior to 1960, we control for many other factors that are correlated with child blood lead levels. By combining all of these factors in a single statistical equation, we can estimate independent relationships between our main indicators of avgas exposure risk and child blood lead levels. Importantly, the purpose here, as delineated in the service agreement with the county, is not a source apportionment exercise. The objective here is very narrow: to calculate blood lead outcomes attributable to airport activities. In the presentation of our basic results, we begin with residential distance, then residential near angle, and then measures of piston engine aircraft traffic and aviation gasoline sales. A reminder that results presented pertain to all sampled children under the age of 18. The focus is on statistical relationships between child blood lead levels and each indicator of risk separately. Later, Dr. Lanphier will present results on subsets of children and the cumulative risk faced by children across these indicators combined. Quickly, this table shows that sampled children are statistically similar with respect to gender, residential near angle, age, piston engine aircraft traffic exposure, and year and timing of blood draw. On variables where we do in fact observe differences, all function to inflate the blood lead levels of sampled children in outer orbits. For example, the risk of exposure to lead-based paint, as measured by the age of the housing stock, is statistically higher among children residing in neighborhoods in the outer as opposed to the inner orbit. Therefore, whatever differences in estimated blood lead levels that may obtain between sampled children by residential distance in statistical analyses that follow, we may regard these differences as likely attenuated or conservative. Holding all other factors constant, we find that the blood lead levels of children in the nearest orbit are about 1/5 of a microgram higher than children in outer orbits. In percentage terms, sampled children most proximate to the airport present with blood lead levels that are 10% higher than sampled children in outer orbits. If we limit to children 0 to 5 years of age, the observed difference expands to just shy of 0.3 micrograms. To provide context, these calculated differences are approximately equal to 50% of the estimated increase in child blood lead levels at the height of the Flint water crisis over baseline levels in Flint. We know this to be true because we conducted and published an NIH-funded study analyzing over 21,000 blood lead samples in Genesee County before, during, and after the Flint water crisis. From the published study, we graphed the change in blood lead levels attributable to the switch in water regime that caused intrusion of lead in drinking water. Note the surge in blood lead levels hovers between 0.35 and 0.45 micrograms till the first advisory to boil water. Now, the comparison to Flint is imperfect with respect to the nature of the exposure. In one case, we have contaminated water. In the airport case, we have atmospheric deposition of lead. However, it is worth noting, again, that the Flint water crisis from start to finish unfolded in less than a year and a half. By contrast, at the airport, the release of lead into the lived environment is nonstop, a continuous flow of an undeniable suppressant of human potential. Next, we share results pertaining to residential near angle. Recall, each child is assigned a cardinal direction to the airport. Because the winds prevail from the west-northwest, children east of Reed Hillview should present with higher blood lead levels. Again, controlling for all other factors that may implicate the outcome, and compatible with a hypothesis of avgas exposure risk. we find that children east of the airport present with blood lead levels that are significantly higher than all other sampled children. Residing east of the airport is associated with a 0.4 microgram per deciliter increase in blood lead levels, equal to a 25% increase over other sampled children. This margin of difference is equal to the observed difference in sampled children before and during the Flint water crisis. These results are also supported by analyses involving the count of downwind days drifting in the direction of a child from the point of blood draw. Next, we share results pertaining to measured levels of traffic. This figure summarizes how blood lead levels change with an increase in traffic, accounting for all other factors. The upward sloping line here indicates the child blood lead levels increase as the quantity of traffic increases. The inverse is also true, of course. Child blood lead levels decrease as measured quantity of traffic decreases. The same positive association obtains between child blood lead levels and the quantity of lead formulated gasoline sold at the airport. Child blood lead levels rise and fall with the sale of leaded aviation gasoline. In going from the minimum to the maximum of child traffic exposure, we find that child blood lead levels increase by about 0.3 micrograms per deciliter, depending on the presence of controls. This result obtains if we substitute traffic for the quantity of avgas sold, and this relationship is likely linear, as supported by analyses involving the division of traffic into low, medium, and high categories. In addition to these main results, we perform several ancillary tests to expand and support the body of evidence. The purpose here is to guard against the rush to judgment, developing tests that lean more aggressively against the intuition of risk. Moreover, the report itself is replete with appendices showing results from additional sensitivity and robustness tests that we do not have time to cover today. I will cover 3 of these extension exercises to our main analysis, bolded and italicized here. The first extension involves categorical measurement of blood lead levels to see if exposure risk to lead formulated aviation gasoline increases the likelihood that a sampled child presents with a blood lead level in excess of 4.5 micrograms per deciliter, which is a very high reference value that the CDPH uses to allocate scarce resources toward the protection of the most vulnerable children. Here we display 2 sets of results from this reference value exercise. One set in light blue pertains to the chance that a child presents with a blood lead level below 1.5 micrograms, and the other set in navy pertains to the chance that a child presents with a blood lead level in excess of 4.5 micrograms. These probabilities are calculated by distance, near angle, and traffic. Again, these analyses pertain to all children under the age of 18. All results displayed here inflate considerably when we limit the analysis to children 0 to 5 years of age. Fixing your eyes for a moment on the navy blue graphics in the top right-hand corner, we find that the chance of a child in outer orbits of risk presenting with very high blood lead levels is over 20% lower than a statistically similar child at a half mile from the airport. Children east of the airport are almost 2.5 times more likely to present with blood lead levels in excess of 4.5 micrograms per deciliter. Finally, we find that the risk of exceedance increases substantially with measured traffic. This recapitulates what we just said. Nonetheless, it's worth emphasizing the proximity to the airport, residing east of the airport, and sampled under periods of high traffic all function to increase the risk of exceeding this very high reference value. Next, we present results from a test that may be regarded as the most telling of the tests performed. In this test, we ask whether the blood lead levels of children respond differently to fluctuations in traffic depending on their proximity to the airport. Insofar as exposure to lead-formulated avgas is, in fact, an independent source of risk, then the blood lead levels of children most proximate to the airport should be more sensitive to changes in the quantity of traffic. Allow me to present a bit slower here. On the horizontal axis, we have the quantity of traffic going from the observed minimum to the observed maximum over our study period. On the vertical axis, we have predicted or statistically adjusted blood lead levels. Two lines intersect the space. One corresponding to children within a half mile of the airport. The other corresponding to children in the outer orbits of risk. To use the language of medicine, we can think of children in the nearest orbit as our treatment group, and children in the outer orbit as our control group. Now, imagine that we turn a dial of traffic from low to high, holding all other factors constant. Note how the blood lead levels of children in our so-called treatment group rise steeply in response to the traffic. Also note how the blood lead levels of children in the outer orbit also increase, but substantially more modestly. This we reproduce with the substitution of the horizontal axis or the input variable from traffic to the quantity of aviation gasoline sold. Overall, among sampled children at less than a half mile of the airport, an increase from minimum to maximum traffic is associated with an estimated 0.83 microgram increase in blood lead levels. This measured increase, over and above all other sources of lead, is greater than what we observed at the height of the Flint water crisis. Children nearest the orbit, we find, are especially sensitive to changes in traffic. Again, these results pertain to all children under the age of 18. If one restricts analysis to children under the age of 6, the estimated increase is more than 1 microgram per deciliter. These measured effects are meaningfully higher, again, than what we observed in the Flint water case. Resulting from various non-pharmaceutical efforts to limit the spread of COVID-19, traffic declined measurably at the airport over the months of February to July 2020. Traffic declined by 34 to 44%, depending on the baseline used. Intriguingly, traffic at the airport returned to pre-pandemic levels in August to December of 2020. These dynamics in piston engine aircraft operations at the airport present us with an intriguing natural experiment. Insofar as aviation gasoline exposure is a source of risk, then children sampled in this contraction period should present with lower blood lead levels. Children sampled in this traffic contraction period did in fact present with significantly lower blood lead levels, about 1/4 of a microgram lower than children not sampled in this contraction window. Given the reduction in traffic of about 40%, the size of the estimated reduction in blood lead levels of 1/4 of a microgram is approximately equal in magnitude to what we observe in main results pertaining to measured traffic. This basically recapitulates what I just said. Now, for your consideration, allow me to compile the evidence on the question of whether the use of lead formulated gasoline at the airport poses an independent risk to children nearby. Forgive me, but I will read carefully here. Evidence from main analyses for a statistical link between aviation gasoline exposure risk. Child blood lead levels include blood lead levels of sampled children increase significantly with proximity to the airport. Blood lead levels are significantly higher among children residing east and predominantly downwind of the airport, and increase in downwind days from the date of blood draw. Blood lead levels of sampled children increase significantly with measured traffic at the airport and monthly quantities of avgas sold at the airport. The probability that blood lead levels exceed 4.5 micrograms per deciliter increases with proximity to the airport, residing east of the airport, and with measured quantities of traffic. Blood lead levels of children proximate to the airport are significantly more sensitive or dose responsive to aircraft traffic and quantities of gasoline sold at the airport. The blood lead levels of children sampled in the traffic contraction period of February to July 2020 presented with significantly lower blood lead levels. Not discussed this evening, but shown in the report, children commuting toward the airport to attend school present with substantially higher blood lead levels than children commuting away from the airport to attend school. On the need to limit lead exposure from aviation gasoline, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine in a recently published report maintains, quote, because lead does not appear to exhibit a minimum concentration in blood, below which there are no health effects, there is compelling reason to reduce or eliminate aviation lead emissions. The ensemble of evidence compiled in this study supports this compelling need to limit aviation lead emissions, to safeguard the welfare and life chances of at-risk children and adults. In a classical liberal democratic society as ours, persons are free and right to transact with each other for mutual benefit. On occasion, such a transaction can impose costs on third parties, what we call in economics an external diseconomy or negative externality. In this study, we show repeatedly across hundreds of independent tests that the lawful buying and selling of lead formulated aviation gasoline appears to impose harm on innocent others. Thank you.
Now we're going to invite Dr. Lanfear to make his presentation.
Thank you, Sylvia. So before I begin, I just wanted to introduce myself and tell you a little bit more about why I was asked to provide a perspective on this report. I'm a physician and a scientist. Over the past 25 years, I've studied how children are poisoned by lead in paint, air, house dust, and water. I've also studied how lead damages children and adults. I've been fortunate to be involved in dozens of studies with teams around the world. So I was asked to provide some perspective on this new report on childhood lead exposure from the Reed Hillview Airport. Lead is a poison. We've known for over 2 centuries that lead is a poison. Most of my research over the past 2 decades was to find out how much lead is too much. So I want to begin first by giving you my impression, my overall impression of this report by Dr. Sammy Zoran, Christopher Keys, and their team. First, imagine if you were asked to figure out if emissions from flying aircraft contribute to the amount of lead circulating in the blood of children who live near their airport. You first need to know how close they live to the airport, the household income, the amount of lead in their blood, and so much more. You also need to protect their privacy. On top of that, you need to find ways to prove or disprove that aircraft emissions were a source of children's exposure to a toxic metal when other sources like lead in house paint exist. So what they did was really remarkable. They merged a series of databases from birth certificates and blood lead tests and household income and census data and fuel use. And as you saw from the presentation, they did a masterful job testing whether their hypothesis was right or wrong. In the end, the results all pointed to the same conclusion. The Reed Hillview Airport endangers the lives of people who live around the airport, especially children. The report is one of the most comprehensive and conclusive reports I've read in my career. Still, as I'll point out in a few minutes, they've actually underestimated the extent of exposure to children and the extent of harm. But before I get to that, I want to share a few additional points and reinforce a few points that Sammy described just a few minutes ago. We're talking primarily about children today, and I just wanted to point out the 3 major ways that we measure brain function in children. First, with cognition, we measure IQ, we can measure academic abilities as well, reading scores, for example. We can measure behaviors, and oftentimes those result in either parent report or physician reported behavior problems like ADHD. And finally, we've also used brain imaging and shown that higher levels of lead in children's blood have resulted in structural changes in the brain, particularly in the prefrontal cortex of the brain, which makes us distinctly human. This first study, published in 1979 by Dr. Herbert Needleman, recruited over 2,000 school children in Massachusetts, and they paid to have substitute teachers come in and have the homeroom teachers rate these children on a whole variety of behaviors, from whether they could follow simple directions, whether they were hyperactive or impulsive, whether they were persistent in their schoolwork and dependable, whether they were organized or easily frustrated. And what they found when they measured the amount of lead in the children's shed baby teeth, which they collected from the children and gave them little gifts, was that as the lead in children's teeth increased, they saw these strong relationships with the amount of problems they had in school. As tooth lead levels increased, the children were reported by their homeroom teachers to be more impulsive, more hyperactive, less dependable, less organized. This collection of behaviors we now describe as ADHD. Subsequently, about 10 years ago, we did a national study in the United States, and we found that children who had a blood lead level in excess of 1.7 microgram per deciliter were 2 to 2.5 times more likely to meet criteria for ADHD. to have ADHD. We went on to estimate that 1 out of 5 children in the United States with ADHD had ADHD because of lead exposure. Now imagine for a moment, if you will, if I had designed a vaccine or a drug that could prevent 1 out of 5 cases of ADHD in US children, over 600,000 cases, I'd be quite wealthy. We got some scholarly attention, but that was about it. We were less concerned, it seems, for prevention. But what I've been so impressed with in learning about what's going on in Santa Clara County is that you've decided to take this and conduct your own studies and ask your own questions. As Sammy pointed out, we saw this striking reductions beginning at the lowest measurable levels, what Sammy called a nonlinear relationship. And we saw that with reading in the first study I did, and frankly, it went right over my head. But by the second study, I was ready for it. And the third study, and there have been over 12 studies by now that have looked at the shape of this dose-response relationship. What happens to reading or IQ scores or academic ability as children's blood lead levels increase? In all cases, they saw this steep decrement beginning at the lowest measurable levels. In none did they refute it. Now, we don't expect this kind of consistency from scientific research, but when it happens, you don't ignore it. I wanted to just show this in a little different perspective.
Bruce, we can't hear the volume.
Sorry about that. I forgot that magic optimize your video. Oops.
The largest drop in IQ from lead exposure occurs at the lowest levels. As the level of lead in children's blood increases from 0 to 100 parts per billion, IQ scores drop by about 6 points. In contrast, an increase from 100 to 200 parts per billion results in an IQ drop of 2 more points. An increase from 200 to 300 parts per billion results in an IQ drop of another point. In fact, the World Health Organization and other agencies agree there is no safe level of lead exposure.
This is really quite remarkable, this idea that there's no safe level, because what we've always done up until 2012 is we've made an assumption that there are thresholds or safe levels for toxic chemicals like lead. So to come out and say consistently and convincingly, whether it's the World Health Organization, the Centers for Disease Control, the National Health, Public Health Agency of Germany, Health Canada, Cal EPA, they've all consistently acknowledged this and have done their regulatory standards based on this steep slope at the lowest levels of exposure. I also want to put this in perspective with how there's this shift in the curve and how these subtle changes can have big impacts on populations, on communities. And so in this case, what you're going to see is the impact of a 5 IQ point decrement across a 6-year birth cohort of children in the United States.
Typical distribution of IQ scores. Most of us have IQ scores that fall between 85 and 115 points. Only 2.5% of children have an IQ above 130, which is considered gifted. There are about 6 million children in this group. On the other end of the distribution, another 2.5% of children have an IQ below 70, which is considered challenged. The impact of exposure to a toxin like lead causes a 5-point drop in IQ. This shift results in a 57% increase in the number of children that are challenged, from 6 million to 9.4 million. There is a corresponding decrease in the number of children that are gifted, from 6 million to 2.4 million. Little shifts matter. The impact of exposure to another toxin, like flame retardants, results in a further increase in the number of children who are challenged from 9.4 million to over 11 million. There is a further decrease in the number of gifted children.
One of the other challenges in trying to protect children from toxic chemicals that impact brain development is lead is only one of them. Children in California have some of the highest levels of PBDEs, a type of flame retardant, in the world. They're also exposed to air pollution, which also diminishes children's cognitive ability, and pesticides. So the impact of these various toxins add up. And not surprisingly, children who live in low income communities tend to be more heavily exposed to various toxic chemicals like lead and flame retardants and pesticides and air pollution. I also want to put this in perspective so that we don't too quickly diminish small increments in intellectual ability or academic abilities. So if you'll focus for a moment here, the current reference value that the Centers for Disease Control, there seems to be lots of different action levels. CDC right now uses 5 microgram per deciliter. California uses 4.5 microgram per deciliter. The CDC recently voted to lower it to 3.5 microgram per deciliter. More on that in a few minutes. Still, if we just focus for a moment on 5 microgram per deciliter, in a 6-year birth cohort of children, that is the 24 million children who are born over a 6-year period, 4 million in each birth cohort, so a total of 24 million. There's about 500,000 who had a blood lead greater than 5 microgram per deciliter at the time this study was completed. Each of them, after taking other factors into account, is estimated to lose about 6 IQ points from lead exposure alone. If you multiply 500,000 times 6, you end up with 3 million IQ points lost. Now let's look at the next strata. Children between a blood lead of 2.1 and 5, almost 6 million children, and they lose on average about 1.5 IQ points. Now that seems like a small amount, but if you multiply your 5.7 million children by the 1.6 IQ point decrement, you see that it adds up to 3 times more IQ points lost. And it's simply a numbers game, right? I'd rather have $1 from 100 million people than $1 million from 10 people, $1 million from 10 people, right? So this is how businesses can do really well when they sell a lot of volume of something. So if we just focus on children with the highest blood lead level, whether it's 5 microgram per deciliter or 4.5, we will fail to protect or preserve the vast majority of IQ points lost. In this particular case, we would only protect or preserve 3 million out of the 23 million IQ points lost. And that's why it's so important to focus on even the lowest levels of exposure.
Lead toxicity doesn't only impair children, it affects people over their entire life. The ability to think and reason increases as we mature, peaks during young adulthood, and then begins to decline in our 60s. Children who have higher lead exposure never reach the same peak ability as children with lower exposure. At the other end of life, adults with higher lead exposure have accelerated decline in their mental abilities and may develop dementia sooner.
So this model has been seen time and again. When you follow children out, those with higher blood lead levels never meet their same peak cognitive ability as children with lower levels. We also see at the other end of the age spectrum that adults with higher bone lead or blood lead have accelerated cognitive decline. We also have evidence, not as definitive as some of the other evidence I've just shared with you, that lead is a risk factor for dementia as well. Now you saw this graphic that Sammy and his team put together showing that children who lived in closest proximity to the airport, within a half a mile, had significantly higher blood lead levels than children who lived further away. They looked at 18-year-old children, and this is probably the most important way that they underestimated the impact of the aviation fuel, leaded aviation fuel on children's blood lead levels. If you focus on toddlers, 12 to 24-month-old children, instead of, or in addition to children who are younger than 18 years, you can see that the blood lead concentrations are actually quite a bit higher than children who are younger than 18. And the difference is actually underestimated because in the analysis that includes children younger than 18 are the toddlers. And so by being particularly careful, what Sammy and his team did is they underestimated the impact. So instead of being about 2.1 microgram per deciliter, the estimated blood lead level for children was about 2.5 when you look at toddlers. Now, why would we want to look at toddlers? Well, study after study has shown that toddlers are the best indicators of a lead contaminated environment. Why is that? Well, toddlers represent a confluence of increasing mobility as they begin to crawl and stand, and mouthing behaviors that persist. So all of you that are parents or have younger children or cousins, nephews, know that children put soil and dirt in their mouths. They put non-food items in their mouths. And that's one of the most important ways for children to be exposed, not only to lead paint that disintegrates and contaminates the house dust, but aviation fuel as well. Airborne lead is ingested and it settles out and is picked up and ingested, especially by toddlers. And that's why if you want to know about ongoing exposures, the key is to focus on toddlers. So here's this key graph that Sammy showed you. This is looking at children under 18 years of age. And what you can see is that as air traffic increases, so does the blood lead level of children, but only if they live in close proximity. The second line, the blue line, barely nudges upward, but you see a steep increase in blood lead concentration as air traffic increases among those who live in close proximity. And I want you to just pay attention to the maximum value here. It's about 2.5. Again, this is looking at children younger than 18 years of age. Now let's look at the same graph for toddlers. Again, you see that steep increase in blood lead levels of children who live in close proximity, but not in those who live further away. But here, instead of being a maximum of 2.5, it's about 3.4 microgram per deciliter. Again, showing how they underestimated the impact on children. So now if we look at toddlers, we can see how their blood lead levels increase. So Dr. Zaran and his team showed the independent contribution of proximity and separately maximum traffic, and separately from that, living downwind or to the east of the airport, or being in the lowest 10% of income in the community. But what happens if you start to add those up? The mean blood lead level, the average blood lead level for toddlers, now we're focusing on toddlers because the toddlers are going to give us the best indication of ongoing exposure in the community, increase from 2.5 microgram per deciliter to 3.3 when you add proximity plus the maximum traffic, to 3.5 when you add living to the east of the airport, and finally, when you add low income, it increases to 3.7. Now, it's important to note that the number of children gets smaller as you go out here, but it's also important to know that even looking at the average underestimates the impact. Let's look at what happens now when you look at the percent of children who exceed 4.5 microgram per deciliter. That's a California Department of Public Health action level. And you can see, just focus here on the percentile at the top, not the rest of it. You can see that the percent of children who have lead poisoning based upon this value, 4.5, increases from 2.6 to 3.4% to 6.3% to 8.9%, almost 9% of kids who have all of these characteristics. Now, I mentioned I was just on the CDC working group that was asked to evaluate whether we should lower the action level from 5 microgram per deciliter down to 3.5 microgram per deciliter. Our working group unanimously voted to lower it down to 3.5 microgram per deciliter. That represents the 97.5th percentile of children in the United States. We passed that on to the CDC's lead advisory committee, and they also unanimously voted to reduce the action level down to 3.5 microgram per deciliter. So if we look at this cumulative increase jumping from proximity, where over 5% of toddlers exceed 3.5 microgram per deciliter, to 7% when we add maximum traffic, to 10.5% when we add living downwind, and finally almost 14% when we look at children in the lowest income level. This is sizable increase in blood lead concentrations. Now, to summarize that, we can see as we shift from all children exceeding, this is now just focusing on percent, all children exceeding a blood lead of 4.5, toddlers exceeding 4.5, and toddlers exceeding 3.5, we can see that there's this incremental increase in the percent of children who are estimated to exceed these values. Why is that? Why are toddlers better? Well, you could think about it as children of different ages are like different types of vacuum cleaners. Toddlers are really good vacuum cleaners, maybe like the Dyson. They pick up dust and stuff really well, and that's why they're such good indicators of the kind of contamination in their environment. We could also think about it like a bank account and a salary, a monthly salary. The blood lead levels that we're measuring are not the best indicator of lifetime exposure or total body burden of lead. The blood lead levels are a good indicator of a mixture of past exposures and current exposures. But for toddlers, they're much better at representing ongoing or current exposures. But think about blood lead as a monthly paycheck. The monthly paycheck can give you an indication of somebody's overall wealth, but it's just an estimate. It probably gives you a good ranking, and blood lead tests are good. That's what I've relied on for most of my tests, and they're the optimal test for large epidemiologic studies like this one. But what we know is that bone lead concentrations or tooth lead concentrations, which is a type of bony tissue, are much better indicators of cumulative lead exposure. So this study that was done in Yugoslavia looked at both bone lead and blood lead. And in both cases, they saw that steep drop off in IQ from the lowest quartile, the lowest 25%, to the next category. And those were both highly significant. But when they put both of those in the model, in the same model, essentially they asked the question, if we compete bone lead and blood lead at the same time, what happens? And what they found was that bone lead was a much stronger predictor of IQ deficits. So the estimated decrements from blood lead concentrations will underestimate the brain injury that we see. There's a couple other cautions. First, most of the studies that have looked at IQ deficits and ADHD or criminal behavior in children with higher lead exposure focused on lead and paint pigments. The particles of lead and paint pigments tend to be much larger, about 500 nanometer, than the lead particles in aircraft exhaust. The red dot here represents the lead, which is usually attached to other particles. This is based on the recent National Academy of Science and Engineering Medicine report. The lead particles are about 4 nanometers, and the overall particles about 20 nanometers found in aircraft exhaust. What we know about the size of the air of the particles is that the smaller particles are much more likely to be absorbed into the gut, into the respiratory tract, and even directly into the brain through the olfactory nerve. And there are metal transporters on that nerve. So we may be underestimating the impact from aviation fuel because most of the more recent studies have relied on lead and paint particles. And then finally, I just want to focus on this diseases of adults. For obvious reasons, Dr. Zaran and his team focused on children. We didn't have good air monitors out there. We have some, but they're not very widespread. So by default, what Sam and his team had to do is to essentially use children as air monitors. Fortunately, they're good. They're good monitors. We know they take it up, particularly the toddlers are very good at giving us an estimate of what's in their environment. But by focusing on children's blood lead, they've also tended to ignore the impact on adults. Now, just as one example, lead, the US EPA in 2013 said lead is a risk factor for coronary heart disease. So along with sex, being male or female, obesity, smoking, diabetes, salt intake, toxic metals, lead, arsenic, physical activity, airborne particles, and genetic susceptibility, we know that lead is in EPA's own word, a causal risk factor for coronary heart disease. And so I wanted to show you this next animation because what we found in 2018 is directly relevant to this because we see the same steep increase in risk of dying from coronary heart disease at the lowest measurable levels.
Lead is also a risk factor for coronary heart disease. That's when your heart is slowly or suddenly suffocated by an obstruction of the arteries feeding the heart. In a national study, we found that deaths increased sharply at blood lead levels below 50 parts per billion, the level considered safe. There was no threshold or safe level. If we let the narrowing of this coronary artery represent the risk of dying from heart disease, you can see that most of the narrowing occurs below 50 parts per billion. We found that lead accounts for about 185,000 deaths every year.
That makes lead the leading cause of coronary heart disease deaths in the United States. Now, we use 50 parts per billion in here. That's equivalent to 5 microgram per deciliter. And again, because of that shape of that dose response relationship, beginning at the lowest measurable levels, you already see a steep rise in heart attacks. And so by focusing on children, we're underestimating the other impacts, including hypertension. Lead is an established risk factor for hypertension, renal disease, preeclampsia, and coronary heart disease. So several times throughout reading the reports and expert reviews, I've come across the word crisis. Some used it to say that this was a crisis. Others said it's not a crisis. Well, when you have conflict like that, it's always nice to go back to basics. And so I went to the dictionary and I looked up the word crisis. The first definition, a time of intense difficulty, trouble, or danger. And I think all of you know this is exactly that. It is a time of intense difficulty where you have to make difficult decisions that will impact the health of children and entire communities, not just tomorrow, not just next year, but for a lifetime, or actually thousands of lifetimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lanfear. Sylvia, we have Dr. Hoyer, who you said is just on standby for any questions. So board members, I'm going to turn now to each of you to see if you have any questions. This is not a time for motions or anything else. It's the time for questions of our two doctors, Dr. Zaran, Dr. Lanfear, and we also have Dr. Marian Hoyer from the EPA. If we've got any questions, when we are done asking questions of those three doctors, we'll go back to Sylvia for about 30 minutes of presentations. Then we have approximately 100 speakers that we're going to hear from, and then we will deliberate, make motions, and take votes. So with that, I'll look for any hands from supervisors that wish to ask questions of the doctors at this time. And I'm not seeing any, so we will now move on, Sylvia, to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. We're going to bring up a presentation. So this may be challenging for the public to follow. As Board President Wasserman indicated at the beginning, we have 4 items tonight. And the first of those 4 items is item 36. And I'd like to now explain what the staff recommendations are with respect to item 36. So the first recommendation is to receive the staff report from our office of the county executive, and then also Dr. Zaran's study, which its formal name is the Leaded Aviation Gasoline Exposure Risk at Reed Hillview Airport in Santa Clara County, California study. The next recommended action is to have the board approve funding in the amount of $90,000 for publication of this study in a peer-reviewed scientific journal. I said at the beginning that Dr. Zaran is well published, and the goal with taking this study to publication in the scientific journal is to make it available for the EPA. Periodically, they update every 5 years the national ambient air quality standards for lead, and the 5-year review period is coming up, and we think it's important to make this study available for that review process. In addition, and I'm going to speak in a moment to the next recommended action, we are interested in publishing this study because we want to add that to the body of evidence that the EPA needs to consider. So the next recommended action would be to direct County Council to submit or join a petition of rulemaking to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And the intent is to have them make a finding that lead emissions from general aviation aircraft endanger public health and welfare, and then issue proposed emission standards for lead from general aviation aircraft under the Clean Air Act. We know this is a national issue, and one of the great privileges of working for this board is its willingness to affect national policy. And so we think this is a very important action to take on behalf of communities throughout this nation. The next action is to direct the administration to continue working on. We've done some research and it's been captured in this transmittal to promote unleaded operations at both our county airports. And that relates to ensuring a reliable supply of unleaded fuel. And right now, the only unleaded fuel available in the marketplace is a 94 octane unleaded fuel by Swift Fuels, and then engaging in education efforts with airport users to promote its use for those aircraft that can use it, and also considering possible incentives to encourage its use, including price per gallon, convenience, and availability. Then the last recommendation under item 36 would be to direct the administration to continue discussions with California Department of Public Health and Mountain Data Group, that's Dr. Zaran's group, to further and understand their respective interest and the feasibility of taking a broader study of airborne lead emissions. This is just one airport, and we know that this could raise concerns in other communities. And I wanted to clarify that we would conduct this study if the board so approves. And in respect, we would just be funders of a study that California Department of Public Health would lead, but we would do so with jurisdictions that express a desire to participate in the study. So those are our recommendations under item number 36. So now I want to pivot to the next item, which is item 37. And this is the principal recommendations we're making in light of the study that Dr. Zaran performed. So I want to start actually at the end, and usually I present process at the very end of any kind of presentation I make, but I'm going to start in the beginning because for some people in the community, this is long overdue, perhaps decades overdue. And for other people, this feels very rushed. This is a very momentous board vote. And so I wanted to again start with describing how we arrived at this process. So you'll recall at the beginning, I said the board unanimously approved Dr. Zaran's agreement in February 2020. Then the county spent 6 months negotiating a data privacy and security agreement with California Department of Public Health and Dr. Zaran's company. And he didn't begin his work until September of 2020 last year. The board will recall that our original date to bring the study forward was May 25th. And about the April timeframe, we were coming up against the deadline, and one of our volunteer peer reviewers, and the one, frankly, we were waiting for, Dr. Anthopoulos, wasn't submitting comments in timely fashion. And at the time, we made this very painful decision to postpone this study and its presentation to the board because our commitment to everybody was we would follow the science. And Dr. Anthopoulos in particular was we were very eager to understand her input because she was one of the named authors in the other Dr. Miranda, who has done work in this area. And so we delayed this board meeting to August. So that would give Dr. Zaran time not only to receive this input, but also conduct additional analyses in response to her input. So then on August 3rd, the airborne lead study was released, and we provided it to all of the board offices and posted it to the county's website. That same day, August 3rd, Mr. Freitas, our Roads and Airports Director, made a presentation of the study at the District 5 United meeting. That same night on August 3rd, Eric Peterson, our Airports Director, made a presentation on the airborne lead study to the Airports Commission. The next day on August 4th, staff and our researchers conducted a press conference, a virtual press conference, because we understood that this study was frankly difficult for many people to understand. Then on August 10th, staff met with the city of Morgan Hill. That same day, August 10th, staff met with the city of San Jose. And again, that same day, August 10th, we met with the city of Palo Alto. And I can tell you that the city of Palo Alto staff have expressed interest in commissioning their own studies. So I have in fact connected them to Dr. Zaran. Then on August 11th, we conducted a virtual community meeting in East San Jose with Supervisor Chavez. There were 439 people in attendance. There were 341 questions and statements that were made at this community meeting. And we did forward to the board as a supplemental report a matrix of these questions that were submitted. And then during this meeting, there were 72 live responses that were provided. And like today, we had Spanish and Vietnamese and American Sign Language translators. The next night on August 12th, we had a virtual community meeting with Supervisor Wasserman focused on South County. We had 138 attendees. There were 123 questions and statements made, and we had 65 live responses during that community meeting. And now we are before you at this board meeting. So it was quite extensive, the process leading up to it. It's frankly 2.5 years in the making. And then I wanted to expand on that a little bit, providing a brief historical review of Reed Hillview for further context. So as I said, for many people, this is a long time coming, this conversation. Reed Hillview has been a source of controversy since at least 1978, when the county first initiated a safety study of the airport in the aftermath of a plane crash that occurred at Catherine R. Smith Elementary School. In 1986, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, then a county supervisor, first called for the closure of Reed Hillview. On May 6, 1990, a Cessna Skyhawk crashed on takeoff into a backyard of a house, and then San Jose Mayor Tom McHenry and City Council member Blanca Alvarado and the entire City Council voted 10-1, asking the county to close Reed Hillview Airport, and that didn't happen. In 1996, an environmental impact report to analyze environmental impacts of airport closure was prepared, and a proposal by then County Supervisor Alvarado to close the airport was narrowly defeated on a 2-3 vote. 12 years later, in 2008, then board chairperson Pete McHugh asked for a report on the closure process for the airport and the potential benefits to the county of redeveloping Reed Hillview Airport for other uses. That ultimately didn't result in any additional actions. 10 years later, in 2018, the Roads and Airport staff presented a proposal or proposed business plan update for the airports. And it was from this board meeting back in December of 2018 and from recommendations made by Supervisor Chavez and Cortese that this study was requested. And again, here we are before you. So I wanted to offer you a sense of the affected community. What you see in front of you is 3 rings. They're 3 orbits. So the outer orbit is 1.5 miles, and that reflects the entire study area. And what I wanted to bring to your attention is that there are 52,000 people within this area. And for context, let me tell you that that's more than the population of 7 cities in Santa Clara County. So you can imagine, think of the entire population of Campbell or the entire population of Morgan Hill here. Of those 52,000 people, nearly 13,000 of them are children. That's more than the enrollment of every school district except for San Jose Unified or East Side High School District. And we know this because the population density here in this part of San Jose is 5 times higher than the rest of Santa Clara County. So now I want to shift to San Martin Airport for comparison. So as you can see from this aerial, San Martin has 2,350 people. So that's 50,000 fewer people than in that same orbit at Reed Hillview. They have 280 children, which represents about 2% of the nearly 13,000 children within that 1.5 mile orbit around Reed Hillview Airport. And I'm showing you this for 2 reasons. First, I want to bring to everyone's attention that we couldn't do an airborne lead study of San Martin as we had first proposed, because there were only 68 blood records within that 1.5 mile orbit versus 17,000 for Reed Hillview. And second, I raised this because in community meetings, some people were suggesting that, well, if we close Reed Hillview Airport, it really means we need to close all general aviation airports. And the point I want to make is that all general aviation airports are not the same. And in fact, if you look at the vast majority of the 250 public use airports, they do not have residential neighborhoods directly adjacent to them. So, but I do want to show you for context some of these other airports in Santa Clara County. So this is Palo Alto Airport. Then I want to move to Mineta San Jose International Airport. And this is a commercial airport. So these are jet craft that don't use leaded fuel. And then next, let's look at Moffett Airfield. And then finally, I want to show you Santa Monica Airport. As I said, of the 250 public use airports across California, the vast preponderance aren't like Reed Hillview Airport, but one that is Santa Monica Airport, as you can see from this aerial. And this airport is scheduled for closure in 2028 through a settlement agreement with the FAA. So given the significant effort that Dr. Zaran made to respond to questions, our overall sense is, and many people did email him directly, in addition to responding to comments in public meetings and other forums, you know, our sense is that many people have accepted the validity of the findings. And in the last couple of weeks, you know, the conversation in the community has shifted, and it's turned on the idea that if we could get unleaded avgas to our airports, it would solve the airborne lead problem. And so what I want to show is that, in fact, a lot of our analysis was focused on mitigating lead contamination around Reed Hillview Airport. And unlike other sources of lead exposure, remediating lead from Reed Hillview requires government action. While we laud the effort by Aerodynamic Aviation to secure unleaded avgas over the weekend for its flight training school, we cannot make an entirely lead-free airport relying on people's goodwill. And the analogy I use is that Valley Water, as many people will recall, asked the community to cut back on water consumption by 15%. Everyone knows we're in a mega drought and water is in significantly short supply. But what did the community save? 0%. In fact, despite every effort the administration would make to secure a reliable supply of unleaded avgas for airplanes at Reed Hillview and San Martin, the county cannot ensure entirely lead-free operations at the airports. There is one unleaded avgas available in the marketplace, and it's a 94 octane product, which means it's not usable for about a third to maybe up to a half of the general aviation fleet. On July 27th, there was an announcement, and it caused us to revise our report. GAMI, which is General Aviation Modifications Incorporated, announced that it received approval by the FAA to do wide-scale testing on 100 octane unleaded avgas. And the significance of this is that 100 octane unleaded avgas may be what's considered the universal drop-in solution to replace 100 octane low lead avgas for the vast majority, if not all, general aviation airplane fleet without engine or other modifications. I want to be clear that GAMI's 100 octane unleaded avgas is not available in the marketplace. It's undergoing wide-scale testing, and the FAA did ask GAMI to conduct additional tests, which we believe relate to sort of high compression engines. So while aviation proponents may assert that there is a fleet-wide unleaded avgas solution on the horizon, we do not believe that is the case for the foreseeable future. And I want to point to a statement that the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association made. You know, this is an advocacy organization. I was struck by the sober and careful tone of its comments when this announcement was made. And so what they said was, while the FAA approval represents a significant step in the long path toward the elimination of leaded avgas, it will be some time before GAMI's 100 octane unleaded avgas might be available fleet-wide. And then, importantly, only if it proves itself in the large-scale test. So under current circumstances, there are significant limits to our ability to create a lead-free airports. We believe the FAA would likely still require the county to supply a 100 octane low lead avgas and would very likely object to a ban on lead formulated avgas, at least if or until a universal unleaded avgas is available for the entire general aviation aircraft fleet. In addition, an aircraft owner could continue to self-fuel with lead formulated avgas under current circumstances. Pilots of county airport-based aircraft could fuel with leaded avgas at other airports. Itinerant flights landing at Reed Hillview or San Martin could be using leaded avgas. And if the GAMI 100 octane unleaded fuel does pass additional testing and ultimately becomes available sometime in the future, the GAMI chief engineer and co-founder estimates the fuel would cost between 60 to 85 cents per gallon more than the 100 octane low lead. And that's a premium that price sensitive pilots may not be willing to pay. In addition to that cost, to use GAMI's 100 octane unleaded fuel, a pilot would need to obtain and pay for a supplemental type certificate, the process and cost of which is unknown at this time and would present another barrier for adoption of the fuel by some segment of the pilots. So to summarize all of these points, our view is if or until there's a widely available 100 octane unleaded avgas that's available for the entire general aviation fleet, a federal mandate that requires all pilots to use unleaded avgas, a phase out of leaded avgas production, and the supplies of leaded avgas depleted, it would be very difficult to operate the airports entirely lead-free while subject to restrictions imposed by the FAA grant obligations. The phase out of lead in automobiles may be instructive, perhaps in terms of the timing. Some people may recall that a schedule was introduced in the 1970 Clean Air Act. By 1975.
Ms. Gallegos?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me a second. Is this your staff presentation of item number 37
That's correct, sir.
that you're doing right now? And
Yes,
the
sir.
recommended action is direct administration and county council take all necessary actions, including closure, to immediately prevent lead contamination.
That's correct.
And I know there's a number of different ways and things that the board can consider. It just seems like you're going down one path right now, specifically regarding a possible transition to lead-free gas. I need to know where you're headed or what it is exactly you're doing. I'm a bit confused now.
So what we've been endeavoring to say is it'd be extremely difficult to operate the airports entirely lead-free, and we were trying to describe the limitations to that under the current circumstances.
Okay, and I don't want to get in this debate publicly with you, but that would be like it would be extremely difficult to close the airport prematurely. And it could be extremely difficult to do other things. It just seemed you were very much focused on this one item, and I'm looking at the recommended action, and that's why I was asking where this was going. If you could please wrap up, then we can get to public comment.
All right, so I will wrap up then, and let me move to the very end of the presentation, if I may, just one moment. So staff recommendation. As you can see here, and as you described, Supervisor Wasserman, the recommendation by staff is direct the administration and council to take all necessary actions, including closure, to prevent lead contamination from operations at Reed Hillview Airport. I want to be clear that this does not mean that the airport will be lead-free tomorrow. This is the beginning of a fight. But I would say that I want to communicate our steadfast commitment to that, and that it's a righteous fight and one we are prepared to fight right now. And so let me do one last housekeeping item before we make it available for public comment. So board offices have expressed concerns with respect to the study and what this means for families. And I wanted to bring to your attention that we now have an updated public health website in the Childhood Lead Prevention Program. And it provides some information with respect to prevention and education information, including common sources of lead exposure, how to protect your family from lead, healthy eating to prevent lead poisoning, and what the program can do for you. We also, as you know, we have a lead paint mitigation program, and we're pleased to announce that the website is now up, and it's at leadfreescc.org. And you can find more information about the lead paint settlement online at the county website. So with that, we will abbreviate the presentation and allow you to open it up for public comment.
Thank you. And Dr. Smith wanted to summarize. So Dr. Smith, will turn to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to our consultants. Thanks to Deputy County Executive Sylvia Gallegos and everyone else who did a huge amount of work with regard to this. I started off trying to frame us at the 50,000 foot view, no pun intended. We've gone through a lot of weeds, important things to know, lots of details that are critical. I think our studies and our experts made some great points, but I'd like to bring it back down to look at the overall general suggestion and recommendation from the board, or from the administration to the board. We think it's very convincing to realize that right now, children and adults are being poisoned in the region around Reed Hillview Airport. And because of the fact that there's an intense population there and a large number of so-called sensitive receptors, schools and other areas that are children are at a lot. We think it's clear that this has been a problem for many years that's contributed to many social and health ills and will continue to be a problem unless we do something now. What we're recommending to the board is that we embark upon what will be a challenging fight with the FAA in order to eliminate the lead exposure and poisoning. The FAA will not, at least historically, has not been receptive to the idea of impacts of their service or their activities on the community. Their enabling legislation and regulatory scheme really is focused on one issue, and that's to maintain airports functioning as they currently are. I think it's been pretty well documented that, at least for Reed Hillview, that operation causes IQ drop, illness, sickness, poor performance in school, adult diseases, and we recommend that you authorize administration and county council to take whatever steps are necessary in a legal way in order to prevent the exposure of lead, of our community to lead. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll now move on to public comment. What I'd like to do, I'm hoping public comment can end around 10 o'clock, a couple of hours from now. Given the number of people we have, Nancy, we're going to go to 30 seconds each so that we can give as many people as possible the opportunity to speak tonight about this and voice their feelings. When public comment is over, which I'm guessing will be a couple of hours from now, we will then have board deliberation on each item and take votes and try and wrap that up. So Nancy, if you can start us off, please.
Sure. Our first speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 30 seconds to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Paul Soto, if you can unmute yourself, please. Okay.
Paul, you are on.
We will come back.
Yes, yes, this is Paul Soto
Yes.
from Horseshoe. I think that report says it all. I'm more interested in its closing and for there be a context centered for that closing. That DDT pesticides in the 1940s and 50s were loaded onto those planes and sprayed over Chicano populations that lived in Salsipuedes. That the Chicanos have lived with this enough already, and that there be some context centered on this discussion with respect to Salsipuedes and the DDT pesticides.
Our next speaker is Gabriel Manrique. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you may speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gabriel Manrique, and I am calling to support the closure of Reed Hillview Airport. In the heart of Sickle Valley, thousands of children, most of them from lower income families and communities of color, are exposed to toxic lead fumes from private planes flying out of Reed Hillview almost every day. The new report concludes that children next to Reed Hillview Airport experience high blood levels. I urge the Board of Supervisors to close the airport and protect our children, the future of Silicon Valley. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Michelle Coleman. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. The report documents the ongoing damage to East San Jose children and other people. The community has been dealing with these conditions for decades, and their health has been negatively impacted. It's time to stop the harm. We cannot continue to allow people to have their health and living conditions negatively impacted. I call for the closure of the airport.
Our next speaker is Vaughn Villaverde. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, President Wasserman, members of the board. My name is Vaughn Villaverde, Director of Advocacy at Asian Americans for Community Involvement, and I'm here to urge the board to support the administration's recommendations and to close the Reed Hillview Airport. As a federally qualified health center, we stand with the medical and scientific communities in underlining that there is no such thing as a safe amount of lead exposure, and that this exposure is leading to severe harm in our communities. We need to preserve the health and well-being of our communities. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Brian Schmidt. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt here from Green Foothills. We support both the immediate closure of Reed Hillview Airport and the protection of the San Martin community from potential impacts of sending air traffic to the airport. You've heard about the dangerous impacts of lead emissions, and we fully agree with those reasons for closing Reed Hillview and protecting San Martin from expansion. East San Jose deserves something better, including parks, and please also protect San Martin. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Trudy. Please accept the unmute to speak. Trudy, can you unmute yourself, please?
I have not submitted a question.
Now is your opportunity to provide public comment if you wish.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Barus. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, President Wasserman and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeremy Barus, and I'm the Program Coordinator with Community Health Partnership. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote in support of closing Reed Hillview Airport as early as 2022 and banning use of leaded aviation fuel immediately. There is no safe blood level in children. With 21 schools and children's centers, child care centers within 1.5-mile radius of the airport, the continued exposure of children to lead must end. The dangers of Reed Hillview Airport have been made evident.
Our next speaker is Ernesto Gonzalez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Thank you very much. My name is Ernesto Gonzalez with the Masons Local 400. And today, guys, about the compromise with this community. And the Hillview Airport, needs to be closed by 2022 period. The two reasons why I definitely agree to do this because most of the private plants, owners, they're not living there. They're live.
Our next speaker is Carlos Rosario. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Carlos Rosario. I'm the president of County Black Lawyers. I serve as a commissioner on the county's Health Advisory Commission, and I'm the chair of Bay Area Community.
I am so sorry I unmuted you. Can you please unmute and restart the timer? My apologies.
No problem at all. As I said, I'm a president of the County Black Lawyers, serve as a commissioner on the county's Health Advisory Commission. Most recently, I had the pleasure of serving on Supervisor Lee's community review panel for its urgent grant program. I submit that you view the issues tonight through the urgent grant program's lenses, which focuses on unhoused, racial justice, greenness, equity, neighborhoods, and transparency. I believe that community safety delayed is community safety denied, and I hope you take care of our kids. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bella Estrada. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Bella. I'm 7 years old. I go to school by the airport. I don't know what lead is, but my dad let me know it hurts kids. I don't want my friends or me to get hurt by lead. I want to grow up to be big, strong, and smart. Please close the airport.
Our next speaker is Juan Estrada. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Juan Estrada, Advocacy Associate at Green Foothills. Reed Hillview Airport is surrounded by neighborhoods that have endured noise, plane crashes, and dangerous pollution for decades. It's now also confirmed as also poisoning children with leaded fuel all that time. We urge the continuation of a community-led vision for the site that includes a significant percentage of land to be dedicated for open space, nature, and parkland. Please close the airport for the sake of kids, the community, and the environment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Hayes. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Susan Hayase. I've lived in San Jose for 40 years. I'm a member of San Jose Nikkei Resistors. We are a grassroots community organization in the Japanese American community. We know that closing the Reed Hillview Airport is an issue of environmental justice. I strongly urge you to close Reed Hillview Airport. It is unacceptable that Eastside families and children are exposed to toxic lead fumes every day from private planes, mainly owned and flown by people who live miles away. There is no safe lead level in children. Please close the airport.
Our next speaker is Cecilia Chavez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Chavez, and I'm a community member from East San Jose, right on Story and King, right on the wind trajectory of where I've been contaminated all these for the past 2-3 decades of my life. I've suffered, now knowing that I'm suffering the consequences of being exposed to lead with 2 premature births and consequences of that, but also as a Silicon Valley debug organizer, I want this explored on the youth that have been incarcerated, and their blood levels should be tested as well.
Our next speaker is Brett Bymaster. Please accept the unmute to speak. Brett, you may speak.
Hello, my name is Brett Bymaster, Executive Director of Healing Grove Health Center. We have a significant concern. We are in favor of closing the Reed Hillview Airport, but we have a significant concern that traffic will shift over to San Jose Mineta Airport. The FAA actually can't restrict where planes fly in. So we want to make sure that in this conversation that we are taking that into fact. Guadalupe community where there's already a high fraction of low-income people living. So we could just shift the problem from East San Jose to Washington, Guadalupe.
Our next speaker is Angel Madero. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Cool, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Angel Madero, and I'm speaking on behalf of Councilmember Magdalena Carrasco, who represents District 5. In the area that the report references, you have gathering spaces to the tune of 21 schools, parks, recreation centers, places of worship, and shopping centers. You're talking about 52,000 residents and 12,000 children who are on a daily basis exposed to lead pollution for years and who will now have to deal with these consequences. Councilmember Carrasco requests the board vote to close the Reed Hillview Airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dilsa Gonzalez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I am in favor of shutting down the airport and let community lead a vision of what to do with the land. It is enough. It is too late to change. We need this airport to be closed and be able to give our community what they need, the programs after all the damage that these people have done to us. It is time. I am asking the supervisor to vote yes on closing the airport and let community decide what to do with the land. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Bennett. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak. Steve, can you unmute yourself, please?
My wife, a Korean-born U.S. citizen, was lead assembler for 25 years. Where was your lead testers when she and thousands of other immigrants were breathing solder smoke while they worked? She took a heavy metal test in Reno, 10 times the max, half-life 20 years. Our test here showed nothing. Are your tests tainted to your favor? Our metal pipes, you want to test one for lead? What are the water pipes in the tested area? I think you're the lead tester behind the airplanes. That's not right.
Our next speaker is Mackie Avila. Please accept the unmute to speak. Mackie, can you please unmute? Mackie, one more time, can you please unmute?
Sí, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Hola, mi nombre es Macaria Ávila y vivo en el este de San José, muy cerca del aeropuerto. Soy madre de 3 hijos y uno que viene en camino. He vivido durante 5 años. También soy promotora comunitaria como madre y residentes. Importa el bienestar de nuestra comunidad y hoy pido que cierren de inmediato el aeropuerto. El tema es claro de justicia racial, principalmente niños y niñas pequeños, latinos, asiáticos y familias afectadas.
Rosario, are you available to translate that?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, yes, I'm here. My name is Macaria, and I live in East San Jose, and I live very next to the airport. I'm mother of 3 children and one more on its way. And I've been living for 5 years with this. I'm also a community promoter, and I would like to have justice for children in Asian and Latin American community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abrea Connor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Abrea Connor. I'm the directing attorney of the health program at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We urge you to close the airport and allow for community input for a plan at this future site that includes the families of East San Jose. We've heard tonight that there's no level of lead that can exist in a child's blood that would be considered safe. Also, the students that are closest to the airport are students of color. Here in California, Cal-Enviro screening has demonstrated that race and environmental harms are directly correlated, and that's what would happen here as well.
Our next speaker is Mary Helen Doherty. Please unmute to speak.
Mary Helen Doherty, a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and the housing team of PAC. Please vote to immediately close the Reed Hillview Airport and endorse a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land will be used in support of our East Side neighbors. Your vote to do so is an action that implements the stated county values to achieve racial and economic equity and is a statement of respect for former Supervisor Blanca Alvarado, who continues to set an example for you by her justice making for her community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aurora Solis. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak. Aurora, can you unmute yourself, please? Aurora, one last time. Okay, we will come back to her. Next speaker is Lavere Foster. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Lavere Foster, and I represent the African American Community Service Agency. I support the immediate closure of Reed Hillview Airport. We must always put the health and safety of our community first. The longer the airport remains, the longer parents have to wake up every morning wondering if their child will get sick. At this time, we ask for your leadership and make the decision that protects our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Aitken. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is John Aiken. I'm the Director of Aviation for Mineta San Jose International Airport. I have grave concerns about item 126, which proposes to prevent infrastructure improvements and expansions at San Martin Airport. Without investments in San Martin Airport, the board's actions this evening have the potential to shift general aviation aircraft to San Jose International Airport. This shift will negatively impact the operations of the county's only commercial service airport. San Jose International does not have the capacity to absorb these aircraft or activities. I can't.
And we are back to Aurora Solis. Please accept the unmute to speak. Aurora, I see that you have unmuted. Please go ahead.
Is that better?
Yes.
No? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Aurora Solis and I live in East San Jose, near Reed Hillview Airport. I have 2 elementary age grandchildren who attend school in my vicinity and my mother who is 101 years old. I have lived here for 50 years. We are also fearful that a plane might crash into our home or schools. We are tired of the noise all day and night. I urge you
Our next speaker is Rebecca. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Rebecca and I live in East San Jose. I beg you to show your commitment on protecting and preventing our community from suffering painful disease. It is unacceptable and inhumane that our families and innocent children who are in their full development of their immune system have to breathe this toxic air caused by useless airplane airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Burns. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sherry Burns, and I'm the Executive Director of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. I'm a San Jose native, and I've lived here for several decades. I support the closure of Reed Hillview Airport. The damage caused to residents living near the airport for more than 60 years of exposure to leaded aviation fuel emissions cannot be undone. We should never think it's okay to have policies in place that result in harm to any of our residents, let alone ignore those policies that continue to increase the number of children who develop behavioral and intellectual disabilities. I urge you to vote to close the airport.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Maluda. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Let's go ahead, Nancy.
I seem to be having some technical difficulties here. If someone from my team can please take over.
One moment. Our next speaker is Michelle Mashburn. Michelle, I've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, my name is Michelle Mashburn. I'm a disability advocate and activist in San Jose. Lead is toxic at any level, and environmental devastation disproportionately impacts lower income communities, people of color, and disabled people. The airport must be closed, and the voices amplified on this issue are those that live in the area and not the airplane owners and people who are unwilling to live in the toxic lead fumes. Close the airport and continue a community engagement to plan the future of this public site.
Next speaker is Gustavo. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Sí, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gustavo Flores, soy residente del Distrito 5 aquí en San José, soy parte del grupo de líderes en vecinos activos y he vivido aquí en San José por los últimos 33 años, especialmente en el este de San José. Hoy me encuentro aquí en petición junto con la comunidad para pedir y exigir el cierre del aeropuerto Reed Hillview, ya que nosotros creemos que el aeropuerto es un peligro para la comunidad, esto debido a los residuos de plomo que dejan el aire y que están contaminando a nuestra gente, y aparte de eso creemos que esta ciudad podría ser utilizada y enfocada en...
Our next speaker is Jennifer
We
Maluda.
need that, just real quick, we need that.
You want a translation?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Gustavo Flores and I live in District 5 in San Jose. And I've been living in East San Jose for 33 years now. And I'm here with the community to demand the closing of the airport because we think it endangers the community because of the lead residues in the air. And it may be used. That's it.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Maluda. Please accept the unmute to speak. And for some reason, I am unable to unmute her. I will come back. Our next speaker is Omar Vasquez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Omar Vasquez. I live, I'm a volunteer for Luna, but I also live here and close to the airport. After I heard the study, actually I read like 25 pages. And now I know that this is gonna be about public health or poor people health versus my privilege or rich people's privilege. So, and I urge our supervisor to vote for public health.
Our next speaker is Louis Rocha. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, hello, good evening. On behalf of Latinos in Action, dear members of Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, please be advised of consensus among state and national Latino civil rights leaders in supporting and urging the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors to end decades of lead exposure to Latino children and families in East San Jose by closing Reed Hillview General Aviation. You are strongly urged to vote yes on each agenda items 36A, E, 37, and 38.
Excuse me, Nancy, a question for you. Is it possible we have simultaneous translation occurring for those listening on the, for instance, the Spanish translation version?
Supervisor, that is happening. We have simultaneous translation both on the Vietnamese channel and on the Spanish channel. However, when somebody comes into the room and speaks Spanish, we do offer translation for those English speakers so that they know what is said as well.
Okay, so if somebody comes in and they speak Spanish, where this board is not able to get the English translation at the same time.
Not at the same time, no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Beverly Waithaka. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Beverly Waithaka, and I represent the African American Community Service Agency, and I support the immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. This issue has been plaguing our community for years, and it's essential that we prioritize the health of our children and the vulnerable Black and Brown communities that are not informed about the disproportionate health effects that are imposed on their community. Instead of the airport, we can start looking towards building facilities, recreational centers, and resources in that location that have a more positive impact on the community surrounding it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ari Luna. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, my name is Ariadna Luna, and I represent the African American Community Service Agency. I reside in District 5, which is Eastside San Jose. I support the immediate closure of Reed Hillview Airport. My community has had enough of the long-term effects of lead poisoning. The most affected individuals being exposed to lead are children and families of minority groups. I ask myself, how can we treat our future so poorly? The almost 200 acres of land in Eastside San Jose need to be allocated towards facilities that can direct positive impact on our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amadi Bateman. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Amity Bateman with Surge at Sacred Heart. I support the immediate closure of Reed Hillview Airport. As we've heard tonight, there's no safe level of lead in a child's body. The health of this community is continuing to be threatened, and we should not allow this damage to continue. As a teacher, I have seen firsthand the tragic results of elevated blood lead levels in children. The Eastside community deserves a chance to heal and to use the space to serve their own community. We need the immediate closure of the airport and a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Milan Valentin. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Milan Valentin, and I'm the Executive Director at the African American Community Service Agency. We serve several clients that have reached out to us over the years, letting us know about the impacts of this issue. One thing we want to make clear here at AACSA is just because you change the gas does not mean you get a pass. It is time to close this airport.
Our next speaker is Nina Gomez. Please accept the unmute to speak. Nina, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will come back to her. Our next speaker is Carla Landis. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak. Go ahead, please. Can you unmute yourself again, please?
Sí, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Mi nombre es Carla Landín, soy madre de familia y vivo aquí en el este de San José. Estoy aquí porque quiero pedir el cierre del aeropuerto Red Hillview. Creo que no tiene ningún beneficio para la comunidad donde vivo. Más bien creo que es el único propósito de que está ahí es para el entretenimiento de pocas personas que ni siquiera son parte de esta comunidad. Creo que todo lo que están haciendo es contaminar el aire y envenenar lo que respiran nuestros hijos. Es por eso que espero que la comunidad tenga voz y voto para ver cómo se puede usar ese territorio mejor. Gracias.
Hi, my
Rosario.
name is Carla. Yes, my
Thank
name
you.
is Clara Lendes, and I'm a mom, and I live in East San Jose. And I'm here to support the closing of the airport, which is not having any benefit. The only benefit or thing that may have is that it is for the benefit of very few people that are not part of the community, and it's polluting air that is bred by our children. So let's have a better use for this land.
Our next speaker is Peter Ortiz. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Honorable President Wasserman and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Ortiz, and I represent the Eastside community on the Santa Clara County Board of Education. I'm calling on behalf of the many students, families, and working class residents of my trustee area to urge you to vote to close the airport immediately. This is a clear issue of racial injustice for the mainly children of color and immigrant families impacted by the placement of this airport. It's time for the board to prioritize our families over the use of private planes by closing the airport now.
Our next speaker is Nina Gomez. Please accept the unmute to speak. Nina, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good evening. My concern is mostly about children and the children that are consuming the lead. I do have a vote, and it would be to close the airport.
Thank
Hello.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Our next speaker is Jen Mulata. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, board. This is Jennifer Maluta with San Jose State University. In direct response to the lead study, San Jose State will keep its students on the ground until flight school planes can use unleaded fuel only. Additionally, we commit to developing research and innovation strategies that will help transition general aviation away from all aviation fuels and toward electric propulsion. We applaud Supervisor Chavez for her leadership and for all the work that has been done to get to this point. We will support the board's decision, and we are committed to working with the county.
Nancy, if you'll hold up just a minute.
Sure.
We've now been hearing public comment for 30 minutes, 10:20. We've got about 35 speakers that have spoken and 228 more to go. So in about 3 minutes, I think we'll cap it. So anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please register now. 3 speakers from now, Nancy, let's cap it on the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Norma Pametz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Norma Pametz. Estoy aquí de parte de la comunidad de Somos. Estoy para apoyar el cierre del aeropuerto. Inmediatamente lo pido porque yo tuve una experiencia muy traumática y creo que todos necesitamos el cierre inmediato de este aeropuerto. Espero nos den la oportunidad de nosotros como comunidad decidir el cierre automáticamente a la voz de ya. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Norma, and I live in the I'm from the community Somos, and I would like to demand the immediate closing of this airport. And me myself, I had a very traumatic experience, so I please demand the immediate closing now.
Our next speaker is Alicia Chavez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Alicia Chavez. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug.
I'm also within the range of the youth that were in the study. So it would probably be me and my peers. Growing up, I lived less than a mile away from the Reed Hillview Airport and went to the schools and community centers around the airport, and we call for the immediate closure of the airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Salvador Bustamante. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
President Wasserman, members of the board, good evening. I'm Salvador Bustamante. I'm a member of Latinos United for New America, also known as LUNA. I'm calling to urge you to close Reed Hillview Airport immediately. The damage from more than 60 years of exposure to leaded aviation fuel emissions cannot be undone. However, you can do something tonight to show your commitment to a more equitable county by doing everything in your power to close the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Vivanco. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is David Vivanco, and I am a father of 4 in the east side, and I grew up here as well. So I would like you guys to please shut down the airport. It would benefit us to decide on what to use the land for. But yeah, I would just pretty decide for you guys to say to close the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nancy, if you'll cap it now, we've got 252 people remaining to speak.
Thank you. We have made a note of that. Our next speaker is Barbara Estrada. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Okay, my name is Barbara Estrada. I am resident of District 1. I am also the single mother of a special need child. I stand in solidarity with the parents and families in the East San Jose community. I am urging you to vote in support of closing Reed Hillview Airport. As early as 2022, I'm beginning use of banning of leaded aviation fuel immediately. It is devastating that today thousands of children must live without.
Our next speaker is Angelita. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure can.
Hi, my name is Angelita Chiveste. I live in East San Jose, affected by the Ridgeville Airport, and work as a director of programs for Somos Mayfair. Within the county, we are working on creating systems of support and creating demonstration sites to support families. Yet we continue to allow systematic environmental issues to hurt our families and children. Closing the airport is a prevention and intervention method for children's future. If we look at education, it's savings. I urge you to close it and do not allow those empowered to persuade your vote.
Our next speaker is Jorge Casas. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi. President Wasserman, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Jorge. I'm a member of Latinos United for New America and a resident of East San Jose. I'm here to urge you to close the Reed Hillview Airport immediately. Each day we continue to keep Reed Hillview open, we are consciously making the choice to poison thousands of children and family members in East San Jose, a perpetual cycle of environmental discrimination and racism.
Our next speaker is Marianne Dewan. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Good evening. Lead significantly impacts children's physical, emotional, and academic development. There are no treatments for reducing the developmental adverse effects of lead exposure in children. Prevention is the only effective strategy. Thousands of children are exposed daily due to Reed Hillview Airport. Immediate action is needed to protect our children. I support the staff recommendations and urge you to take action.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noah Lehman. Please accept the unmute to speak. Noah, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, I will come back to him. Our next speaker is Irvish. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention about the two bills. One is a bill introduced by the US Congress, which is the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Act, and second is the Sustainable Skies Act. As well as I wanted to mention about the Federal Aviation's updated guideline about utilizing the 100L of fuel, and as well as the state, federal legislative, aircraft fuel regulation, manufacturing, and the distribution system capability updated as per the safety insurance and the international communication. This would help county to evaluate that how the change in the leading gas.
Our next speaker is Huáscar Castro. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, President Wasserman, members of the board. My name is Huáscar Castro, working partnerships, standing in solidarity with community partners and grassroots organization, urging the board to close Reed Hillview Airport now. The recently conducted lead study clearly shows that children living near Reed Hillview Airport are at risk of increased lead exposure, which can lead to permanent, irreversible health effects. No amount of lead is a safe amount of lead. No parent will want their children to be exposed to any measurement of lead. So why are we allowing East San Jose children to be exposed to such high amounts of lead every single day?
Our next speaker is Emily Schwing. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Emily Schwing. I'm the Public Affairs Director with Vaccination and part of the Se Puede Collective. Our collective urges you to shut down Reed Hillview now to protect our community's health and well-being and to take into account the history of social, racial, and economic injustices perpetuated by the airport. We believe our families deserve quality and dignified access to education, economic mobility, public transportation, high-quality green space, services, programs, and affordable housing that leads to ownership, reparations, or due. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Patrick McGarity. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Patrick McGarity, and I'm San Jose City Council member Sylvia Reynolds as Chief of Staff. Reed Hillview is poisoning the children of East San Jose and Evergreen. It's imperative that you act now to stop this. In addition to the 21 schools discussed, there are dozens more daycares, preschools, and after-school sites that were never mentioned. As the parent of a toddler, I can't imagine what I would do if my son was one of those exposed. The county owns this airport, and you now know definitively that it is actively and continuously poisoning our community. Councilmember Reynolds lends her voice to the chorus of community members and
Our next speaker is Oscar Quiros. Please accept the unmute to speak. Oscar, can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah,
Thank
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Oscar Quiros Medrano. I am a leader of Jóvenes Activos. We demand that the county immediately close the airport, instate a curfew until the airport is shut down to address the noise, publicly announce a commitment to a community-centered vision, because ending the use of lead is not not enough for our community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Antonio Martinez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Antonio Martinez. I'm a leader with Jóvenes Activos from Somos Mayfair. We need Red Hill shut down. Knowing that the planes that are flying around our area are spreading lead into the air is absolutely terrifying, especially when there are younger children in our community who are having health problems due to the lead in the air. It's important to shut it down before families, friends, and communities start dying from the poison that Red Hill is spreading. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Michael McDonald. Please accept the unmute to speak.
I am Michael McDonald, one of many Angel flight pilots at Reed Hillview. The same National Academy of Sciences report to Congress that people have referred to recommends communities adopt the unleaded fuel now at Reed Hillview as part of a comprehensive plan to keep communities safe from lead. If you really want to help communities and children around the US eliminate lead, you should support what we are doing at Reed Hillview, Watsonville, San Carlos, and other California airports. Keep this airport open and let it be a model for the US. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Alvarado. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi. You have heard indisputable evidence of the harm that has been inflicted upon the residents, particularly vulnerable children, for decades. I attended 1st through 8th grade within a half mile of the Reed Hillview runway. I guess I should be grateful that the school is just west of the airport, not south and east. It is unconscionable to consider any delays to closure. The county must act tonight, and the city must consider all land use decisions through the lens of environmental justice. We cannot allow the significant harm of these kinds of land use decisions to be borne by any more generations.
Our next speaker is Javier de los Santos. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Mi nombre es Javier de los Santos y represento a vecinos activos en Mayfair. Debemos abordar la justicia racial y la unidad. La única manera de es cerrar el aeropuerto y usar las tierras de una manera que responda a las necesidades de la comunidad. Y si yo fuera concejal, votaría por cerrar el aeropuerto.
My name is Javier de los Santos, and I am a representative of a Mayfair community. I would like to demand racial injustice, and we demand the closing of this airport and also to use the land for better needs according to the communities. If I were a director, I would vote immediately for the closing.
Our next speaker is Gabriela Garzon Gupta. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Gabriela and I am with the Asian Law Alliance. Please support the closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. The airport has been open for far too long. There are people, real families and children who have to deal with the negative effects of the airport. Lead no amounts is safe and no one should be subjected to the poison. Although the airport made an announcement about switching to unleaded fuel, there's no timeline or 100% guarantee attached to this announcement. We don't have time to wait around while our families continue to suffer from lead pollution, noise pollution, and limited housing. Let's reimagine this publicly owned land for the public. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Delma Hernandez. Please accept the unmute to speak. Delma, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Delma Hernandez and I live in East San Jose. I'm a volunteer with Luna, Latinos United for New America, and I urge you to vote to close the airport immediately and include a robust community input process to prioritize the neighborhood families who are directly impacted by the airport, because reparations are due and the community must benefit directly. We must address racial justice by making sure that the land is used in a way that could best serve the community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kenny. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to say Cindy Chavez stated with joy that a Google campus could fit on Reed Hillview property during the November 17, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting. This public comment is too short. It's a limit on my First Amendment rights. The county is using children to create fear to push an agenda by large private donors to sell off our public asset. The airport is affordable, the pilots are charitable, and the facilities are vital to emergency preparation. It saved my 93-year-old grandmother's life. Cindy Chavez is corrupt, and the rest of the county are disingenuous and immoral.
Our next speaker is Maria Martinez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Maria Martinez and I'm Family Resource Center Supervisor at Somos Mayfair. And also I live in near Reed Hillview Airport for more than 14 years. I urge you to vote to close the airport immediately. I'm tired to sacrifice, they always sacrifice our community and put the healthy of future leaders at risk. You as a supervisor, you have the empathy and make decisions that benefit the entire community and not just a few people who are not even.
Our next speaker is Genaro. Please accept the unmute to speak. Genaro, can you please unmute yourself? We will come back to him. Our next speaker is Isaac Solorio. please accept the unmute to speak. Isaac, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, my name is Isaac Solorio. I'm a leader with Jóvenes Activos from Somos Mayfair. Red Hill View will continue to affect my family because my sister suffers from seizures. I am afraid that if we do not close the airport, her condition will worsen by the lead being dumped in our community. We demand that the county immediately closes the airport and state a curfew until the airport is shut down to address the noise. Publicly announce a commitment to a community-centered vision because ending the use of lead is not enough for our community.
Our next speaker is Jacqueline Franco. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Franco. I'm a mother to 3 daughters and co-owner of Meta Small Business in East San Jose. East San Jose is the most impacted zone by COVID, and lead exposure and toxins by the airport is continuously poisoning our families and children. This is a public health crisis. Close the airport, stop poisoning us, stop leaving us at the end, and let community decide what to do with that land.
Our next speaker is Angelica. Please accept the unmute to speak. Angelica, can you please unmute? You may begin.
Buenas noches. Claro que sí, buenas noches, supervisores. Mi nombre es Angélica. He vivido en el este de San José por más de 14 años. Tengo 3 hijos. 14 digo a menos después de escuchar el reporte estoy molesta y preocupada. Exijo que se cierre el aeropuerto y que la comunidad sea involucrada en lo que se puede llegar a crear en ese.
Hi, my name is Angelica and I live in San Jose. I'm a mother of 3 children and I live in San Jose for 14 years. I am very concerned and I demand the closing of the airport.
Our next speaker is Genaro. Please accept the unmute to speak. Genaro, can you please unmute yourself? Our next speaker is Matt Gustafson. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Matt Gustafson. I live in San Jose, not far from Reed Hillview Airport. We have an infant who actually attends daycare in the east side, close to the airport. He's 15 months old. I urge you to please close Reed Hillview Airport immediately. It's unacceptable that families and children, especially communities of color, are exposed to toxic lead fumes every day. This is an environmental justice issue. It's a racial justice issue. So I urge you to close the airport and to commit to a robust community planning process that centers the most impacted communities in East San Jose. Thank you.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. There will still be toxic issues with unleaded fuel. I feel there can be ways to close the airport by 2022 to give it some low monthly maintenance and just let the airfield sit for the next decade. It can then be relied on only in times of Bay Area natural disasters for the next 2 to 5 to 10 years. Let's begin now. Better health, open good reasoning, and to better free the past century of toxins, lead, and gasoline around this land. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Quinn Vuong. Please unmute yourself to begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Quinn Vong, Executive Director of ICANN. We work with Vietnamese children and families. I'm also a part of the REAL committee, and I want to support item number 37, urging the Board of Supervisors to close the Hillview Airport immediately, and also continue the dialogue with the communities to find ways to repurpose that land to benefit more people. This is a racial equity issue, social injustice issue, so I hope the board will.
Our next speaker is Genaro. Please accept the unmute to speak. Renato, can you unmute, please? We will move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Edwin Mendoza. Edwin Mendoza is using an older version of Zoom and will be unable to provide public comment. Our next speaker is Cynthia Colmenares. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Cintia Colmenares. Viviendo muy cerca de Red Hillview Airport y con 2 hijos con historia médica de asma y ADHD, suplico que voten y terminen con estos niveles tóxicos de plomo que vienen del aeropuerto. La salud de niños y familias está en sus manos. Red Hillview Airport no aporta mayores beneficios a mi comunidad. Permitan a mi comunidad hacer un plan sólido para utilizar este espacio y mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestros niños y familias. Gracias.
My name is Cynthia Colmenares, and I live close to the airport. I'm mother of 2 children with asthma and ADHD, and I would like you to stop this lead fumes. And you are responsible of the health of our community and our children, and this airport is not giving any benefit to my community. Let's have a solid plan for the use of the land with a better quality. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, good evening, supervisors. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of District 5 in Palo Alto and regional director of YIMBY Action. We advocate for welcoming communities where everyone can thrive. And I want to urge you to close Reed Hillview Airport immediately, given the overwhelming evidence that it's poisoning the residents of East San Jose. I hope you'll listen to the voices of those most impacted by the hazard tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vasu Murthy. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Vasu Murthy. I'm a resident of San Jose. I live close to the Reed Hillview Airport, but I'm also a pilot. I have two children, and I deeply care about lead poisoning. And I recently, after the study, I realized I'm never going to be flying with a leaded fuel again. Thankfully, the 2 big FBOs in the airport have already switched to unleaded fuel. The largest fuel providers to unleaded fuel. I look forward to only flying unleaded fuel, and that is the right solution. Moving the traffic somewhere else is.
Our next speaker is Lori Mann. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm a pilot and a resident of San Jose. I'd like to point out something which has been glossed over, which is that many of the general aviation aircraft like mine are turbine powered, not piston powered, and therefore use completely unleaded fuel today. They cannot use leaded fuel. They never have and they never will. So restricting those would serve no purpose.
Our next speaker is Julia Barba. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Julia Barba, resident of San Jose. I urge you to vote in support of immediately closing Reed Hillview Airport and support a community-led process to re-envision the use of public land. Families shouldn't have to worry that an airplane is going to crash into their home and cause death. The noise impacts daily life, disrupts sleep quality, impacting overall health that's already been compounded by decades of ongoing lead exposure. These are toxins causing irreversible harm. This is a racial and environmental justice issue happening in our county and needs to stop today. I urge you to vote to close Reed Hillview immediately and support.
Our next speaker is Randy. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Randy. I live 5 miles from the airport in the departure path. The lead toxicity issue is addressed by the adoption of unleaded fuels that contain no lead. The supervisors should take this opportunity to lead by example and endorse the use of unleaded fuels. Have the supervisors consider the potential for increase in piston traffic at San Jose International and San Martin if Reed Hillview closes. The San Martin Airport is located in an agricultural area and is surrounded by an ecologically sensitive environment. The supervisors fail to recognize the social injustice of dumping the Reed Hillview problem on the rural residents of San Martin.
Our next speaker is Marcy Gersten. Please accept the unmute to speak. Marcy, you can begin. I see that you have unmuted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. This is Marcy Gersten calling tonight on behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Silicon Valley, which represents synagogues and agencies in Santa Clara County. We feel it would be a betrayal by county leaders to not close the Reed Hillview Airport right away. Based on our traditions, we stand in solidarity with East San Jose families and their children's right to grow up healthy and fully supported by our county government's resources. We urge you to take action to close the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Noel Fernandez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm Maria Noel Fernandez with Working Partnerships USA and Silicon Valley Rising, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure with no question, no doubt in our minds that we are doing everything to ensure that predominantly working class families of color are not being poisoned every single day by this airport. It is time to close the airport, protect our families, and ensure the families who live in that area are leading discussion about what this precious piece of land could be in service of our community. The Santa Clara County that many of us is proud of isn't a place that could stand by and allow this to continue. We can't be that place. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick Ahrens. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Patrick Ahrens, and I'm the Vice President of the Foothill De Anza Community College Board. We are proud to serve tens of thousands of students each year who live in East San Jose, students that live in these communities that are directly impacted by this airport. I respectfully ask that the Board of Supervisors to close Reed Hillview. For more than 60 years, the airport has caused irreversible damage due to the lead exposure and by residents or to residents in the East San Jose area. And by closing this airport, we'll.
Our next speaker is Ana DePello Garcia. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Ana DePello Garcia. I was born in San Jose, raised in East San Jose, and now a resident of Mountain View. I'm an inclusion, diversity, and health equity leader at Stanford Healthcare and founder and president of Lean in Latinas. I compel the board to close the Reed Hillview Airport due to health risks of families and children in the very zip codes that I grew up in and supported by Drs. Zeran and Lampier. I can only surmise if this was the situation in more affluent areas of Santa Clara County, it would have been closed years ago. As leaders and stewards for future generations, I implore you to close the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ed Turner. Please accept the unmute to speak. Ed, can you unmute yourself, please? We will come back to him. Our next speaker is Stephen McHenry. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Yesterday, a major change was announced regarding the availability of unleaded fuel at Reed Hillview Airport. Transition to unleaded fuel will solve the problem in the shortest possible time. When we transitioned cars to unleaded fuel, we didn't expect the problem to be fixed immediately. There were timelines for adoption and criteria that had to be met, but we didn't ban all cars and close all the roads. The county needs to study the effect of introduction of unleaded fuel for 2 years to determine if this solves the problem.
Our next speaker is R. Conda. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, President Wasserman and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of Asian Law Alliance. There is no safe blood lead level in children. Please vote to close the Reed Hillview Airport. This is an environmental, racial justice, and an equity issue. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Nguyen. I live behind Reed Hillview, and I oppose the closure of the airport. Like automotive fuel, it's a process to reach the goal of lead elimination. Why close it as options are now becoming available? Closing Reed Hillview now will only shift the load to other areas and make it someone else's problem, and it just sweeps it under the rug. We owe it to everyone to see the stretch goal, not just the instant gratification. We're in a unique position to bolster tech and aviation industries with the advent of electric planes. Let's capitalize on that rising tech.
Our next speaker is Ed Turner. Please accept the unmute to speak.
You get me this time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
you're not getting accurate, up-to-date information on the use of unleaded avgas. Unleaded gas is available now, and many of the fleets have already been converted. This transition can happen much faster than it's been presented. You need to look into this. I also want to say Reed Hillview is critical to our emergency services operation. It would be a crime to flush this invaluable resource down the toilet. Our communities will need these resources in the event of an earthquake or other major disaster, much more than they're going to need another Google campus.
Next speaker is Thin Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to speak. Thin Nguyen, if you can unmute yourself, please. We will come back to Thin. Our next speaker is Kimberly Delgado. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. Folks, I have to agree, there's no safe lead levels, period. But this is a statewide problem. This isn't indicative to Santa Clara County or around Reed Hillview. The CPB and the CDPH have both stated so. And on top of that, in the August 2021 study performed by the Santa Clara County Office of Education, children exposed to lead in Santa Clara County, Table 6, page 16, greater levels and percentages of children tested higher in Sunnyvale and Cupertino. This is on the report, small table. So this isn't only a Reed Hillview problem.
Our next speaker is Edgar Xiong. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. CAL FIRE, SJSU flight, Angel flight, an emergency airlift location in the event of a major disaster. The opportunities lost for young aspiring aviators. The shuttered airport business is run by people of color and minorities of your community. Please ensure that you hold these politicians who will willfully close the airport liable for providing housing that you truly need and not build Google workspaces. To make sure that the next wildfire in these foothills do not burn down to your constituents' homes, please keep Reed Hillview open.
Our next speaker is Thin Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to speak. Thin, can you unmute yourself, please? We will move on to the next speaker, Dave R. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I am for the use of unleaded fuels in aircraft whenever they are available, and I am for keeping the airport open. Once we close the airport, we will never be able to get that resource back. The airport serves the community in many ways, including fire suppression, disaster mitigation, transportation relief, thousands of jobs, and the training of future pilots. With the introduction of unleaded fuels, blood lead levels should be a moot point. Also, many of the sources of lead found in the airport area, including lead paint, lead pipes, and the old racetrack, have not been ruled out as the cause of the slightly higher levels of lead in blood. Closing the airport while it is adopting unleaded fuels would be a mistake.
Our next speaker is Anthony Yulo. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, Anthony Yulo from the city of Morgan Hill. Staff certainly made a valid case that lead from airports harms children. The San Martin Airport is currently only half occupied. Therefore, closing Reed Hillview is going to unquestionably double the air traffic and lead pollution in San Martin. California law requires a CEQA analysis to be done prior to the board taking discretionary actions, like the one that's before you now. We request that a CEQA analysis be conducted that considers all mitigation measures prior to the board directing staff to close Reed Hillview. Let's protect all children.
Our next speaker is Isabella Luang. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Isabella Luang. Sorry, can you hear me? Is there echo?
We're okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. I'm Isabella, and I'm with ICANN International Children Assistance Network. And as you've heard tonight, there's no safe blood level in children, and the loss of human potential due to learning, cognitive, and behavioral issues from lead exposure can and should be prevented. Please vote for the immediate closure of the airport, and please commit to a community-centered approach to repurposing the land. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thin Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Thin Nguyen, and I've heard about this from ICANN. I would urge you to close the airport and then communicate with the community to find better use for the land. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Allison Singolani. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, this is Allison Singalani, Chair of Pelham Rock Union School District Bond Oversight Committee and mother of 2 East San Jose children. It is morally and ethically indefensible to continue to operate Reed Hillview while our East San Jose children and families suffer the lifelong impacts of high blood lead levels. Publicly owned land must serve the public good. The county must challenge the FAA. It's imperative that each of you demonstrate the courage to do the hard thing and the right thing, close the airport and protect our East San Jose children and families.
Our next speaker is Catherine Hedges. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of PACT, People Acting Community Together. And we need to close down the airport as soon as possible. And if there needs to be delay in closure, we need to encourage lead-free gas as much as possible. It's just environmental injustice to have this many people in a red line neighborhood by an airport with planes falling out of the sky and lead in their houses and yards.
Our next speaker is Alexis McNabb. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, this is Alexis McNabb, and I'm a member with Surge at Sacred Heart, and I'm speaking in support of the immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. No matter the fuel type, the airport is a danger. There have been plane crashes in the neighborhoods, and as we've just heard, that damage from lead poisoning has already been done. The community deserves a chance to heal and to use the space to serve those who live near it. Because of the history of redlining and economic segregation, this is a racial justice issue as well as an environmental one. Close the airport and start a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tal Fix. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Tal Fix, and I'm with Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I support the immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. The lead report is extremely concerning for East San Jose community members. We cannot allow people to continue having their health and living conditions negatively impacted, which is why we need the immediate closure of the airport and a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Norma Chavez. Please accept the unmute to speak. Norma.
Hola, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Yes.
Oh. Hola, mi nombre es Norma Chávez, madre de 5 hijos, vivo en el este de San José y apoyo el cierre inmediato del aeropuerto. Tú que tienes el poder de hacer algo por nuestras familias, te pido que pienses cómo te sentirías y qué harías si tu familia fuera la que estaría viviendo debajo de esta ruta de vuelo y respirando aire contaminado para tus hijos. Decido que por favor puedan apoyarnos en cerrar de inmediato el aeropuerto. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Norma Chavez, and I'm mother of 5 kids, and I live in San Jose. Please, I would like to demand the immediate closing of the airport. And what would you do if you have the power? You having the power, what would you do if you were living under the same route of polluted air? Please close the airport immediately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Immigration Zoom. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Jenkins. I am speaking only on behalf of Surge at Sacred Heart tonight. I live in District 2, and I have worked for years with immigrant families, many of whom live in the community impacted by the airport. As we've heard tonight, the airport threatens the health and safety of our community, especially our children. I support the immediate closure of the airport and a community-centered approach to imagine how the land could better be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Zeiger. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm Leslie Zeiger with Surge at Sacred Heart. I urge the immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. I want to lift up what a resident of East San Jose said earlier. You have a choice between public health and white people's privilege. Choose public health. We cannot allow people to continue having their health and living conditions negatively impacted any longer. We need the immediate closure of the airport and a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land.
Our next speaker is Jen Meyer. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi,
my name is Jen Meyer. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, and I'm asking for immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. Literally no amount of lead exposure is safe for East San Jose folks, especially kids. Even with a potential change to alternative fuel, the airport is a danger to the neighborhood given repeated plane crashes. Given the history of Redline, our neighbors of color have been differentially impacted. We need immediate closure and a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Casey Hill. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Hill. I'm the Executive Director of Vaccination and a part of the Si Se Puede collective. Every community is entitled to a healthy environment, but Black and Brown communities experience disproportionate amounts of pollution. Our collective demands environmental justice and strong environmental protections for all residents of our community. We urge you to shut down Reed Hillview now to protect our community's health and well-being and to take into account the history of racial, social, and economic injustices perpetrated by the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Camille Yanis Fontanilla. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I am both the Executive Director of Somos Mayfair and a mother of 2 children who go to school less than 1 mile from the airport. I stand in full support of the community's demand to close Reed Hillview Airport immediately. I spoke with neighbors, I knocked on doors last week and heard countless stories of the impacts, and yet we will never know the full impact this airport has had on the lives of people in our community, largely home to people of color, immigrants, and low-income populations. A decision that needs rectification of past planning decisions, one that is centered on the people.
Next is Karen Martinez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Karen Martinez, and I sit on the Evergreen San Jose City School Board, and I am honored and privileged to serve in Area 2 that is in the East San Jose. I am a mother of 7. We have his, hers, and ours, and one of our children was born a 2-pound preemie, died in my hands, and I watched her fight for her life. Vote to close Reed Hillview tonight, immediately, to show us by your vote that you will protect us as a community of East San Jose.
Next is Susan B. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm Susan Butler Graham, San Jose resident and volunteer leader with Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. As a mom and grandma, I'm appalled that this injustice has gone on for so long. Our children are being poisoned, and we cannot let this happen for 10 more years. CAL FIRE fixed-wing aircraft use their Hollister Airport because Reed Hillview's runways aren't long enough for them. There's no reason to keep it open. I urge you to close the airport now and let the East Side community decide the best use of this land, because all kids deserve.
Our next speaker is Aaliyah Castrans. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, good evening. My name is Aaliyah Castrans. I'm a youth leader with Californians for Justice and Jóvenes Activos. We demand that the county immediately close the airport and instate a curfew until the airport is shut down. And lastly, publicly announce a commitment to a community-centered vision. As community members, we should be shifting our vision towards a more sustainable and green vision for our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is David George. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is David George, and I am an environmentalist and engineer. I strongly advise against the closure of Reed Hillview Airport because of the constant increase in fire danger and the asset Reed Hillview provides as a staging area for helicopter and firefighting efforts and emergency relief. Do not close the airport or fires will be worse than last year's. Also, an airport is simply not a racial issue. Stop abusing other people's racial pain to move an agenda. Reed provides very attainable flight training to all races.
Our next speaker is Tracy Weatherby. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm Tracy Weatherby. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Advocacy for Second Harvest of Silicon Valley. As the food bank for both Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, we are laser focused on the health of our community. And obviously the continuance of Reed Hillview as a functioning airport stands in opposition to that. So we are in favor of the closing. We think it's a great move towards health and equity.
Our next speaker is Vanessa Talania. Please accept the unmute to speak. Vanessa, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vanessa Talania. I'm with Weed, California of the Bay Area, the local clean air and healthy lungs leader. As a community resident, I urge you to vote yes on item 37. Thousands of children, most of them from lower income households and communities of color, are exposed to toxic lead fumes from planes flying out of Reed Hillview almost every day. They are the same populations who suffer disproportionately from exposure to other air pollution sources and environmental hazards. Something must be done to protect them, and it must be done now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gonzalez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm with Debug and the South Bay Community Land Trust. I've lived within a mile of the airport for 40 years with my family. Stop poisoning us. Shut it down immediately and prioritize the cleaning of the land. We know that our youth in East San Jose are over-policed, and with this new information, we must study the connections between lead poisoning, cognitive issues, behavior, and contact with police, and higher rates of incarceration. Make it right for future generations. 30 seconds is hella disrespectful.
Our next speaker is Nicole Bucalo. Please accept the unmute to speak. Nicole, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, my name is Nicole Buccalo. I'm with Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and this is a racial justice issue. I support the immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. The lead report is extremely concerning for East San Jose community members. We cannot allow people to continue having their health and living conditions negatively impacted, which is why we need the immediate closure of the airport and a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gloria. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hola, soy Gloria Chávez de Silicon Valley Debug. Quiero el cierre inmediato del aeropuerto, que limpien las tierras del plomo, que se hagan responsables de todos los casos afectados y que se seguirán afectando si no los cierran. Yo he tenido dos niños, uno ha nacido prematuro, los dos me las han diagnosticado con autismo. No quiero que más niños sigan sufriendo por esto. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Gloria Chavez, and I live in Silicon Valley, and I want the closing of this airport, and also to be clean from lead. And let's stop all these cases that have been arising, and let's stop all this coming in the future if you don't close it. In my case, I have two premature daughters, both diagnosed with autism. So let's stop these cases, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nereida Hurtado. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Nereida Hurtado, Associate Director of Girl Family Services and a member of the Si Se Puede Collective. I'm speaking today to urge you to close down Reed Hillview Airport immediately. As we heard, the recent lead study showed an alarming amount of lead in the blood of children living near the airport. We are concerned and outraged. There is no safe blood lead level in children. This is an equity and an environmental justice issue. I urge you to vote to close down the airport immediately and continue a community-centered approach to plan for the future of this land. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pamela Campos. Please accept the unmute to speak. Pamela, can you please unmute yourself? We will move on to the next speaker, Tony Romero. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Tony Romero. I work with Luna, and I want to quote from an article, the presidents of the Clara County firefighters, Palo Alto, and Mountain View firefighters. Red Hillview has never been used by any fire department or other disaster response agency as a base for fixed-wing aircraft. The airport is not big enough. Any future wildfires in Santa Clara County will be fought using aircrafts based out of Hollister. We'll call fire.
Our next speaker is Kayla Wilson. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kayla Williams, a D4 resident and staff at Community Health Partnership. Ignoring and neglecting the health impacts of lead exposure, sound pollution, and physical threat have on families who live and work near the airport goes against Santa Clara County's mission to promote a healthy, safe, and prosperous community for all. Children deserve a chance. These families deserve more. We deserve a vote that recognizes and begins to amend the harm that has been caused. Now is the time to close the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Lamb. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Lamb, and I'm speaking on behalf of Councilmember Sylvia Arenas, who represents the children and families who have been poisoned by the dangerous lead levels from the Reed Hillview Airport in East San Jose and Evergreen. For generations, the leaded fuel has poisoned the families, people of color, and immigrants that live in the neighborhoods surrounding Reed Hillview. This is both an environmental justice issue and an equity issue, which is why Councilmember Arenas urges the Board of Supervisors to immediately close the Reed Hillview Airport and reduce the amount of air traffic between now and the closure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corina Herrera Loera. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Corina Herrera Loera, a resident of the East San Jose, less than a mile from the airport, a mother of a 12-year-old daughter and current board president of the Alum Rock Union School District, responsible for over 8,000 students. You heard the doctor today. We are in a crisis. Our children and the human beings here are in danger. Therefore, as a servant leader in our community and advocate for our children on behalf of their life, I demand you to vote to close the Reed Hillview Airport now and reimagine the space.
Our next speaker is 5152. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Alina Yin, and I'm an Eastside resident, and I urge you to close the Reed Hillview Airport. The community has been advocating this for decades, and of the number of callers tonight, the majority have spoken to close the airport. The health of the immediate community and our future generation, your immediate electorate should take precedent over the people whose health are not impacted. I would also like to say that cutting public comment in the middle of public comment could be considered a Brown Act violation. I know that you can limit time, but cutting off people who can sign up to speak, I believe, is in violation.
Our next speaker is Brisa Rojas. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I am urging the Board of Supervisors to approve to take all necessary actions, including closure, to immediately prevent lead contamination from operations at Reed Hillview Airport. Not only because our families and children in East San Jose deserve a better future, but because this is now and has always been an issue that desperately calls for environmental justice. I'm tired of hearing that switching over to unleaded fuel will solve the problem, because it will not reverse the effect it has had on our children. We are not statistics, we are people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Partida. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, good evening. My name is Victoria Partida, and I'm the Tropicana Lanai Neighborhood Association president, which is located 1.9 miles away from the airport. I am calling in support of the closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. The residents who live here strongly believe that the airport's property must serve all families, especially those impacted by environmental justice. Our families deserve quality and dignified access to education, economic mobility, public transportation, and high-quality green space. We have to walk over 2 miles to get to a park. Please close the airport.
Our next speaker is Krista. Please accept the unmute to speak.
I'm Krista Delatorre, speaking for the South Bay Labor Council. East San Jose is rich in culture and community, but lacks good jobs and safe, affordable housing. Reimagining Reed Hillview is an opportunity to bring economic development and environmental justice to an underserved community. Hundreds of union members live near Reed Hillview. They fear the adverse health impacts of lead from airplanes while struggling to secure safe and affordable homes to raise their families. We encourage efforts to revitalize Reed Hillview Airport in a manner that will support and uplift the community with good union-paying jobs and create affordable housing for working families in San Jose.
Our next speaker is Todd Williams. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Prior to any decision, a detailed plan must be developed, including where the planes will be diverted and extensive neighborhood outreach. If lead poisoning is truly an issue, it should not be an option to move to the planes to San Martin or as planned downtown San Jose, as this would just be moving the issue to another neighborhood. And please don't tell us this is just preliminary. Present the plan in its entirety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leif Erickson. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. I'm Leif Erickson, retired Executive Director of Youth Community Service, a nonprofit in Supervisors Committee's district. I'm calling to express my concern about the ways that environmental racism is permanently affecting the lives of children who live close to the airport. This must stop immediately. The closure of Reed Hillview Airport is long overdue. Please respond to all these voices and make the moral choice to shut it down immediately.
Our next speaker is Leighton Cramonic. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lawton Cramonic, and I'm a first-generation immigrant living less than 2 blocks away from Reed Hillview Airport. Supervisors, my question for you is, what more evidence do you need in order to shut this abomination down? If you have any regard for racial and social equity or public health, the decision is a no-brainer. Listen to your community and shut the airport down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Saul Ramos. Please accept the unmute to speak. Saul, you can begin.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Saul Ramos, Deputy Director at Somos Mayfair. The report is very clear. 52,000 people are at risk now. This is a crisis. I urge you to vote this evening to shut off the airport and lead us through what we do best in this valley. Work towards a creative and courageous vision that prioritizes our collective well-being and one that elevates the needs for the most impacted community and doesn't poison the air of our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Walter Wilson. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Walter Wilson. The ongoing poisoning of children of color is the height of environmental racism. The Reed Hillview Airport must be closed immediately. The city and county must use emergency powers to do so. This is a health crisis. We need to shut this airport immediately. If the FAA stands in our way, we, the people, must use people power to shut the runways ourselves and save the lives of our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Sendejas. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Wow.
Brenda, you may begin.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Wait, she's in the bathroom. I thought it was Brenda. She's in the bathroom.
All right, call back.
She's in the restroom.
Our next speaker is Maritza Maldonado. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Maritza Maldonado, founding executive director of Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment, also part of the Si Se Puede Collective and a lifelong resident of East San Jose. Grew up right down the street from the airport. It's very clear that we have to lift up the racial injustice that our community has suffered over generations. We saw it with the pandemic, and we can't afford to lose one more life in our community. We are way too valuable.
Our next speaker is Jose Luis Pavon. Please accept the unmute to speak. Jose Luis, please unmute.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jose Luis Pavon. I support closing Reed Hillview. I support closing Reed Hillview Airport. Sorry. The science is absolutely clear. There is no safe level of lead. It is extremely disturbing that this problem has gone on for this long. Please protect the children of Eastside San Jose. Please protect public health now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Ichikawa. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you, board members. My name is Kelsey Ichikawa, and I'm a member of the grassroots organization San Jose Nikkei Resistors. I'm asking you to close the Reed Hillview Airport. The decision before you is one about risk. How much risk are you willing to tolerate for our children? Are you willing to live in the neighborhoods downwind of this airport, knowing the serious possibility of continued lead exposure from planes who do not switch to unleaded fuel, and therefore the potential for neurological damage?
Our next speaker is Rita Virueta. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Buenas noches, soy Rita Virrueta. Soy residente de Valley Palms, vivo cerca del aeropuerto, en los apartamentos, y soy miembro de la Asociación de PIS del Este de San José. Pedimos que voten para cerrar el aeropuerto inmediatamente. Ese es un tema de racismo en contra de todos los niños que son afectados gravemente. Exigimos justicia para todas las familias que por décadas han sido afectadas por el plomo, toxinas y el ruido de los aviones. Por favor, voten sí al cierre de este aeropuerto.
Hi, my name is Rita Barrueta, and I'm resident living very near to the airport, and I belong to Peace, and I live in East San Jose. I demand the close of the airport. This is a case of racism against children. We demand justice for families that have been affected during years from lead and different pollutants in the air. So we demand this closing of the airport now.
Our next speaker is Amy Lueck. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Amy Luke, and I'm with Surge at Sacred Heart, showing up for racial justice. I'm in support of the immediate closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. The lead report is extremely clear about the concerns raised for East San Jose community members, and we cannot allow people to continue having their health and living conditions negatively impacted for one more minute, which is why we need to immediately close the airport and pursue a community-centered approach to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gordon. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Gordon Freischlott. I live in District 5 and stand with my community members in affected areas in supporting the closure of Reed Hillview Airport. It is clear from the testimony, studies, and presentations that closure is the right thing to do for the community. I'd also like to know how I can access the Deputy County Executive Gallegos' presentation that was clearly stating that switching to unleaded will not stop planes from using leaded fuel, and that closure is the only option to keep the community safe before President Wasserman rudely interrupted it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Buckley Bloom. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Buckley Bloom. I work in early learning and care, supporting our youngest children and their communities. I'm from San Jose and I live here, and we know that no amount of lead is safe. And I really urge you to close the airport and continue a robust community input process to plan the future of this public site for families of East San Jose who have already suffered enough. This has gone on for generations. This is county land. We need to do community work around it.
Our next speaker is Jose Villarreal. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Jose Villarreal. I'm with Change Santa Clara County. I had something written down, but you guys are not giving enough time. It's very disappointing. But I'm for the closure of Reed Hillview. I also want to really emphasize that even though we can get this airport closed, we really need to focus on what we're going to do with this land. I do not want to see developers coming to the east side. I do not want to see our people sold out, our land sold out. We need to keep it in the east side community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Portillo. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Andrea Portillo with Somos Mayfair. I live in East San Jose near Reed Hillview Airport. I spent my summers as a child at Hillview Park, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Little League. I urge you to shut down Reed Hillview now to protect our community's health and well-being, and to take into account the history of social, racial, and economic injustices perpetuated by the airport. We have been in a crisis for decades. We have been neglected from resources and poisoned in the process. We deserve community engagement process that centers and prioritizes the community directly harmed. It's time for the board to act now to shut down the airport.
Our next speaker is Cristina Guimera. Please accept the unmute to speak.
I'm Christina Guimera, Deputy Chief of Staff for Mayor Sam Liccardo.
Draft Resolution 126 precludes holistic study of the impacts of a Reed Hillview closure. While the mayor has consistently supported closure, at issue is the how, not the what. Environmental justice means we shouldn't move the problem from one densely populated community of color to another. The 208,000 flights at Reed Hillview would create considerable operational risk for Minetta. Let's explore the smartest, safest closure options. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Marshall. Please accept the unmute to speak. Paul, can you unmute yourself, please?
Sure, just took me a second. Hi, I'm Paul Marshall, the president of the South County Airport Pilots Association. I agree that we should get rid of leaded emissions in our airports. The fastest way to do this is not to get tied up in years of litigation with the FAA. The fastest way to do this is to realize that 90% of the flights out of Reed Hillview can use the 94 unleaded gas right now. Let's put all our efforts into getting all the planes switched over just as fast as they can. 2 years from now, the whole problem will be gone away.
Our next speaker is Ritu Balani. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I'm a member of the high school-led Sunnyvale Youth Public Policy Institute. All of our members stand together in urging you to close the Reed Hillview Airport. The results of the lead study are alarming. Many people today have talked about the opportunities of unleaded fuel. However, we want to state again that that is not a feasible solution for this issue because not all planes at the airport would be compatible for that switch. If you just see the amount of community members who've turned out today, you know that the issue of this airport goes way beyond the lead.
Our next speaker is Thui. Please accept the unmute to speak. Thui, can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, we will come back to them. We'll move on to the next speaker. Emma Hartung, please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Emma Hartung. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I'm just calling in to say that it's unjust for this East San Jose community to have to continue dealing with the dangers this airport poses to their health and well-being, including lead noises and crashes. So asking you to move forward with the immediate closure of the airport in a community-centered approach that allows community members to heal and to reimagine how the land can be used. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Valisu. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Yeah, I can. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Closing the airport would take years in legal battles with the FAA and is likely not achievable until 2031. However, solving the lead problem is possible immediately by accelerating the adoption of unleaded fuel. And Dr. Zaran's research shows that the increase in blood lead level correlates very closely with the amount of traffic. So 90% decrease in leaded fuel usage would likely result in most of the problem going away. So if we really want to solve the children blood lead level problem, this is much more quickly achievable.
And we will come back to Thui. Please unmute yourself to begin speaking. Okay, we will move on to our next speaker, Diane. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Diane. I am a project manager at Rebuilding Together. Our hazmat teams have shown when we go into the homes around Reed Hillview Airport, there are over 700,000 square feet of lead painted siding on those homes, which is outgassing over 7 tons of lead per month in and outside those homes. All the airplanes in Reed Hillview couldn't do that together. If you want to fix the problem, you got to fix the homes. Closing the airport is not going to help you at all.
Our next speaker is Wendy Greenfield. Please accept the unmute to speak. Wendy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Wendy Greenfield. I'm a San Jose resident sharing a statement from civil rights leader Dolores Huerta. 25 years after we banned leaded fuel from cars and trucks, private planes continue to spew poison into the air that endangers the health of children from a predominantly low-income people of color community. Reed Hillview needs to be closed to protect the community from lead, noise pollution, and the danger of crashes. Community members need to be involved in planning alternatives that serve them, not the wealthy owners of private planes.
We will try Thuy again. Please unmute yourself to speak. Thuy, please unmute yourself. Next speaker is Vecinos Activos. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Hello, I'm Lupe Guerrero with Somos Mayfair Vecinos Activos. I urge you to vote to close the airport immediately. You hold the lives of over 52,000 parents, children, grandparents, aunts, and uncles. How many more people have to live in fear? The land should be used in a way that could best serve the community that has been poisoned for years. Shut it down now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Mrizek. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Marisek, San Jose resident and Reed Hillview tenant. The fear mongering and racial tactics used to attack this airport are despicable. I support the transitioning to unleaded fuel to alleviate the latest health fears. Reed Hillview is an extremely valuable resource for our community. Please accept FAA grants to support and maintain Reed Hillview Airport in a safe manner. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brett Goldsmith. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. UC Davis, environmental toxicology background, pilot, and local resident. The blood lead levels in the vicinity of Reed Hillview are at the lower end of average. With the help of businesses at Reed Hillview Airport, we have an opportunity to catalyze the adoption of unleaded fuels by the FAA and general aviation operators and manufacturers. By supporting this ongoing effort, we can help all communities without harming those involved in aviation, including green aviation communities who rely on these assets.
Our next speaker is Daniel Reyes. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Reyes. Since 1974, federal government mandated the removal of lead in the gasoline engines for automotive, as well as for lowering the compression ratio to lower nitrogen oxides that produces acid rain. Lead allows high compression ratio. Removing the lead can make holes in the engine pistons. Stop making holes in our children's brains. Close the airport.
Next is caller with a number ending in 975. Please accept the unmute to speak. Caller with number ending in 975, please unmute to speak.
Hello?
Yes, please begin.
Hello, my name is Anna Griffin, and I work at Reed Hillview Airport. I want to know, what study that they're going to do for to check the lead for the people that working at the airport. Will we be tested for lead as well? That's my question.
Our next speaker is Stephen Navarro. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Delia Navarro, and I have lived 40 years by the airport and have a child going near the airport. I suggest not closing the airport. I'm willing to have a secondary report in 2 years to see the effect of unleaded and turbine planes only. I would suggest limiting the amount of planes and maybe even a curfew. I don't want the land to turn into a Google campus and housing that's gentrifying the neighborhood, and that the community did the dirty work so they could just force us out and then close it, and we will not have it for ourselves.
Our next speaker is Linda Kay. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, this is Linda Hutchins Knowles, resident of County District 1, co-founder of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley, and a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. Our 2,000 member chapter of Mothers Out Front urges you to listen to the pleas of the community and immediately close the Reed Hillview Airport for the health and safety of the residents. Do Black and Brown lives truly matter to you? Whose voices will you listen to? Whose needs will you center? Will you acknowledge the environmental racism that led to the siting this airport in this area in the first place? Don't allow any more children to be poisoned. Close the airport now.
Our next speaker is Marisela Lechuga. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Marisela Lechuga. I live directly below the flight path of Reed Hillview Airport. I'm asking for immediate closure and a reuse plan that centers local resident victims who live by the airport. Unleaded is too little, too late. We have suffered enough harm. Lead is not the only reason why the airport has to go. I'm tired of the noise and fear of planes crashing overhead. When thinking of a reuse plan, the county should give deference to local resident victims of the airport and consider dedicating a large amount of the land as open space for the use and enjoyment of all, not just a small.
Next speaker is Maria Teresa Barcenas. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Maria Teresa Barcenas. I have 26 years living in Eastside. I have 3 daughters. I'm part of Vecinos Activos and leader in my community. I'm asking you to close the airport as soon as possible. We know that the lead exposure causes irreversible damage, not only to nature, but to our families as well. So please vote to close the airport. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rona Antonia. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rona Antonio. I'm an emerging community leader with Breathe California of the Bay Area, the local clean air and healthy lungs leader. We urge you to review other planning and zoning documents with the board vision to protect populations that are overburdened with pollution. I strongly encourage the closing of Reed Hillview Airport immediately because I am the one for those people who are always exposed with lead aviation. Thank you for your action to protect clean air and healthy lungs.
Our next speaker is Y. Ann Trung. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I'm Wyan Chung with Mothers Out Front. Please close the airport. One of the claims is that the airport was used in firefighting. Its minor role in firefighting once in 37 years does not justify allowing small aircraft to continue to poison nearby residents every day. And the runways are not long enough to accommodate the CAL FIRE fixed wing aircraft and Hollisters, whereas they have their base of operations. Don't wait 10 years. Close the airport now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andres Quintero. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Andres Quintero. I was born and raised and I'm a lifelong resident of East San Jose. I also serve as an elected representative of the people of East San Jose on the Alum Rock School Board. The science is clear, the results are in. Our children in East San Jose are being poisoned by lead on a daily basis. It's unconscionable to allow our children and our entire community to continue to be hurt by the lead and the death from above as planes crash into our neighborhoods. I appeal to your humanity, and as a parent and on behalf of the children of my community, I join voices that are calling on you to demand that you close the airport immediately.
Next speaker is Victor Vasquez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Victor Vasquez, Santa Clara County resident, work at Somos Mayfair and part of Cispoli Collective. I urge you to close the Reed Hillview Airport now. We talked to the neighbors. They're tired of living in fear of crashes. They're tired of the noise. It's unacceptable that our communities of color are poisoned every day, or children from planes who are owned and flown by people who don't live in this community. To be clear, this land was not yours to begin with. It's indigenous land. Close the airport now. Reparations are due, and let the community decide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is V. Grajava. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is V. Grijalva. I'm speaking on behalf of Latina Coalition. We stand in alliance with our brothers and sisters that are on the line today. We are urging Board of Supervisors to close Reed Hillview. As we listen to the data this evening, it's clear that this is a racial injustice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharat Lynn. Please accept the unmute to speak. Sharat, can you unmute,
Yes,
please?
I got it.
Thank you.
So I'm Dr. Sherrod Lynn. I'm a medical scientist, and the scientific studies make it very unmistakable that the lead levels in children are due to the aircraft, not to other sources. So I urge you to immediately mandate an expedited process to close Reed Hillview Airport and transfer all aircraft outside of this metropolitan area. But this still will take months, if not years. So we need to invoke emergency public health authority to shut it down.
Our next speaker is Mai Hien Liu. Please accept the unmute to speak. Mai Hien, can you please unmute? Okay, move on to the next speaker and I will come back to them. Next speaker is Paula Escobar. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Paula Escobar and I'm a community member and high school student here in San Jose. I want to advocate on behalf of the youth, especially children here, and talk about how important it is to prioritize our needs. The land use needs to have community input, and we must close the Reed Hillview Airport. In addition to this, we must issue a ban on all lead-based fuels to protect our communities and put forward the needs of our youth and invest in their futures. Thank you, and close Reed Hillview Airport.
Our next speaker is Reginald Sweeney. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Reginald Swilley. I am the Associate Pastor at Maranatha Christian Center and a member of the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet. This is almost an embarrassing conversation. I hope that none of our supervisors would allow themselves to be pigeonholed in the hole that Flint has come into. And the people that are trying to speak on behalf of keeping it open sound like people that were speaking against the cancer in the cigarettes. We got to do better.
Next is Mai Hien Liu. Please accept the unmute to speak. Mai Hien, can you please unmute?
Hi, my name is Mai Hin Liu. Tôi sống ở zip code 95148 gần ở sân bay Rio Hillview. Tôi ủng hộ cái mục 37 là đóng cái sân bay, tại vì bảo vệ cái môi trường, cái sức khỏe của con người rất là quan trọng, nên là tôi ủng hộ cái đóng sân bay này. Và tôi cũng yêu cầu là quận tiếp tục trao đổi cái cộng đồng về các ý tưởng về cách chúng ta có thể sử dụng cái khu đất đó để mang lợi ích cho cộng đồng.
Translation. Hello, my name is Mahin Liu, and I live in zip code 95148. And I also support the health and environment, and I support the closure of this airport. And I also support the idea of collecting the information and idea in order to use this airport in a useful way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anita Gage. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Anita Gage. I am a board member from the African American Community Service Agency. I'm also a kid that grew up and resided in this district. I played in the soil where these emissions landed. I suffer from lead poisoning effects. Now that we know better, let's do better. Let's put the health of our community, safety of our kids first. Let's not visit this next week, next year, next month. Do the right thing. Close the airport. Let's clean up the land. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Jackie Rivera. I'm with the South Bay Community Land Trust. And I too, like the speaker prior, I'm calling for the closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. Enough time has passed for all of these things to have had impact, and not it's time to heal the land and heal the community, but most importantly, clean up the toxicity that's been going on for the past 60 years before we can imagine and recreate. We not only want it to be community centered to push, but community owned and community led. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Josh Markson. Please accept the unmute to speak. Josh?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Josh Markson. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, also here with Showing Up for Racial Justice and Extinction Rebellion Silicon Valley. This board must work to close the Reed Hillview Airport as soon as possible to halt the damage being done to the health of children and in our communities and the world's atmosphere with needless emissions from hobbyists. The communities in East San Jose, including many working class communities of color who historically have please close the Reed Hillview Airport. It's a racial justice issue and environmental justice issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Joey. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Dear board, I'm asking you to consider that countless studies such as Miranda et al. 2011 indicate that children living near airports have average blood lead levels that are higher than other children. Empirically, it is clear that maintaining upkeep of the Reed Hillview Airport for the next 10 years until the FAA money runs dry only benefits private plane owners and harms the long-term development of San Jose children whose families can't afford to move elsewhere. This is a racial justice and public health issue which requires decisive action by reappropriating the plot for community wants like affordable housing. I urge you to close Reed Hillview Airport immediately. Thank you.
Next is John Ingalls. Please accept the unmute to speak. John, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, hi. Sorry about that. Good evening. Thanks for staying up late to hear us all. I'm John Ingalls, a resident of Santa Clara County, and I'm proud of the irreplaceable infrastructure that we have here. We've heard that lead seems to be the biggest problem, but there are already 2 widely used fuels for planes, only one of which has lead, so just ban that one. Don't use it as a pretext for selling out the land. And keep the safer airport fuel that's used by CAL FIRE helicopters that protected the neighborhoods of East San Jose from wildfires as recently as last year, flying from Reed Hillview.
Our next speaker is Nicole Rivers. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I live in Glen Alden in East San Jose near Lake Cunningham under the flight path at Reed Hillview. I'm against a shutdown of the airport until we can get a legal commitment that the area will not be developed until after an EPA cleanup operation. If the airport's really such a source of lead, the actual ground at the airport is a major long-term environmental hazard. Even if the goal is to build homes in a region where a 2-bedroom apartment costs over $800,000, who wants kids to be playing ball and growing up on heavily leaded ground?
Our next speaker is Sue T. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for giving me this time. I live in East San Jose District 5. I would request you to please keep the airport open and study it for the next 10 years to see the impact of the unleaded fuel. The blood lead levels are average. Nobody's saying that here. There is no elevated blood lead level, so we need to study this more. The opponents are just reading from a script that was sent in a mass email to make it look like there's more opposition, I feel. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Jonathan Borca. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Borca, and I work at the School of Arts and Culture. And I live in East San Jose near Reed Hillview Airport. My late grandparents have lived on Hopkins Drive since the 1970s. I understand that the issue is mixed, layered, and can be complicated. I can also say that I can see value in some sides of both arguments, but for me, nothing is more important than closing the airport because the risk of leaded fuel to our current or future youth, it does not outweigh any benefit. Please consider shutting it down and gathering community input. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mandeep Chahal. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mandeep. I'm an emerging community leader with Breathe, California. There are more than 12,000 children who live within 1.5 miles from the airport. As a concerned community member, I urge you to vote yes on item 37 to immediately to take all necessary actions, including closure, to immediately prevent lead contamination. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Advith. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, I am a college student and environmentalist living in East San Jose. This is a lead pollution crisis. However, a false dichotomy has been presented today. We can keep the airport open and eliminate lead emissions by switching to unleaded fuel. The airport serves as a community center and is a vital disaster response asset for San Jose. Closing the airport is tremendously short-sighted, given the risk of a major earthquake on the Calaveras Fault or catastrophic fires and flooding projected to get worse with climate change. Keep the airport open.
Our next speaker is Sam Ho. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a volunteer at the Asian American Center of Santa Clara County, and also serve on the board of many nonprofit organizations, including my neighborhood associations. And I would I urge the board to please vote to close the Reed Hillview Airport. We have clear evidence of health impact negatively on thousands of our children and residents in the area. So please, I urge you to vote close the Reed Hillview Airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric C. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Eric. Dr. Sammy's conclusion is it appears to be due to the lead from airplanes. He did not say definitely due to airplanes. It appears to be, if it appears to be is enough justification to close the airport, then there are many places to close in San Jose. My two teenagers have lived their lives next to an airport and they are fine in terms of intelligence. There are other crises that need immediate attention than closing Reed Hillview. Let's not close the airport.
Our next speaker is Sean Turner. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, my name is Sean Turner. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. I urge you to keep the airport open. The studies that cite blood lead levels have been shown by the San Jose Examiner to be in line with averages for the county. And what we've seen is that this airport is a critical resource for the survival of this area. Given the recent wildfires, this area Reed Hillview Airport was used as a staging base. And if you were to close that, then you're condemning those communities of color that live near where the fires took place to burn.
Our next speaker is Ted. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, supervisors. My name's Ted Scarlett. Most of you know me. First, I want the statement of never let a good crisis go to waste. And it was outrageous to make that statement. And it is outrageous. This meeting is a violation of the Brown Act. And you've whipped up the hysteria of people and caused fear into them for no good reason. This is nothing but a land grab. And the people out there are being used as pawns. And when that property is developed, nobody will want to live out there.
Our next speaker is Ted. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Did you hear what I already said?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have already
No,
spoken.
let me say this again, because this is a violation of the Brown Act. This is hysteria of the people out there. I want the people.
Our next speaker is Vicenta. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Vicenta Mayoral López. Pertenezco a una organización de Somos Mayfair. ¿Qué tan importante es para ustedes la vida de los niños sabiendo que la cantidad de plomo que hay en el área? Debemos corregir este error histórico y cerrar el aeropuerto, que la comunidad sea la que decida.
Translation.
Hi, my name is Vicenta and I belong to Somos Mayfair community. And how important for you are lives of kids? We have lead in the air and all is polluted. So let's close the airport and do something for the benefit of children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bodie. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Bodhi and volunteer pilot. Even if we got rid of the airport, the study shows that lead levels will drop by 25 to 35% when compared to the control in the outer ring zone in the study. When researching about why, I found that the water lead levels in San Jose, Santa Clara are 5,000 times that of a place like Foster City, despite there being apparently no safe levels of lead. I would urge the city to look at all sources of lead, come up with a fair and scientific solution to the problem by listening to people who are offering solutions and not just blindly talking about closing the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olivia Ortiz. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Olivia Ortiz. I'm a resident of District 5. I'm a mother of 2 children, and I'm an active leader of Vecinos Activos. Historically, East San Jose has been affected by racist policies and decisions that have negatively affected our community. If you all decide not to close the Red Hill Airport, you are turning your back on your community. You will be repeating the same story. We know in advance that this airport does not benefit our community of East San Jose. On the contrary, it negatively affects the health of our children. I ask that you please close the Red Hill Airport and ensure that this space benefits the East San Jose community. I'm confident that you will make the right decision, which you.
Next speaker is Ihab Awad. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, I co-own a very small, quiet airplane at Reed Hillview with 3 others. We knew lead is bad without a $90,000 study, and we begged for unleaded for years, but the county did nothing. Now Reed Hillview is moving flight training to unleaded, and that will eliminate most lead. Meanwhile, as an environmentalist who chose to commute with my bike rather than a car for decades, I do worry about environmental issues, but does the county really want to house low-income children on a Superfund site?
Our next speaker is Vinette Kapoor. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, I vote for the closure of the airport. Definitely, we do not want lead poisoning in this community. I would urge the Board of Supervisors to take the right decision. I also agree with a number of other speakers who have voted in favor of developing the land so that it benefits the community. And in the end, I would like to applaud San Jose State University spokesman who wanted to do the right thing. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lynn. Please accept the unmute to speak. Lynn, please unmute to speak. Okay, we will come back to Lynn. Next speaker is Liz Finney. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Liz Finney. I'm with Surge at Sacred Heart, and I am also advocating for you to close the Reed Hillview Airport. Like many before me have said, no, there is no acceptable lead level in the blood, and I feel like we should really close this airport and allow the people who live there to choose what we do with the land. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Christensen. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. I support moving immediately to unleaded fuel as a solution to the lead problem. I do not support a solution that simply moves the problem to another community, such as the San Martin Airport, which does have an elementary school a half a mile from the airport. I have a family with 2 children. I have planes flying over my house as well from the San Martin Airport. I do not want to increase the air traffic and pollution from that airport just by moving the traffic from Reed Hillview to San Martin. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lucy Koo. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucy Koo, and I am representing Assemblymember Evan Lowe. On behalf of Assemblymember Lowe, I respectfully ask for the Board of Supervisors to support the closure of Reed Hillview Airport. For more than 60 years, the Reed Hillview Airport has caused irreversible damage to residents in the East San Jose area due to lead exposure. By closing the airport, we will be protecting our community by ending the pollution and dangers caused by Reed Hillview. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Margarita Arroyo. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Margarita Arroyo and I work and serve families and children in the east side of San Jose near Reed Hillview Airport. I'm here to urge you to please close the Reed Hillview Airport. The damage of more than 60 years of exposure to leaded aviation fuel emissions cannot be undone. But we're counting on you to firmly commit to a more equitable county by doing everything in your power to close this airport and continue a robust community input process to fund the future of this public site for families of the east side of San Jose. Thank you.
We will go back to Lynn. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jocelyn Morrison. I'm here to ask you to vote to close down the airport as soon as possible. Allowing these planes to continue to fly over our community means that we are allowing our youth to be at risk of extremely harmful lead. Please do what's right and close the airport now. Thank you and have a good night.
Next speaker is John Leba. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My wife and I grew up near Reed Hillview and attended Elm Rock schools. 200 technicians work at the airport and live here. Dozens of San Jose State aviation students study there. Emergency services use the airport regularly. The county received $16 million in a settlement to remediate lead paint in homes. What happened to that money? San Carlos switched to unleaded fuel 5 years ago. Why didn't we? If Reed Hillview is contaminated, why build housing there? Please keep the airport open. Go lead-free now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Flores Shelton. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Flores Shelton, a resident of East San Jose for 47 years, a mother of two, and my own mother taught at Most Holy Trinity in the 80s and 90s. When the board unanimously declared racism a public health crisis in June of 2020, it was said that a resolution is only as good as the actions that follow it. Please side with the facts, decide to close the airport, which is in the best interest of our young people in the area already suffering from significant racial health disparities. Tonight will be a test of the integrity of advancing racial and environmental justice for all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joshua Kin. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Just like with leaded gasoline in cars, I believe that we should immediately ban leaded gasoline to stop the impact of contamination. However, Supervisor Chavez is being intentionally dishonest by pretending that the airport presents an ongoing health risk in the future. Tearing down this public infrastructure asset and selling its land to private property developers is a major conflict of interest. Closing the airport will be a death sentence to SJSU's aviation program. It will prevent mostly working class and minority communities in San Jose the opportunity to learn, obtain a degree in, and diversify the field of aviation.
Our next speaker is Nicole. Please accept the unmute to speak. Nicole, can you please unmute yourself? You may begin. Nicole, I see that you have unmuted yourself. Okay, we will come back to you. Next speaker is Matt Moore. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. I'm speaking in support of keeping the airport open. I don't think it's right to just push that problem down the road to somebody else's neighborhood. We have the opportunity with the recent availability of unleaded fuels to make an immediate impact on the airborne lead situation. The majority of aircraft at the airport can operate on unleaded fuel. Aerodynamic aviation represents close to 60% of daily flight operations at Reed Hillview Airport. They completely converted 21 aircraft. Let's make this a role model for other airports around the country.
Our next speaker is Nelsie Sepulveda. Please accept the unmute to speak. Nelsie, please unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening, Board Supervisors. This is Christian Sepulveda. I'm a parent living within 1 mile from the airport. I urge you to follow the science and close the airport to prevent further lead poisoning to our community. If you vote not to close the airport and believe this is not an issue of concern, I invite you and your family to come live in our community to show support for keeping up the airport in place. Listen to the community As it is overwhelming, the majority does not support keeping the airport. I hope you're actively listening. Thank you.
We are back to Nicole. Please accept the unmute to speak. Nicole, I see that you have unmuted yourself. We cannot hear you. We'll move on to the next speaker and come back to you. Patty Andrade, please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Patty Andrade, and I am a member of the Board of Trustees for the Evergreen School District, a resident of Evergreen, and also a mother of 3 boys. I am calling in support of closing Reed Hillview Airport. The poisoning of children has been going on since the existence of the airport. There is no justification for keeping the airport open. As a mother, this is alarming, and I cannot imagine what those parents are feeling, knowing that the children have been exposed to lead only because of where they live. We have a moral obligation to those children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patty Andrade. Please accept the unmute to speak.
I already spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Jose Valle. Please accept the unmute to speak.
My name is Jose Valle from Big East Side, San Juan, Silicon Valley Debug. I grew up near the Hillview Airport in a low-income government housing project, now known as San Jose Apartments, and lived there for 2 decades. I walked alongside the airport every day to and from Fisher Middle School and Overfowl High Schools. I am for the shutdown of the airport due to lead poisoning and advocate for testing if the land is even habitable, and lead poisoning testing for families who lived and attended school there in the past and live and go to school there today before taking any type of.
Our next speaker is Mimi. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good afternoon, Mimi Hernandez, Executive Director of Prosperity Labs and Small Business Advocate. I'm going to challenge those supporting the continued of the poisoning of East San Jose residents who now affirm that moving away from lead can take care of the issue by asking them, why did it take this massive community mobility to get them to attempt to clean up their act? Any attempted appeal citing Red Hillview as an emergency response cited is completely disingenuous. The science and facts support what many of us have known for some time. It is time to close it.
Our next speaker is Henry Giselle. Please accept the unmute to speak. Henry, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. All right. It is rather improper to assume pilots love lead. Many abhor it. It is not mentioned at all the harm lead can do to airplane engines, nor the incredibly important reason why it was used in the first place. San Carlos already sells UL-94 for cheaper than 100 low lead. Costs will drop with demand and infrastructure that is already established. On top of that, maintenance cost will fall as UL-94 is overall better for the integrity of engines. It serves the purpose that 100 low lead did without the lead. Closure merely puts a tiny band-aid on a massive wrong aviators are eager to right. Unleaded fuels can absolutely work just as it did with cars.
We will go back to Nicole one more time. Please accept the unmute to speak. I see that you have unmuted yourself, Nicole, but we still cannot hear you. My apologies. We'll move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Brian Eng. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Brian Eng. I'm a flight instructor at Aerodynamic Aviation at Reed Hillview. When you consider closing Reed Hillview, please take into account that this airport is integral to the training of pilots. Hundreds of flight instructors and students rely on this airport for our livelihood and future careers. In addition, there's a multitude of independently owned flight schools that will be forced to close with no immediate options for relocation. This includes San Jose State's aviation program, which trains future airline pilots. Please consider keeping Reed Hillview open so that future aviators can continue to be trained and developed for the safety of all passengers and travelers.
Next speaker is Joseph Osterneck. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Joseph Osterneck. I am speaking on behalf of the South Bay chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace. We at South Base Chapter of Jewish Voice of Peace support the closure of Reed Hillview Airport because of the evidence presented earlier establishing it's a hazard. Specifically, we urge the closure of the airport now, continuing the visioning process, and given the history and demographics of the neighborhood, please address racial justice by using the land in a way to address community. Also, I live very close, 1.3 miles away from the airport on Mount Herman Drive. And
Next speaker is Sharon Luna. Please accept the unmute to speak. Sharon, can you please unmute? There you are.
Okay. Good evening, supervisors. When you have a concern, you look for a solution. The solution to this problem was stated by the doctors, and that is unleaded gas will resolve the issue. Shifting to San Martin, making it the 40th busiest airport, where our residents are on wells and septic systems, is not what everybody has been saying, socially, racially, and environmentally.
Next speaker is Cole Bowden. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Cole Bowden. I'm a resident that lives in central San Jose. Reed Hillview was built in the 1930s, and it's representative of dozens of airports in the state. Watsonville, Salinas, Livermore, and Hayward all have airports similarly situated in neighborhoods. Instead of closing the airport, San Jose should push strongly for the adoption and implementation of lead-free fuel. We have the opportunity to be a role model for other small airports in the state and the nation, and pilots are eager to adopt lead-free fuel. Don't close the airport.
Next speaker is Ambar. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I am Ambar, a resident of East San Jose. Children or not, no one should be exposed to lead toxicity. Anyone wanting to maintain the airport is callous. Someone outright disregarding the smoke that we see clouding the East Hills this last week. Fires will not stop as the climate crisis continues. Planes in this airport, however, will stop because more than anything, wasting land and people's health away for rich people's leisure activity, that's stupid. The county will prioritize reparations for the surrounding community.
Next speaker is Sean. Please accept the unmute to speak.
The aviation community has been working to replace leaded fuel for 30 years. We did not neglect the problem. It was a tremendous engineering challenge to achieve. Unleaded fuels are finally available and being used at Reed Hillview as we speak, and even so, the blood levels shown in the study are average. Let's not forget that Reed Hillview Airport is a valuable resource for technical jobs. I personally know children from the local community who have begun their aviation career at the airport and are doing very well for themselves. Closing the airport would be robbing excellent career opportunities from a community that cannot afford to lose it. Keep the airport open.
Next speaker is Andy Garcia Chaidez. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, my name is Andy and I've lived a block away from the Reed Hillview Airport for 25 years. I support its immediate closure. This is a public health emergency. The land occupied by Reed Hillview Airport is not being taken care of and it is harming the communities that reside near it. We deserve to heal from the harm that Reed Hillview Airport has caused, and we cannot sit around for the next plane to crash over a tree at the park while kids are playing. People should not be learning to fly planes over homes and living humans, period. I urge you to shut it down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Romo Ludwig. Please accept the unmute to speak.
I lived within for the first years of my life, I lived within 1.5 miles of Reed Hillview Airport and believed the hysteria to be political. Let's be smart and work together to solve problems. Don't discriminate against the youth who could learn aviation skills in their own community. In December of 2018, the Board of Supervisors could have voted for unleaded fuel rather than to close an asset of East San Jose that offers minority skills for their future. Environmental justice must include San Martin. Do not continue the pattern of prejudice of dumping in San Martin.
Our next speaker is Luis Moreno. Please accept the unmute to speak. Luis, if you can unmute yourself, there you go.
Hello, I'm Luis Moreno, member of the Colonial Action Lab.
We are here because we have a problem. Children and their families are being contaminated every single day. Past public servants and plane owners need to be accountable for poisoning the community and the land. Today, public servants have the opportunity to start cleaning and solving this problem. I urge our public servants to vote to clean this mess. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ian Barth. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ian Barth and I'm a local resident and pilot. I'm confused because San Jose and San Martin Airport also have piston aircraft use, and all traffic from Reed Hillview would likely transition there, just moving the problem. If any level of lead is toxic, then San Martin and San Jose are just as concerning now. If the issue is truly about lead and you choose to close the airport, I ask that you set aside the land for future aviation use as we work with the FAA to find a good solution. Sadly, this appears to be politics and all about a land grab. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wenyu Zhang. Please accept the unmute to speak. Wenyu, I see that you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Wen Yu, and I'm a proud Asian. I live closely to San Jose International Airport. Closing Reed Hillview diverts all traffic to San Jose International. It will cause problems in our neighborhood. Are you going to also close San Jose International as well? Closing airport doesn't fix the problem on the route. Getting unleaded fuel as soon as possible is the correct and long-term solution. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jason Padel. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. The study has misled members of the public. We need to compare lead numbers with the rest of the county. Supervisor Lee, in Milpitas, 2.5% of kids under 6 were above the threshold. Supervisor Ellenberg, in Western Santa Clara, it's 2.7%. Supervisor Semidian, in Cupertino, it's 4.4%. And in Southern Sunnyvale, 5.3% of kids under 6 were above the threshold, almost 2 times higher than East San Jose. CDPH data proves we have a county-wide lead problem not limited to San Jose. Studies authors have not done their due diligence.
Next speaker is Joel Reyes. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Okay, hi, my name is Joel Reyes. I'm a San Jose student. Okay, hi, my name is Joel Reyes. I'm a San Jose student, and I'm here in favor to close the Hillview Airport. We need to protect our children. We need to protect our environment. We need to protect the 52,000 families that are dealing with this unfortunate lead issue. Stop neglecting our underprivileged communities. We need to fight this fight. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Elma Arredondo. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening. My name is Elma Arredondo and I live in East San Jose. I'm here representing Vecinos Activos and Aruba, Harlem Rock Urban Village advocates. I urge you to do 2 things. 1, vote to close the airport, and 2, continue a critical community input process to plan the future of this public site for the families of East San Jose. Lead exposure in children in the US was determined to be harmful in 79. 75 was the year unleaded gas became available.
Our next speaker is Charles C. Chang. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Charles Lee, and I'm speaking on behalf of Assemblymember Alex Lee. The report that was conducted shows concerning levels of lead in children closest to the airport and the detrimental impacts to the community. It's unconscionable that while lead paint and leaded gasoline for cars have been banned, the federal government and the FAA still allow leaded aviation fuel. We support the staff recommendation, and we must also put pressure on the federal government to make the switch to unleaded fuel. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zach 3051. Please accept the unmute to speak. Zach, you may begin. Zach, you have unmuted. You may begin speaking. Okay, we will move on to next speaker and come back to Zach. I have another Zach. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, I'd like to start out by saying that I'm a dietitian with a public health background, so I understand the lead concern, but I am also a pilot, so I do have a bias. I just feel as if the information provided really gives false hope to the local community by letting them believe that there is a sense of hope that this land is going to be a benefit to the society. We have to remember that the land is tainted, and we have to work to deviate the traffic that is going to be offset if the airport's closed.
Next speaker is Keitha. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, my name is Keith Anderson. I'm the so-called impacted. I grew up licking the dirt by Eastridge right under the flight line on Brahms Avenue. I went to school with the so-called lower IQ students whom were being shoved through a lackluster education system. I'm not seeing the research towards the other outside influences I experienced, such as bad plumbing systems, leaded paint, overpopulated schools, etc. All the people speaking against the airport are the same people who hypocritically drive cars. This is a clear exercise in bias confirmation put together to pull heartstrings and drive social emotion with the objective to help the rich landowners grab land and pull the.
We will try Zach 3051 once again. Please accept the unmute to speak. Zach 3051, please unmute yourself. I see that you have unmuted. Can you begin speaking? Okay, I will move on to the next speaker, Walner Audio. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Patrick Wallner. I'm a pilot, aircraft owner, and a member of Cal Pilots and AOPA. I urge you to keep the airport open and mitigate the use of low lead to unleaded fuel over a reasonable time frame. I also know that lead comes from more than one source, such as paint and older homes. Leaded plumbing fixtures, including lead soldered fittings that leach into your potable water, were the norm before the early 2000s. Were not mentioned in the study. Please look at the whole picture. The closure of this critical airport or any other airport will have unintended consequences affecting such things as emergency medical evacuations.
We will try Zach 3051 one last time. Please unmute yourself to speak. Zach, I see that you have unmuted. Can you begin speaking?
Yes, my name is Maria, and I'm one of the ones that our children have been affected by this lead. We've had enough discrimination and abuse in our community, and it's time for the supervisors to close the airport down. Thank you.
Next speaker is Victoria Partida. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hi, yes, my name is Adrian Marquez, and I'm a resident nearby from the airport. And, based on this evidence, I want the airport to be closed immediately due to the health hazard. Obviously, the airport does not care about our health from our children in this community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Matthew Reed. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Yes, my name is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. We are here to support the calls for the closure of the airport as soon as possible. To be honest, although the study is essential, we believe this has been widely known to be a problem in the community. Generations and decades of leaders have been pushing for this, and we're eager to continue to support the community process to repurpose the area to meet the community needs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samantha Wang. Please accept the unmute to speak. Samantha.
Hello, I'm a constituent in the Santa Clara County, not a fancy executive, just a normal high school student of science. I have doubts about the methodology behind the tests. The Santa Clara County Board presented speculative information based on data gathered using unclear methods to paint general aviation as the primary villains and fear-mongering while doing absolutely nothing to support the community affected. I worry that the airport land will be used for more real estate developments that will line the board's pockets, yet do nothing to address the lead poisoning, just like Flint, Michigan.
Next speaker is Liz Paredes Banson. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Thank you. I am a representative of the San Martin Neighborhood Alliance, and we are requesting and urging a transparent and well-publicized community engagement process in order to protect the future of our valuable San Martin Airport, as well as protect the school children and the livelihoods of the San Martin community. We believe unleaded fuel is a part of that protection, among other assurances that will need to be put in place. Thank you.
The next speaker is Judith Martinez Mendoza. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hola, ¿sí me puede escuchar?
Sí.
Sí, soy Judith Martínez, una pilota hispana embarazada y saludable que está cerca a diario con estas avionetas, y este terreno no va a beneficiar a la comunidad. Ustedes van a ser corridos cuando una corporación compre el área y compre sus casas. Esto no es de la gasolina con plomo, sino esto es de dinero político, y me decepciona tanto que la gente piense que esto sea de algo racista, porque también hay muchos hispanos que están aprendiendo a volar. Y me decepciona tanto de que no quieran que nosotros hagamos la lucha para todos.
Our next speaker is Rowan Young. Please accept the unmute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Rowan Young. I come to you as a realist and a high school student. I want to shed light on economic and aviation impacts on all communities. The uniqueness of the airport causes many challenges when going through with the closure. To move to other airports such as San Martin will divert large amounts of traffic to an airport that simply couldn't handle it. To move traffic from one of the busiest general aviation airports in the United States to an airport with zero air traffic control or other pertinent facilities is simply reckless and dangerous. Keep Reed Hillview open.
Our next speaker is Jerry J. Please accept the unmute to speak.
It seems pretty clear to me that the solution to the problem is not to close this airport, which we might need when we have the next major earthquake, which will be sooner or later. The solution to me seems to be to go ahead with changing the fuel, transitioning fuel to non-leaded fuel. And all this nonsense about all the planes falling out of the sky. I've lived southeast of the airport for 30 years and haven't seen, I've seen one crash on East Ridge. Kidding.
Jerry was the final person on our list of speakers when the speakers were capped. So this concludes our public comment.
Okay, let me get my screen. Just 1 minute, I'm trying to get my view. Full screen. There's everybody. Thank you very much. And Nancy, kudos to you again for your continual speaking and talking and being with us for the last 13 hours in such a proactive way. We are now going to go to item number 36. Supervisor Chavez is going to speak first. I'd like to speak on 36D, but I'm turning this over now to Supervisor Chavez.
Supervisor Wasserman, just as from a process perspective, what I was hoping to do was to take all of the items in one bunch, you know, to take 36, 37, 38, and 126. And my hope by doing that was that if there were components of any of these actions that somebody wanted to vote against, they'd be able to do that by calling out the number and the letter.
Okay, depending on what it is that you put forward, I would either need to put in a friendly amendment or a substitute motion. Certainly on the one that I put forward, I want to speak on, but 36D was important to me that I speak as well. So I can speak first if you wish, and then you can put forward what you like, or I'll be happy to speak after you. I just wanted to give you a heads up because I know none of us like surprises.
No, that's right. I totally appreciate that. If it's okay, if I could try a motion, and if and then Supervisor, if I get a second on that motion, we can take whatever in whatever order that you prefer. If I can try that and then just see if that would work for everybody.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm 30, like I'm 36. Do you just want to make a motion to approve B and C?
On my motion, which I made public yesterday, was to accept the staff recommendations for 36, 37, 38, and to include your 126 as well. And then I was going to speak to that motion. So it would be to, I'm sorry, 36, 37, 38, and then the additions that I had that I sent out to all of you.
Okay, I've got prepared comments on 36D. I was going to use the chair's prerogative and speak first, but I'll be happy to speak after you. And then I've got 10 words I need to add on to staff's recommendation on 37.
Okay, so if I can make I'll make that as a motion, and then if I can
I'll
get
second
a second.
it.
Okay.
Second.
And I have a second from Supervisor Ellenberg, and then Supervisor Wasserman, since you are president of the board, why don't you go ahead and speak, and then I'll speak to the motion after you.
Okay, thank you. On 36D, I've got, for me, lengthy comments, and I'm going to make them as quickly as I can. What I'd written out originally, I entitled "Lead is Poison," or "Remove the Lead," or "Stop the Poison." I said Santa Clara County contracted with Mountain Data Group and Dr. Zeron to study existing data to establish whether there's significant relationship between leaded fuel emissions and blood lead levels in children residing within a certain study area. Dr. Zeron's study proved the exhaust from airplanes using Reed Hillview Airport is putting lead in the blood of children living near the airport, as well as those going to school near the airport. This is horrible. This is a public health issue that we must stop as soon as possible. And when I finish reading my prepared remarks, I'm going to make a motion to stop this public poisoning, and the fastest way I can think of. Dr. Zeron's extensive and lengthy study concluded the closer you live to an airport with planes using leaded fuel, the more lead you'll breathe, and the more lead will get into the blood of our children. He also described in great detail how harmful high blood levels are in children and the lifelong developmental effects it has on them. It was very concerning. The study confirmed my fears and the reasons for my April 20th referral 4 months ago when I asked that unleaded gasoline be made available at our airports. My thought was switch the unleaded gas and stop the lead poisoning. I'm glad to say that day and opportunity is here. Clearly, all of you who have called in, emailed, and signed petitions want to put an end to the lead poisoning Dr. Zeron has proven are harming children as soon as possible. So do I. Unfortunately, reducing the airborne lead emissions at Reed Hillview won't address the lead in pipes, paint, cosmetics, hair dye, batteries, and roof materials. It will dramatically reduce the lead in the air. And that, as Dr. Zeron said in a community meeting last Thursday, will reduce the blood lead levels in children. His exact words that night were, "It's true that as we decrease the quantity of lead formulated gasoline sold at the airport, the blood lead levels in children will subside." That is the public health issue before us tonight. That is our #1 priority. Remove the lead, stop the poisoning. So let's do that. Sure, there might be obstacles such as potential restrictions imposed by FAA, grant obligations, or Part 16 complaints or something else, but we have to try, and we have to try now. I hope the FAA acknowledges the emergency and reads Dr. Zeron's report and understands the President of the United States wants cleaner air too. And if anyone contests our converting to unleaded gas only, I like our chances. I can't imagine the FAA or a court saying, "Santa Clara County, you must sell leaded gas at your airports so that small aircraft can poison the nearby children in their homes and schools." The federal government says it wants America to be healthier and more environmentally friendly. So let's see if they'll let us go completely lead-free right away. And if they don't, I feel we're on the right side and will prevail. Not only is switching to unleaded the right thing to do, it's the smartest and quickest way to address and remedy this serious health hazard. The airport is not the enemy. The lead is the enemy. Remove the lead, stop the poison. As for those desirous of closing Reed Hillview for other reasons, getting the FAA to allow that anytime soon or at all is a questionable and multi-year legal battle with unknown results. We have before us a solution that will substantially reduce lead emissions in District 2 by switching to unleaded aviation gas. It's an excellent solution. It also benefits the 4 other supervisorial districts. The county owns Reed Hillview, but the FAA owns the airspace. If Reed Hillview closes, San Jose Airport, because they receive FAA grants, cannot stop small aircraft from flying in and taking off. Small airplanes fly at slower speeds than commercial jetliners, but they would all share the same runways. The backups that would occur could be hugely disruptive to the 15 million people, 141,000 flights, and 120 million pounds of cargo that annually travel through San Jose Mineta. The doubling of operations, takeoffs, and landings could also cause the FAA to create new routes over communities that currently don't have airplanes flying over them. The county should not create problems such as these by trying to close or reliever airports such as Reed Hillview. Simply remove the lead from the gas and stop the poisoning. The county should solve the lead poisoning problem by converting to unleaded gas. Please remember, closing the airport is uncertain at best. Selling unleaded gas stops the harmful emissions right away. While I and many others have been advocating and researching how to bring unleaded fuel to our airports, I'm excited to say a group of concerned, creative, and assertive individuals just made it happen. Yes, you heard me right. They got unleaded gasoline to Reed Hillview. Until 10 days ago, it was my understanding that getting lead-free gas for airplanes to California airports would be difficult to accomplish and take several years. But like so many amazing things that happen in California each year, a way was found. Unleaded gas was delivered to San Carlos Airport last week and will be delivered to Watsonville Airport next week. And as I said previously, was delivered to Reed Hillview last week. Yes, several aircraft that call Reed Hillview Airport home filled up on unleaded fuel yesterday and continue to do so today, reducing the lead emissions harming children in Santa Clara County right now. Think about that. As I speak, change is happening and happening for the good, and this is just the beginning. Remember, Dr. Zoran said, if we decrease the quantity of lead gasoline sold at the airport, the blood lead levels in children will subside. Well, guess what? We're following doctor's orders. And for the first time in the 82-year history of Reed Hillview Airport, we started providing lead-free gas a couple of days ago, reducing poisonous emissions. Let's show our united support for what has just started happening, the brand new usage of unleaded gas just 8.5 miles down the road, and agree to make lead-free gas the only gas available at Reed Hillview and San Martin airports, so as to greatly reduce lead exposure to our children ASAP. It's time to embrace unleaded fuel. Everyone wins. The community's children around the airports will be safer. Pilots can continue their training and fill the nation's high demand for pilots, and there is no disruption to the roughly 15 million people who annually enter Silicon Valley through San Jose Airport. Since we have unleaded fuel available today that many aircraft can use, which will immediately reduce the lead emissions poisoning our children, I make the following motion: to direct county administration and county council to work with the private sector pilots and Reed Hillview Airport FBOs responsible for getting lead-free gas delivered to Reed Hillview a few days ago, to do what's necessary to transition to carrying unleaded gas only at both county airports ASAP, with the understanding that the sales of leaded gas will not be permitted at either county airport after December 31st of this year, except for emergency operations. That's my motion and the first step toward removing the public health hazard of lead in the air that's harming our children. I ask for a second.
So Supervisor Wasserman, just to be clear, you're just, if you could say the end of your motion very quick, very clearly, it's to have unleaded gas only available at both airports starting when?
Starting as soon as possible, with the understanding that no leaded gas will be sold after December 31st.
Except for emergencies?
Except for emergency operations. Yes, that's not in our control.
Okay, and so I would incorporate that in the motion that I have on the table.
Thank you. And I apologize. That's more than I've spoken in the last 13 hours, but this was
So you just held it on. Okay.
It was 6 minutes and I did it. All right.
Thank you. Then if it's okay, I'm going to make my comments and read my motion formally into the record, just so that everybody's clear about what we're voting on. First, I do want to say to my colleagues and to the public, thank you so much for all the time that we've spent, not just tonight, but in the previous public meetings to learn more about lead. And I wanted to say to everybody that spoke, wrote letters, and we've received thousands of correspondence and heard hundreds of public speakers both tonight and at the previous community meetings, that there's a lot of pain, passion, vision, and hope in everybody's comments. And, you know, no matter what action we take tonight, which I hope it's the action that will be in my motion, tonight really is historic. And for me, I only see one clear choice. The study that clearly shows the impact of toxic lead on families around the airport is so clear that we have a moral obligation to really close it as soon as possible. The negative impacts on children exposed to lead are lifelong. Lead from private planes at Reed Hillview are impacting our children. And just to be clear, we're talking about 52,000 people who live around this airport with 12,000 children and 21 schools. And as earlier stated, there are 4 million people living in the same proximity across this country. Voting today to close Reed Hillview is not just a vote for our children and public health and environmental justice and equity in our community, but it is one that reflects a movement across this country to really energize the FAA and the EPA to mandate unleaded fuel. In addition to that, we have to recognize that this was a land use mistake, particularly in this location, that should have been remedied decades ago. We already know that many of our communities that live on the east side are facing historic and structural inequities. And we know that these were the neighborhoods hardest hit by COVID-19. But now we know that we have scientific proof that the neighborhood's children are being poisoned, and this has been going on for generations. The community is looking for leadership and looking for us to protect their children and their families. To protect the health and safety of our children, I think we have to take all necessary actions. So here's my motion. I would like to move that we accept all of the staff's recommendations with additional requests from my memoranda, and I will read those aloud into the record. My memo asks for these additional requests: to receive reports and approve all recommendations, to direct administration, item 2, to offer technical assistance and expertise to other local jurisdictions considering similar airborne lead emission studies, to direct the administration to prepare and implement a robust, culturally and linguistically appropriate community education and awareness campaign to educate parents and families relating to the health risks, available medical services, and next steps given the results of the airborne lead study. 4, to direct administration to amend and update all county health assessments to include the epidemiology of lead airborne studies. 5, to direct administration to recommend actions particularly around anti-displacement policies, public safety, locations, disaster response, and community recreation, including Eastridge Little League throughout the Reed Hillview Vision Plan process. 6, to direct the administration to continue the already improved engagement process with the San Martin community relating to the future iteration and usage of the San Martin Airport. And one thing I want to add is that I'd also like us to start testing the lead levels of children who are incarcerated in our juvenile hall. As a lifelong parent and, and I've lived in this community since I was 18, I just want to urge my colleagues to join in a legacy that will protect the health, well-being of children in our families who've suffered long enough, and to recognize that while there are many, many actions that we're going to be taking as we move forward, that we need to work together. I agree with our communities to make sure that whatever happens in this community and at this location, that we do not sell the airport land. It is a public asset and the public should benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll interject now with the president's privilege, and then I'll recognize Supervisors Lee and Ellenberg. Supervisor Chavez, what I wanted to add, you mentioned, I believe, your motion included 126. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because I think it was your item number 6 that you said, I believe your item number 6 that mentioned San Martin Airport. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that item.
Could you repeat what you said?
Absolutely. It's to direct administration to continue the already approved engagement process with San Martin community relating to the future iteration and usage of the airport. And you may recall that in 2018, that was a body of work that the staff was still undertaking. So what I wanted to do was accept your resolution, but not stop that planning process.
Okay, well, I think my resolution and the planning process are in conflict.
Because you don't want any more engagement down there with the airport.
We at San Martin, there's a study was done, the number of tie downs, the number of hangars. They're approximately 40-50% vacant down there right now for a variety of reasons. And all of that study was done on what the appropriate environmental capacity for that airport was. So I'm not desirous of seeing any further new development plan change what's there. It's only now at 50% of capacity. And if some changes take place and if some pilots move down there, that would double what's there. So I would not be in support of that part of your motion. And if necessary, I would ask that we address 126 separately. The other part that I have was on item 37. Your motion was to approve staff recommendations. In the agenda packet, it says direct administration and county council to take all necessary actions. It happens to say including closure. And I think a lot of people misinterpreted that as a vote to close the airport. And in fact, what it says is take all necessary actions, including closure. And what I would do, either in the form of a friendly amendment, I think that's the best way for me to try with you right now, is add in these 10 words: and conversion to lead-free only gas at both airports. And I think that's kind of implied in 36, but you're the motion maker, so I want to make sure it's okay with you. But I want to make sure that people understand approval of 37 is giving administration direction to take all necessary actions to immediately prevent lead contamination from, I mean, I'm reading it from our book, from operations. Therefore, if converting to lead-free gas immediately prevents lead contamination from operations, then we are done, because that is what the item says to do. And it is my position that by going to lead-free gas, we can, quote, immediately prevent lead contamination from operations. And I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page, or I can go a different route. I don't know what you'd like.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is ask staff if, just to comment on Supervisor Wasserman's contention about the staff intention with this both with this recommended action, but just to make sure that what Supervisor Wasserman is saying isn't in conflict with the staff action, because there is one addition that I'm concerned about that I want to make sure this is not negating, but I will wait to see if staff could respond.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, let me jump in here a little bit. I'll have to back up a little bit to give some context and then try to directly answer your question. As we said earlier, given the FAA's enabling legislation and regulations, it's a lot easier in this country to poison kids with lead than it is to stop that. And it's going to take a multi-pronged approach to actually eliminate lead poisoning coming from the airports. It's possible that we could get the FAA to agree to unilaterally eliminate lead fuel. It's also possible we could get them to allow us to only pump unleaded fuel, but it's not by any means a guarantee. There's many regulatory hoops that need to be jumped through. And on top of that, as you noted in the lead study report, reducing the use of lead fuel reduces the contamination, but doesn't completely eliminate it unless you eliminate it from all of the operations of the airport, including the maintenance and mechanics operations, and also the currently contaminated ground level dirt. So it's a more complex issue than just saying we aren't going to pump lead fuel anymore. It includes that, but it's not as simple as that. So the concepts are not in conflict. I just want to make sure that the board understands that we do need to have the authority to do anything and everything legally permissible in order to prevent the contamination, because it will require efforts legally as well as administratively as well as politically. And we will obviously keep the board informed about that in the appropriate forum in closed session regarding legal issues. Obviously, right now with the FAA listening in on our conversation, we certainly don't want to get into too much detail about legal issues. So the straight answer up and up is that the amendment is not in conflict with what the staff recommendation is, but it's not sufficient either.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. What my addition was where we said all necessary activities, comma, including closure. I wanted to add in and conversion to lead-free only gas at both airports, which I think, Supervisor, you were okay with that. My point was to try everything. I will certainly be happy to bet $1. I only bet dollars. I'll certainly be happy to bet $1 that the county will be able to convert to lead-only gasoline long before it has the ability to close our airports. That is my contention. We'll see what happens down the road. I don't know what'll happen from the FAA or the Title 16 or anything else. All I said was I want to add that on to item 37, because while we said direct administration and county council would take all necessary actions, comma, staff added in including closures. And I'm saying there's several other things that could happen. So I would either remove including closures, or I would add in and conversion to lead-free only gas.
So let me ask staff another question. So one thing that my understanding or my hope was, and maybe I just need to make sure this is that I'm correct about this, is that, or maybe I need to be explicit on this, is that Mike, I was comfortable with the unleaded gas only as soon as possible by the end of this year as part of the other item. I'm less comfortable with it here, and I just want to explain why. What I was hoping that the other action that would come out of this is that we would be, or my understanding was that we would be petitioning the FAA now for early closure of Reed Hillview Airport. And if that's not explicit in the staff report, I would want to make that explicit as part of the action we're taking tonight. So again, I would ask staff the answer to that question.
Dr. Smith?
That we would be using the administrative process to begin the process for early closure. We're not accepting airport improvement grants any longer, so closure right now would be 2031. But the process, but I'm interested in us pursuing the FAA administrative process now.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that is in this motion, that we begin that FAA administrative process now.
We have
And the
built
staff
into
report.
the 3 staff reports include the EPA process, which is separate, plus an early petition for closure to the FAA, which is exactly what you were talking about. Yes.
Okay, because that's helpful. And I think Supervisor Wasserman, I'm not comfortable with the addition on 30 on 37. I am comfortable with it on 36 because of the language you used on 36 versus the language on 37.
Thank you. I understand that, and unfortunately need to discuss it further with you, which is unfortunate at 11 o'clock, but we got to get it right. Again, I'm reading direct administration, county council take all necessary actions, including closure. And I wanted to add in and conversion to lead-free gas at both airports, comma, to immediately prevent lead contamination from operations at Reed Hillview. And what my point is, we're directing staff to take all actions to immediately prevent lead contamination. And I'm just saying, if we do that by going to lead-free gas, then that accomplishes what this recommended action is, which is to immediately prevent lead contamination. It sounds to me what you're doing is you're using this to go beyond preventing lead contamination and actually close the airport.
Yes.
So if we do it another way, let's say we do it with gas, and let's say we're able to do it in 90 days. Is it your desire still to close the airport even though there's no lead contamination?
Yes, and I think that the reason is that I don't have the confidence that you do that this will be resolved in 90 days. We already have an out date of 2031. And my belief is that part of the process that we should employ concurrent to trying to eliminate leaded fuels is to go through the FAA process. And so I want to be able to do both. And what Dr. Smith is saying is that that is the intention of the staff as part of item 37. So he's confirming that they were already gonna do that.
Okay, and Dr. Smith, I understood you were going to do that as one of all necessary actions. At the same time, we were going to go for lead-free gas only at both airports. But it was my understanding from the way this one sentence is written, is that whoever got there first, meaning preventing lead contamination, then the race was over. I did not see this as prevent lead contamination and let's continue forward closing the airport early. So with that, I think we've got 3 other hands up, and Supervisor Chavez, if okay with you, I'm going to recognize the 3 other supervisors.
Absolutely.
Maybe could I just respond to your question?
Sure.
James will jump in a second, but I'll pretend I'm a lawyer for the moment and point out that the way that the law is written currently and the regulations are written currently, the board doesn't have the unilateral authority to do either one. That is, you don't have the authority without theoretical approval from the FAA to mandate only lead-free airplanes at the airport, nor do you have the authority to mandate instantaneous closure. So what we're trying to get at with the language in 37 is that this is going to take a concerted effort on multiple fronts. And we're asking the board for authority to begin that effort and that process. Now, it is possible, and you have $1 on the table, that suggests that the FAA, who are listening right now, might send us a letter tomorrow saying, you know, lead-free gas is totally permissible, but
Yep.
I doubt that'll happen. And so given that fact, we certainly would want to petition for both lead-free usage and early closure, and do other activities as necessary, keep the board informed in closed session regarding litigation.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and I'll cut you off there and we'll go to James. And again, what you just said is in your words, take all necessary actions. So I agree, attack on all fronts. But what the sentence is, take all necessary actions to prevent lead contamination. That's what the recommendation is. James.
Yeah, so I think what I would say to kind of sum things up is that there are many pathways available to the county, and we, I think it's consistent with what the county executive was saying. We need to take multiple approaches at the same time to address the severity of this issue, and that the motion or the recommended action under item 37 affords the discretion to explore and simultaneously pursue these multiple pathways. And so, that'll have to happen at the same time. There will definitely be conversation with the FAA, as the county executive indicated. But I think there'll be movement on several fronts, and that it'll be evolving, and specific follow-on actions will need to be taken kind of based on the outcome as that proceeds.
Thank you. I'm just arguing the mission is to prevent lead contamination. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. I strongly support all of the motion on the table, including Supervisor Chavez's addition. In fact, I was going to make a similar request, which I won't do, but I'll reference. The study is clear. We need to do better. We need to do more for our county's kids and families. We are all in agreement that lead exposure for residents living near Reed Hill View is unacceptable and must be alleviated. We did hear tonight and through a press release earlier in the week that many pilots support conversion to unleaded fuel, but staff's report also made very clear that it's highly unlikely that it's highly likely that the FAA would still require leaded fuel to be available for at least some types of aircraft. So in my view, the only way to ensure that no leaded fuel is used at all in any circumstance is to close the airport. So again, I'm supporting our administration's recommended actions in the report to close down the airport as soon as possible. I would note also that, as the doctors referenced at the beginning of the report, that there are other sources of lead that disproportionately impact kids who live in low-income communities and neighborhoods with older housing stock. And while closing the airport will eliminate ongoing lead emissions and is a critical step that we must take, we as a county also need to address other sources of lead and their impact on communities. So I'm going to express appreciation for Supervisor Chavez's additional requests. If this is redundant, it can be rolled in, but I would like to make sure that in there with all of the requests that you made, Supervisor Chavez, that we can receive a report from our public health department that will detail information on childhood lead screening and prevention activities in the county, including any current or potential funding sources that are available for community remediation efforts. And if that wasn't included, I hope that you will see that as a friendly amendment. And if it was already included and intended, I'm fine with it.
No, I think that's great to be explicit, Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'll add it on.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Supervisor Chavez, I want to lead off by saying I want to get to yes with you on this. So as I poke and prod a little bit, if you're trying to figure out where am I headed, I'm trying to get to yes. And I think we can. But I have to go back to this problematic sentence in item 37 in the staff recommendation. And candidly, I shared with staff, both the county executive and the deputy county executive, that I thought this one sentence recommended action was ambiguous in a way that was going to make it problematic, because the community deserves to know what it is we're voting on. And the board needs to know what it is we're voting on. And as this discussion has highlighted, there is a difference between saying the goal is to close the airport and saying the goal is to eliminate the lead. And they, may be goals that some people share in common and others not. So I think the path to yes here, is just one board member I know, is to talk a little bit with the administration again about what this is intended to convey, and perhaps ask you, if you're comfortable with it as the maker of the motion, to recraft this sentence and or add a bullet point or two or three, so that everybody knows what we're voting on and what the outcome for the community will be. So let me go back to Dr. Smith and say, first, I appreciated the fact that you mentioned a couple of times, Dr. Smith, the phrase legally permissible. So I infer from that, and this is a serious question, I infer from that you wouldn't close the airport if there was an injunction at the court level telling you you couldn't do it. Is that a fair inference for me to draw? Is that what you're trying to say?
Correct. We're not going to break the law. You probably heard in Chicago a few years ago that the mayor just went out in the middle of the night and tore up the airport. We're not doing that. We're not going to break the law. We're not going to violate an injunction.
Thank you.
And the reason I think that is of more than chuckling interest is because when you use a phrase like take all necessary actions, that could be construed as, quote, taking all necessary actions. So it's kind of important that we know what that phrase means, including the reference to including closures. And I heard you say that you anticipated pursuing action at the Environmental Protection Agency with respect to the lead content, yes?
Right.
But that's not actually in the recommended action as it stands now, unless I'm missing it in that one sentence. Is that correct?
It's in 36.
And in 36, A, B, C. So is it 36C that you're talking about?
Let me pull it up for sure. 36C, yes.
Okay. And then I also heard you say that we would pursue the opportunity to provide lead-free gasoline, avgas. And again, that's not in 37, but I'm guessing that you're talking about the reference in 36D, yes?
36D, yes.
Okay. And I also heard Supervisor Chavez reference, and I thought I heard you incorporate it as well, the notion of an early petition, or a petition rather, to the FAA to withdraw from operation of the airport prior to the 2031 date. Is that something that you do or do not anticipate, either in some section of 36, 38, or 126, or in the general language of the recommended action in 37?
That I would include in the general language of 37 based on the background and history that's listed there under 37 related to the options available to the board given their independent authority.
Okay.
Meaning that the board can't just unilaterally close the airport. We have to, it's a joint effort with FAA and others but we have to be smart about how we do it.
Okay, so a lawful closure permitted either administratively or judicially. Is that what you're anticipating there?
Yep.
Pursuant to a petition to close the site prior to 2031. Yes, consistent with Supervisor Chavez's earlier comment.
Yes.
Okay.
Among
So,
other approaches, how you're getting me into the legal world, so I'm going to have to ask you.
well, I do want to interrupt for a minute and excuse me, Dr. Smith, but I think it was helpful to say, okay, two of these items are in C and D of item 36. The key question of, and I would look to Supervisor Wasserman and say that I think his goal to make sure that we were pursuing unleaded avgas at the earliest opportunity could be incorporated in 36D. And I'll tease him a little at this late hour and say that might be a time to take yes for an answer. He'll know why that's an inside joke. And then back to the 37 language, Supervisor Chavez, again, trying to get to yes. Is there any reason either Dr. Smith or staff, Ms. Gallegos or Supervisor Chavez, since it's your motion, that the language couldn't include a reference to directing administration to take actions consistent and in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local law, including court order, so that it was explicit that we weren't going to do anything that was in violation of the law or an administrative direction, however much we disliked it, or a court order, however much we might dislike it. Any problem with that?
No.
And if we went on then through the chair to say, including but not limited to closure, that would give Mr. Wasserman some comfort that his avgas issue was addressed, I hope, I think it might. And in addition to saying including but not limited to closure, pursuant to a petition to the FAA for early closure, which might give Mr. Wasserman some heartburn, but which would in fact put in writing, Supervisor Chavez, the thing I think you're saying you want us to say yes to tonight. And then we'd have a straight up or down vote on that.
Yes.
Am I? Okay. I know it's long-winded, but I really am trying to be helpful here. And then the other thing, Dr. Smith, is if we've given you the authority to petition the FAA, and we've given you the authority in 36 C and D to go off and make our case with the EPA and to pursue unleaded avgas, I am then uncomfortable about the need to give you authority to take all necessary actions without knowing what they are, because this is the worst of all possible worlds. It's a delegation of authority without knowing what we delegated authority to you to do. But if we have explicitly given you the authority, back to Supervisor Chavez's motion, to pursue an early closure and to pursue alternative fuels and to work at the EPA, then I think, Supervisor Chavez, those three things effectuate the goal that you've advanced and that we've heard from people about so much tonight. Did I miss something else that you want to do on the substance there?
Supervisor Simitian, thank you for that clarification. That was actually extremely helpful. I would just ask James Williams to weigh in on this question, because I think you're asking a really important one. And I want to make sure that the staff has the bandwidth, has the, for lack of a better word, the permission they need to take whatever actions they need to take. And if there's anything that needs to be more explicit, James, this would be the time to be clear with all of us on that.
James.
Sure. As I understand it, the item under 37 is intended to give flexibility to pursue a variety of avenues. And there are many. So a voluntary petition has been referred to a couple times, but that's only one avenue of engagement potentially with the FAA. And so, I think I think what would be helpful in terms of clarity is to be clear on the goal and outcome, but to provide discretion on the manner and mechanisms. And so what I'm hearing from the various conversations, both Supervisor Simidian and from Supervisor Wasserman, is, I think having clarity on the question of whether the options are inclusive of closure or focused solely on fuel, I think is a salient point. But I think within those options, retaining kind of flexibility in terms of proceeding is the best approach. And then we'll see kind of how that process starts to play out, because it's the beginning of, I think, a multifaceted process that will be, it'll be iterated on.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
And before we move on,
Supervisor Simidian?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm hoping we can nail that down, if not right now, at some point, but I had some other questions for the maker of the motion. And I also have comments, but I gather you'd like us to hold off on comments and stay with questions for the moment, or not, Mr. Chair?
I just want to be able to hear from all supervisors before we get something done.
Got it. And then what I would like to say, and this will tip my hand, and I'm okay with that, and I hope it'll get us to a resolution. I am prepared to vote tonight to authorize a petition to the FAA for early closure. And given the second, you've got Supervisor Chavez, I don't know where my colleagues will end up, but I think that's 3 votes. That being said, it is important to me that we say we're going to do it consistent and in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local law, including court order. I see this as the beginning of a process. I wish we could give folks clear answers sooner rather than later, but I don't think we can. I frankly think we have a weak hand, both administratively and judicially. But I also think if we don't force the issue, it won't get forced. So I think it's time for us to say, let's force the issue and say, let's take a look at it. Now, all that being said, I'm a little nervous because we're making these decisions on one study that's been out for less than a few weeks. I don't have any problems with the study. I'm not critiquing the study. I'm not even second guessing the study, but we said it was peer reviewed, but really what we've got is one study. I'd like to suggest we get a second study. And I know there's a cost associated with that, but we've already heard from people who are critiquing the study. And if we're going to end up doing battle with the FAA or the EPA, then I think we'd be better off to have 2 studies that say the same thing. And we'd also have more credibility out in the community by saying, hey, we did it not once, but twice, and we got the same answer, which is what I think we'll get. So I'd like to.
Supervisor Simidian, I need clarification from you. When you said force the issue, was the issue we were forcing with the FAA to expedite the removal of lead or to close the airport?
Yes, both.
Okay, because for me, as I think I've made it clear, they're mutually exclusive. I'm in favor of getting rid of the lead ASAP, and I think unleaded gas is the fastest. I'm not in favor of closing the airport because I think there's other ways that can accomplish getting rid of the public health issue.
And I am not as optimistic as I suspect some of our board members are that we will prevail with the FAA or that we will prevail with the EPA or that the changing political climate and new administration will work to our advantage. So I'm of the view that if you don't know what the future looks like and you're trying to solve the problem and you have 2 paths, I'd like to run down both as fully and far and fast as we possibly can. But I want to be honest with the community. One possibility is that the optimists are right, and year or 2 from now, we're wrapping up business. Another possibility, and I think it's the more likely one, but I don't know, is that 3 years from now and 5 years from now, we'll still be in a tug of war with all these various federal agencies because the FAA has been very clear that they have no desire to let us take back the airport and that their first primary concern is with civil aviation, not with the well-being of the surrounding community. I don't mean that disrespectfully. They've pretty much said that in plain language. It goes to their charter. So back to item 37, Supervisor Chavez, if you'd like, I can take a minute to try and craft a friendly amendment that is the language I hope would satisfy at least a majority of us. I would also ask that your item 6, which I support in the update, which was to direct administration to continue the already approved engagement process with the San Martin community relating to future iteration and usage of San Martin Airport. I support Mr. Wasserman's 126, and I think you do too. And I think all you're saying is let's keep talking to the folks at San Martin about how that works out. So I'd like to fold in the folks at Mineta and Palo Alto, the other two general aviation airports, if Mineta can be characterized in that way, so that we have those conversations. People have expressed concern. I think it's understandable. I think you're making a good faith effort here, which I support, to say, hey, let's keep talking to folks who might be affected by any closure. I just think that should include the other two airports, even though they're not county airports, if you're amenable to that.
I think that's fine. And actually, one other thing, I almost called you Dr. Smith, sorry, Supervisors Committee. And the other thing that I would just recommend is that I do think that those conversations should include Moffett and Palo Alto as well. And I think that's for a whole host of reasons, including the issues relative to how we deal with the leaded fuel anyway. So I think that's right. And that is very comfortable to me to do.
And between the two of us, you said Moffett, I said Mineta, and I forgot to include Moffett. So what I mean is add those three, which would give us a total of those three plus San Martin for your motion, if that's still agreeable.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And Supervisor Committee, and if I can ask before you put forth your motion, that we give Supervisor Lee an opportunity to speak.
Absolutely, and that'll give me a minute to see if I can craft a sentence that's acceptable.
I understand that. Supervisor Lee. Oops, you're muted. There
Yes,
you go.
thank you, President Wasserman. It's getting a little late here. And first of all, I wanted to thank Supervisor Chavez and the Supervisors Committee here for trying to put this motion together at this late hour, almost 11:30. First of all, I want to thank the staff for the comprehensive work on this report and to the large number of community members that have come out to address the concerns on this important issue regarding the airport's location, the lead, noise pollution, the emergency preparedness, and about pilot training. Since my childhood, I always loved watching airplanes. Having served as a Navy aviation supply officer on board aircraft carriers and a former student pilot flying system myself, I'm particularly empathetic to the planes and the aviation community's concerns. I want to acknowledge and thank the representatives of the Reed Hillville Pilots Association and the California Pilots Association for their efforts to promote the use of unleaded fuel at the Reed Hillville Airport. Carol Ford from the California Pilots Association and former Santa Clara County Airport Commissioner Douglas Rice for the support of this very important change to unleaded fuel and the positive impact to Reed Hillville and the surrounding community. Specifically, I also want to thank John McGowan and John Carr representing the Reed Hillville pilots, providing me with hundreds of pages educating me about all the backgrounds and history of Reed Hillville for the past 2 years. And I also want to thank San Jose State University Aviation Program for committing to switch to unleaded fuel and work with the county to continue its aviation training program. This is by far the most controversial issue I've encountered since joining this esteemed board. I've tried hard to keep an open mind to learn about the issues regarding airport location, concerns about accidents in adjacent neighborhoods, noise pollution, health issues, and environmental concerns, and also issues relating to emergency preparedness in case of calamities such as the next earthquake or wildfires, and its value as one of the best schools for flight training for future pilots. And that Reed Hillville Airport predated the neighborhood residents. But a new lead study has shown how the use of leaded avgas affects the surrounding community around the airport. These neighborhoods have already suffered from COVID-19 disproportionately, and this toxic impact of lead has further contributed to neighboring Latinx, Asian health disparities, and especially to the children. Talking about closure of this airport is by no means a new issue. It has been discussed, studied, debated, EIR, written for over 40 years. Over supervisors, including Rod Deardon Sr., Dan McCorkadale, Zoe Lofgren, Mike Honda, Blanca Alvarado, just to name a few, have all attempted disclosure. The staff report also included a one-pager listing accidents compiled since 1983. 38 years ago, there had been at least 37 accidents or mishaps, averaging about one mishap a year. 20 of these accidents result in injuries, with 8 fatalities, including crash landing at the residential park, trailer and house, the Capitol Expressway, and just so happened, I even witnessed one that crash landed at the East Ridge Mall, coming too low and hitting a tree over a decade ago. On the issue of emergency preparedness, which is of course extremely important, my office has reached out to CAL FIRE and other local first responder agencies to confirm the emergency preparedness needs of Reed Hillview for them. So most recently, in August 2020, CAL FIRE deployed a mobile retardant base consisting of 2 water tanks, a mixing station, and 2 retardant dip tanks to the north of the Reed Hillview runways. 3 helicopters used the base to fill the tanks and fought the SCU wildfire for 3 days. These helicopters flew approximately 49 missions, but did not need to even land at Reed Hillview during the operation. Now, CAL FIRE used primarily Hollister and Sacramento airports for fixed-winged aircrafts, and the Sono station for helicopters. When asked why, CAL FIRE stated that Reed Hillview is actually not usable for fixed-wing firefighting apparatus because the runways are too short and the aircrafts are actually too heavy. CAL FIRE has a fixed-wing base at Hollister Airport that houses spotter aircraft and 2 retired Naval S-2 aircraft for initial attack. If and when additional resources are needed, CAL FIRE uses its fleet of C-130 aircraft based out of McClellan Airport in Sacramento. If necessary, CAL FIRE will also deploy contractual aircraft for suppressing using 747, DC-10, or other large heavy-wing aircraft. According to San Jose Police, Fire, County Sheriff, and County Fire, they have not used Reed Hillview for disaster or emergency response for landing planes. Other airports that are available to support first responders emergencies certainly include the San Jose International, Moffett Federal Field, Palo Alto, St. Carlos, San Martin, Livermore, and even Watsonville. We as county supervisors have to balance the needs of the entire community: pilots, aviation school operators and students, emergency responders, neighboring communities. We must make and protect the health, well-being, and safety of our community is what is at risk right now. Our administration and federal officials have the responsibility to end the lead exposure at Reed Hillview Airport now. Therefore, I ask that the administration work closely with public health departments and our school surroundings area to provide support to our community to address the lead issue immediately. As mentioned, switching to unleaded gas should also take place immediately. I want to thank John Cohen and his association for trucking the unleaded UL-94 fuel to start providing unleaded gas. I recommend that we also explore displacement of businesses and residents that may be affected during the closure or after the closure, and to provide an exit plan for the aviation schools and the current lease for the pilots and HVA when we actually close. As the community vision planning process continues, we must explore possibilities of helicopter landing at the current Reed Hillview for emergency responses usage and consider impact to other adjacent airports. I believe Supervisors Committee and Sarvis just include this to their motion to include a comprehensive study on the impact on San Martin Airport, recommendation for improvement of this county-owned asset to serve the aviation community, and absolutely minimizing the impact to its surrounding community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Chavez, your hand?
Yes, thank you. I know that Supervisor Simitian is working on some language.
He's probably there.
And so I wanted to give him a chance to walk us through that. And Supervisor Simidian, while you're still on mute, are you
There we go.
I'm willing to take a shot at it, Madam Supervisor and Mr. Chair.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Dr. Smith just raised his hand. May we hear from Dr. Smith first? Supervisor Chavez and Simidian.
sure, that makes
Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
Just wanted to put another fact on the table just to make it even more confusing.
Great.
One can file a petition for early closure, but there's no responsibility on the FAA's part to actually respond to that petition.
Right.
Right. And so my expectation was that, what Supervisor Simidian said earlier, which I thought was really helpful, is that we really are working on two tracks. Early closure and immediate prevention of continued contamination of lead on the community. Those were the two paths. And if those are the two paths, then there are going to be multiple mechanisms to getting to those two paths. And what I was hoping Supervisor Simidian's language would allow us to do is pursue those two paths lawfully with an expansive portfolio of mechanisms to do both, or each and both.
And let's just agree, everything we're recommending is lawfully. We don't need
That's
to
right. Yes.
We don't need to add that in each time. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I know it's a little bit cumbersome, but given the conversation, I thought we might, and I can send the language to the county council if you'd like it, direct administration and county council to take such actions as may be necessary to prevent lead contamination from operations at Reed Hillview Airport. Parentheses, consistent and in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local law, including court order, comma, including but not limited to a petition to the FAA for immediate closure. So that we have explicitly called that out as a direction, indicated that it is not limited to that, but that they should take such actions as may be necessary. It's not quite as broad as do anything you darn well please, even if it's something we've never heard of before, but it's still pretty expansive. And then of course,
Supervisor Simidian, do me a favor. Please repeat your motion. I understand you're explaining it right now, but I want to know where your motion started and ended.
actually, I'm offering it as a friendly amendment to Supervisor Chavez. I want to respect her effort to pull 4 different items together here, which is a minor miracle if we can get it done tonight. So I would share with her and all of the board, as well as with council, a possible friendly amendment is direct administration and county council to take such actions as may be necessary to prevent lead contamination from operations at Reed Hillview Airport.
Okay.
Parentheses, consistent and in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local law, comma, including court order, close parentheses, including but not limited to a petition to the FAA for immediate closure. Now, I'm guessing I'd get a C for drafting tonight from my law professor, but I think it does capture what a majority of the board has expressed some interest in.
Thank you. I will say that sounded very attractive to me. What I would ask when you said including, I wanted to have somewhere in there the conversion to lead-free only gas. Now, are we saying that's included already in 36D?
I believe.
Pardon me, for my purposes, that's correct.
Okay, okay.
But Supervisor Simidian, let me just add one deviation that may be significant or may not be. What I'm suggesting is that we're both going to deal with lead contamination concurrent with pursuing early closure. And the way you've written that, early closure is a subset of preventing dealing with the lead issue, but I'm suggesting that we're pursuing both concurrently. And so what I want to do, if it's all right with you, Supervisor Simidian, is ask council to draft something that that has both of those prongs in it, not because your teacher would give you a C, but more because I want to make sure they understand that both and the reason is that I want to give the staff the flexibility, if necessary, to use whatever administrative processes are available within the FAA, including legal action if that's necessary in the courts. So could I ask James, can you take a crack at that, and would you need like 5 minutes to do it?
James?
Sure, yeah. I can work on that. Give me a couple minutes.
Okay, because let's not leave this meeting till we have a vote taken. Yes, Supervisor Smitty.
And what I'm going to do, whether he wants it or not, is forward my first draft to Mr. Williams so he can see what I was trying to communicate.
Good.
And I am sympathetic with Supervisor Chavez's desire for clarity that we're doing both things in parallel, but independent of one another if necessary. And I'm not
That's exactly
texting.
right.
I'm not texting friends at 11:40. I'm trying to use this as my device to craft something. So I'll send it along.
I agree with that. And I also, while I appreciate we put in all this lawful with all these different organizations, I think we have to say on the record that everything we suggest at any given time on any given day is expected to be lawful and within the laws and everything else. So
Yeah.
I'm always concerned, Supervisor Smitty, and when we add something like that in and we don't include it with something else, I just take it as an assumption we're all law-abiding citizens.
I would never compare you to Mayor Daley, but Dr. Smith was right in his assessment that I had that little piece of arcane history in mind, and that the language as it was presented in item 37 gave me pause, because when you say take all necessary actions to close, one can think that means putting a padlock on the front gate and putting the sheriffs there to guard it, even if the FAA has told us that that's unlawful. And I just want to make sure that's not what we were contemplating.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I started this Red Bull 14 hours ago, and I still have 2 ounces left. So I may be a little more concerned than I should be. All right. It looks like Supervisor Ellenberg's getting smaller on her screen. There we go. All right. Well, the Giants won today.
Supervisor, if we're trying to give Mr. Williams some time,
yes,
I do think an interesting challenge for us and the community to contemplate is what happens if the courts, the FAA, and the EPA are not helpful to a closure effort. And on this parallel path, there is a significant amount of progress made in terms of lead-free avgas. And 5 years from now, we're still having this conversation, or at least some members of the board are. And all of a sudden somebody says, I'm not sure you need to close any longer because now you've got avgas readily available. I look forward to letting Supervisors Ellenberg and Otto Lee deal with that challenge if and when it arises. But
I agree with
to
you.
Supervisor Chavez's earlier point, I am prepared tonight to say we go down both paths at the same time, and the two are mutually exclusive. Indeed, I see them as complementary.
Very interesting thought. I think right now the gas we were serving up today could handle 75% of the operations, which is very, very different than 50% of the engines, because most of the operations at Reed Hillview are related to
Great.
So down back and forth.
Could I pursue whether or not the maker of the motion has any thoughts about my suggestion, or perhaps Dr. Smith, about having a second study commissioned?
Oh, Supervisor Smitty, and thank you for raising that, because that is actually something I'm really interested in discussing with you. What I'm wondering, and I don't know, for these doctors, it must be 2 a.m. somewhere, but wherever they are, but I'm wondering about and just to say that I'm not sure a better way to say it. I'm wondering about that relative to the other studies that I think they're going to be kicking off in partnership with, like, for example, the city of Palo Alto, from a timing perspective. And then second, I'm also wondering about the process of this getting to publication, whether or not, you know, the outcome of that is peer review. And Supervisor Simitian, are you requesting it because for validation, or maybe you just talk a little bit more about the outcome?
I think I am requesting it for validation. I don't have problems with the study, but I think what we heard tonight is a preview of what we will hear in even greater volume in the future, which is that people who have a problem with the direction we take tonight will critique the study. And I think we will be on a stronger footing in the community. And I feel very sure that we would be on a stronger footing with the FAA or the EPA if we're trying to make the case. If we can say, no, this isn't just one study. We've actually had another study, because I understand there are experts in the field who could do such a study. And we've proven it not once, but twice. And peer review is a useful tool, but we're about to embark on what I fear may be a years-long, multi-million-dollar legal battle. And if so, I'd like to be well armed with a second study if that's possible.
Thank you. And I'm going to recognize Supervisor Ellenberg. Personally, I agree lead is poison. I don't need any study. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thanks. I'll address a couple of the points that I've heard over the last little bit. I don't believe that we need another study. This is not something unique to our area. We know that leaded fuel is a toxic. We know that the damage that it creates. There are studies, for decades talking about that. The EPA is already considering, has already agreed to consider. We need to push them a little faster. Banning leaded fuel for aviation. So I think it's a little bit of a red herring to say that we need to prove it a second time, twice over in this specific area. I think the general circumstance really speaks for itself. To your perhaps hypothetical question, Supervisor Simitian, since perhaps only a few of us will be left on the board by the time this comes to fruition. If the unleaded gas, fully 100% unleaded, happens first, that to me does suggest that we have then eliminated one problem. We still have other issues and concerns with the appropriateness of the airport. We've heard loud and clear from the community most directly impacted. So I don't think that will be such a conundrum if that arises. If the unleaded fuel process happens faster than an earlier closure, that's great. Let's get every piece that we can to promote safety. But I don't think that the achievement of one goal necessarily precludes moving ahead on another. The immediate crisis is the lead. The big picture is the
We'll go to Supervisor Simitian first, then we're going to Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Through the chair, on the issue of the second study, I'm as I say, I'm happy to let the conundrum linger out there for future boards. The reason I think a second study might be valuable is this, and I will try at this late hour to be concise and clear. I think one of the challenges we're going to have with the FAA is they're going to say, gosh, if we let Santa Clara County close Reed Hillview early because of lead, we're going to be besieged by requests from around the country to do the same thing. And that's going to make them reticent to say yes to us, because it's going to create a civil aviation issue for them around the country, when their primary reason for being is the perpetuation of civil aviation.
Yep.
So we know something from the study as well, and from other studies, which is that the lead level associated with Reed Hillview is, if not unique, at least particularly high. It is up at the top. So I think our strongest case will be in making a claim for the special circumstances at Reed Hillview, so that the FAA doesn't go, oh my gosh, if we say yes, we're going to have to say yes to 20, 40, 100 other airports. They can say yes to us. And I think our ability to make the claim will be reinforced by saying, let us give you not one study, but two, showing you how uniquely or unusually positioned we are in terms of the high lead levels. Now, we don't have to decide that tonight if we want to have that conversation with council as things progress, but I just sort of thought getting a head start and having that in our arsenal, if you will, sooner rather than later would be to our benefit if people are concerned, as I believe they are, about moving sooner rather than later.
All right, and we won't even deliberate if the new study comes back contrary to the first study. Dr. Smith, you were up next.
Yes, I'm a little reluctant to debate legal strategy with Ms. Setmeyer, who from the FAA on the line, but you'll notice in 36, we did ask for authority for another $90,000 to complete the publication process for the current study, which means actually a formal peer review process and publication. And we envision from an administrative perspective that it's likely that the other studies will be secured, or other jurisdictions will be interested in doing similar studies. And of course, I think Supervisor Simidian stated the fact of the matter with regard to convincing the FAA to actually think of this more positively, is distinguishing Reed Hillview from other general aviation airports, which we think we have a good case to make. The density of sensitive receptors around the airport, the density of schools, the density of children. One thing that we didn't talk too much about that's in the report has to do with the implicit bias and explicit land use processes that were enabled ages ago that created an environment where disparity is the root of the environmental bias. So we think we can make a case very convincingly that Reed Hillview is different than other general aviation airports in many different ways.
We'll end it there with James's hand having appeared, and we'll get into where the 10th busiest airport in California operations go on another day, which technically is in 10 minutes. Mr. Williams, you are up.
So I have some proposed modified language. Let me see if I can maybe just cast this, which might be the easiest.
And for the record, this is item number 37, correct?
This would just be for 37. I took language from Supervisor Simidian and made a few modifications to try to accommodate the conversation as I understood it and some other pieces of things.
All right.
Let's see. Can folks see that?
Yes.
So direct administration and county council to take such actions as may be necessary to expeditiously eliminate lead exposure from operations at Reed Hillview Airport, consistent with all established federal, state, and local laws and all court orders. Such actions may include, but aren't limited to, prohibiting the sale or use of leaded fuel and seeking FAA consent for early closure.
This isn't actually reflective of the language that I asked for. So what I asked specifically for was to be able to pursue early closure. And I wasn't just looking for FAA consent for early closure, but to pursue whatever steps that we needed to pursue for early closure of Reed Hillview Airport. That the lead, pursuing the lead exposure, not exposure, but eliminate lead, great. But I'm interested in the two tracks, early closure and dealing with the lead contamination.
Excuse me.
Yep, Supervisor Smitty, I'll just say I can support what I see on my screen. Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, forgive me. I'm having a little tech trouble here because my screen is now taken up with Mr. Williams' draft, but I think it's a good step in the right direction. Supervisor Chavez, might I suggest that if it said, instead of such actions may include, that it says such actions shall include. And Mr. Williams is often inclined to remind us of the very important difference between may and shall. But if it says shall include, that means it shall include prohibiting the sale or use of leaded fuel and seeking FAA consent for early closure. And then one more comma and phrase, if Mr. Williams can make it work, which would be to say, or pursuing other closure by such, or pursuing early closure by other such means as may be available, so that it's not just limited to the FAA consent.
And it's not just limited to the lead fuel issue. It's an incompatible land use. We know that already. And so that's what I'm seeking. Supervisor Smitty is closer to what you just said than what I see on the screen. So James, can you take another crack at it?
Sure. I do not recommend changing may to shall. I think they're, depending on how things progress, we may not necessarily want to do one of the specific courses of action, but I do think we can add more to the item. But I don't recommend converting may to shall.
Supervisor Chavez, I could live without the may to shall if we could accommodate your desire to indicate that there might be other paths to closure besides the FAA consent.
That's right. And it's got to be decoupled from the lead issue. It's just, we're looking at both paths concurrently. They may or may not overlap. And so.
Does simply adding the word both make that work for you, Supervisor?
Let me see.
So that it would say.
And then Supervisor Ellenberg. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Smitty, I thought you finished when you said both.
No, I was hoping that if it said, but are not limited to, comma, both prohibiting the sale or use of leaded fuel and seeking, the both and would make it clear, I think, Supervisor Chavez, that we were talking about both and.
Yeah, much better. And that looks much better to me.
I would like to add a note that seeking their consent is one path, but it's a little bit more of a passive one. I want to make sure that we're also looking at the proactive actions that we can take on our part to force that sooner. So if and other paths to closure incorporates that, then that works.
And Supervisor Ellenberg, what if we said and pursue other paths?
Good action verb.
James, can you make those changes and then give us your thought?
He is writing us his thought.
Yep.
That accomplish the goal?
God, I need a bigger font. Actually, James, could you, that wasn't really a joke. It's 11-point font, which is really hard for me to see.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
And perhaps the only other thing would be to
Yes.
add pursue other paths to early closure and then because what we're really saying is prior to 2031. And then that would do it.
At this point, I don't think we can say other paths only because we no longer have reference to the petition for permission.
Right, we don't have the permission.
So we just say, and pursue available paths to early closure prior to
Well,
20.
any and all available paths.
Perfect. Any and all available paths. Good.
And again, we're on the record as meaning any and all lawful paths. Yes.
Yes.
How did we even get there? Yeah.
I don't know, but for the record, at midnight, we are doing things lawfully. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. I like it.
Exposure.
Susan?
I'm finishing.
Go ahead, please.
Just going to read it out loud. Direct administration and county council to take such actions as may be necessary to expeditiously eliminate lead exposure from operations at Reed Hillview Airport, consistent with law. Such period. Such actions may include, it's not a sentence, the semicolon should be a period. And then such actions may include, but are not limited to, both prohibiting the sale or use of leaded fuel and pursuing any and all available paths. Yeah. Can you make it 2 sentences, a period after orders and then an uppercase S for such?
Sure, we can do that.
Thanks. I like it.
Okay, I will be supporting that as well. James, if you can just shoot us all a copy of that so we can read it in the morning. But I mean, we're all there and everybody can see it and read it. We've got hands raised now. All right, Supervisor Ellenberg, do you have further comment?
I don't.
Dr. Smith?
Just want to thank the 300 people who hung in there with us until past midnight.
Yes. Yes. Breakfast at Supervisor Chavez's house.
No problem.
All
Mike
right,
is making burritos.
Supervisor Smitty, any other comments?
No, sir.
Okay, James. Any other comments?
Nothing for me.
Okay, so we had a motion by Chavez. Who was the second yesterday?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg. Okay. All right. Nancy, are you still with us?
I am.
Yay.
Wow. Nancy, please take a final roll call vote for this multi-day meeting.
I'd be happy to. Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes, with much gratitude.
President Wasserman.
Yes, and that was 36, 37, 38, 126. Any other comments, anybody else? No, great. I am adjourning this meeting. I'd have to look, I imagine it's in 1 week or 2. Nancy, when is it?
The
August
31st.
31st.
What's that, 31st?
Yes.
Super, thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you all. Thank you,
Good night.
Nancy, and thank you to all the interpreters and to the doctors. Thank you all very, very much. And to
And
my
the clerks
colleagues,
in our teams.
really, and to my colleagues, I am so grateful, forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the community.
Bye.
Yes, to all those people, thank you.
Recording stopped.
And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone.